This is in one of the Gospels? Or
Yeah,
probably
I
one of
think,
the three.
yeah, it's either Matthew or Mark.
Oh, thanks.
Is to suicide yourself in order to garner access to heaven. So I don't know, you guys need to try something else then.
Totally off topic, since there's a moment of quiet. Do you guys hear they're making a second Constantine?
What, the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of what do they call that when they sort of they got nothing original going on at the moment. They need to sort of go back into the it's like Disney just basically regurgitating all of its past stories, but you know, with a more realistic sort of visual format.
Yeah, that's been Hollywood for like the past 20 years is run drive ideas. A24 puts out some pretty good stuff, but
Well, I pointed this out to, I think it was Boomer specifically that I was talking to at the time, but it's kind of fascinating to me that the Christ-like story seems to be something that sort of keeps reiterating itself. It is the best, greatest story that is ever told. It seems that that's the one that captures people's minds the most. And it gets regurgitated in the format of like the Matrix. That's basically a Christ-like story. Yeah, so many of the stories just keep. We can't tell. There's no new stories. They're just remixes.
Oh, what are they making? A part 2 of what?
Constantine.
Constantine.
Oh,
Keanu Reeves. Is Keanu Reeves back?
I think so, yeah.
Is he?
just seen
What? Is he
that like
back?
3 months ago.
Where did he
Well,
go?
he's back. He's back reprising his role as Constantine as opposed to a new Constantine.
Oh right, all right. I watched it. I watched a clip last night of Devil's Advocate. That was another good movie with Al Pacino.
That is a good movie.
Remember
Yeah.
that? Remember the scene in the subway where he's like that I don't know, that Mexican or whatever he is. He's going to attack the guy, and he's like, "Your wife's at home fucking somebody else," or something like that. I can't remember the thing, but
Yeah,
I only watched the
Just
clip
sticking
last night.
belong. You'll thank me in the morning.
Yeah. Then right at the end where he's like, "We could do with that." I think his name's Kevin. I can't remember, but he's like, "We need an interview. We need a clip," and he's like, "My favorite thing, vanity." It's so good, dark as fuck. Like they get it. The fucking Hollywood people get it.
they seem to. Yeah, definitely.
They wrestle against principalities. I mean, sort of our own issues. But interesting though. I'm thinking about. I've been thinking about this for years, and I've never come to a decent. Yeah, you'll have to forgive me because I don't really know what I'm trying to say. But there's a sort of there's a sort of inside out thing that goes on with this place, and in a sort of sense that a man is what he thinks about. In other words, like I think if you think about the thing, whatever it is, let's just say Christianity, then yeah, you're gonna. Well, I think it'll give you a better life, which is why I often advocate for it. But can you see that if you think about whatever demons and devils and seances and you're doing the Ouija board and all that shit, that's also going to manifest. We can manifest things in our lives, can't we? Do you see what I mean by there's an inside out thing that happens here?
Well, you are what you eat. So
yeah,
that, right?
Kind of. Do you see what I'm saying?
Do you notice when you buy a car, and then suddenly you notice you bought a brown Ford Laser? Suddenly you start noticing brown Ford Lasers and thought, I never realised there were that many because there was no.
That's it,
no
Boomer.
conscious.
That's it.
Yeah. Similar
what
to
is
that. I don't know. I think it's recency bias. I don't know. There's a proper word for it.
It's an effect. I think it's
Familiarity
just
bias, I think.
new car effect or something like that.
And aren't these
Uh,
In
things like
Cosmic Trigger
conjured?
by Robert Anton Wilson, he talks about the 23 Enigma, and it's the same thing. You just, once you focus on one number or whatever, you just start to see it everywhere.
But isn't like a red, Ford Focus or brown? What did you say? Brown Ford Focus? That's like real. Like, praying to saints because you're scared of going to hell. That's like conjured like delusions.
No, and that's not quite what's going on there. Why would you be praying to that said saint? Is it because they did something that would be sort of admirable? So you're actually focusing not on the saint, it's the admirability of their traits and characteristics that you're focusing on.
People pray to saints for things, right? And they
Yeah.
want the opposite of that thing. So instead of being, not saved, they want to be saved. So there's still like a black and white thing there, whereas we know that the Ford Focus, because we bought it, now we notice it. We can't notice these other things like demons, like protect me from the demons, Saint Jude. Like how is Saint Jude gonna do that?
Well, I mean,
No,
what are the traits of...
I think he's missed the point completely, and that's okay. I'm just trying to say that we manifest things in our lives that we focus on. What's that old thing? Something like where energy flows, and where focus is, energy flows, or something like that. I don't know, but that's
No, I
kind
like
of
that
what
one.
I was trying to say.
That's also called The Secret. There's a popular book that
Oh yeah, I
says
remember that back in the day. The Secret, yeah.
it's very popular. A lot of people believe, if all you have to do is like think or something like that, wish it to be true, and then you will manifest it in your life.
Well, doesn't Jesus say something like you already accept it, or you've already... I can't remember. There's something like that in there in Christianity.
Yeah,
where
with faith.
Yeah. But it's like you've already accepted it rather than you already have it, basically, or something like this. But then there's that other thing about a mustard seed and moving a mountain and all that. That's kind of what I'm saying.
But no one ever accomplished anything by not focusing on it, right?
Oh, of course.
I mean, Michael Jordan focused on being the best at basketball or whatever. Like, it's not because he focused on making dolls or something.
Looking at this picture of a great spotted woodpecker, it's a bird, right? Now, this bird is not trying to manifest like him creating a a nice house.
How do you know?
Procreate. He's not
How do you know
trying
the
to
woodpecker's not doing
manifest
that?
because he's busy flying around trying to find a suitable place for him to make a nest.
So he's manifesting.
That's why.
He's just doing. He's just in the action of doing, and that is the manifestation.
There you go. He's doing it. That's my point. Like when you're sitting there manifesting.
I was specifically talking about the human condition. So, I don't know. You're taking it to birds. I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, birds are just like us. You don't think birds are like us?
No, we're not like birds.
We're better.
No, we're not at all like
You fucking idiot.
I wouldn't call you an idiot, but it's just...
Well, I'm just going to fly off. How's that?
The complexity of what it is to be human from
we have the same terms they do.
But I was thinking about that with... I saw Richard Dawkins were debating that... Oh, I can never remember that guy's name. He's intelligent. He's a British Muslim. You've seen him on the news. You've seen him sort of doing the anti-Israel rhetoric. Madden? I can't think of the guy's name. Yeah, that's him. Intelligent guy. And I think they're at Oxford or something like this. And basically Richard Dawkins is saying to him, the bit where Muhammad or whoever flies on a donkey to split the moon or something like this. I don't know. And he's like, well, you're an intelligent man. How could you think such a thing? You know what I mean? And he's going on like that. And it suddenly hit me like a fucking lightning bolt. Like I had this like Plato's cave moment where I was like, if you think just think of a Muslim and he's praying 5 times a day and he's doing all this thing. Well, that thing is true to him, isn't it?
But it's not true in reality. There's no donkey flying ever.
Like, I get it, but I think you're kind of missing what I'm trying to say. Some people are perhaps picking it up.
You're missing the trees for the forest, man. Whatever that terminology is.
Some people are trying to maybe picking up what I'm putting down. Maybe.
You guys, everybody wants to pretend there's these gods that do things for them. It's not happening.
That's not the sort of sentiment, dude. I think you're not really kind of. When people appeal to those higher powers, I don't think you've necessarily got the full comprehension about what's actually psychologically occurring there.
So you're what, lying to yourself? What?
Yeah, dude.
Well, they don't see it as that, though. They don't see it as that, though, do they?
But fake it until you make it is a phenomenon, right?
Yeah, but they don't see it that way, though, Rick. Do they?
Yeah, but how many billions of people are we going to continue doing this to?
Somebody who's living a godly life.
When are we going to get real already?
Yeah,
no, just like, for instance, I've been watching the Luke from Outdoor Boys, right? He's doing all the camping in Alaska and all that. Pretty cool stuff, actually. I like him. And, he's got I think he's got three boys, 3 kids. And he's got, I think people like, one of the things might be a subconscious thing, but I think a lot of people like him because he'll get 30 million views and shit like that. He's got a lot of followers. And I think he's not compromised himself either. He's not sold out in any way, which is cool. And I think a lot of people sort of see that it's a wholesome thing that he's doing. And he's lived his life through the guidance through scripture, right? So that's kind of what I'm saying. He's not telling himself that he's living a lie or something like that. He fully believes it's true, doesn't he? But he rarely talks about anything like that. I'm not saying that he does. But do you see what I mean? It manifests in the world. And I think that's why people resonate and they watch that channel. I mean, they watch it because of the survival and the camping aspects and all the rest of it. But on some level, I think they watch it for that reason too. Meaning that if you surround yourself with demons, as I do on a daily basis, with fucking these voice channels, you know what I mean? That can also have the negative effect as well. So I think something I wanted to talk about, which we could go into if you like, is that thinking in particular is also on a spectrum, just like colours. Thinking, even a very cut off person can understand or know or feel the different feeling tone of a negative thought compared to a positive thought, couldn't they? Even Helios here, he could get that. And I think that's an interesting thing to understand about yourself. Don't you think? Because you get a lot of these demons. Woof!
But
they seem to feed on this negativity, don't they?
Demon. It's not negativity, dude. I'm being blunt with you because you're talking about these fantastical stories and advocating for people to believe in fairy tales, and I'm like,
no.
Why are you?
The 2 seconds I heard you speak, the first time I heard you years ago, I knew you're a troll. I'm not going to take you seriously for anything that comes out your pile. Let's get that straight.
Well, it looks like you're the negative one now, aren't you?
No, I'm just telling you how it is. You're a troll, and I'm not taking you seriously. Never have.
Well, see, it went full circle on you, dude. Now you look like the negative one.
No, you.
I'm sitting here.
No, you.
You're advocating for belief in fairy tales, and I'm like, be real. So, what's wrong with that?
Helios?
What's real then?
What's real?
You tell me about your worldview.
Doing is real.
Okay.
Actually getting up and getting stuff done. That's what I advocate
Get her
for.
done. That's what I live by. Get her done. It's a pretty good motto, actually.
So you're mocking that? I mean, it's not like you're, building the bridge here. You're talking about imagining things, right? I'm talking about doing things.
That's fine, but before I was talking about how we manifest things in reality, and I think a godly worldview is a good one to live by for yourself, for your sanity, for your family, and to treat other people with dignity, right? If they deserve it.
Yeah, but that I don't think that requires a belief in like a higher power. Like people can be that way just, on face value, right?
Yeah,
Why
I
is
think
the
atheists
God
can be good
required
people.
for
Are you an atheist?
that? No, I'm agnostic.
So you're on the fence?
No, I don't know. So I'm not going to beg the question.
Same thing.
I'm not on any fence because I'm not waiting for anything to happen. I'm just taking control and doing it myself because I have the ability.
You have the ability, do you?
I do. I do have two legs and two arms.
I
and a belly.
remember
Oh.
now. I remember arguing with you before over on Geos about subjective morality, which obviously isn't a thing.
God, you have a great memory. Are you like
Yeah,
holding grudges or something, or you feel
if
vindicated?
morality is
What?
subjective, by the way, there is no morality. It's that simple.
It's not that simple.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is.
that simple. Sorry.
Yes,
No.
it is.
No. Let me tell you why. You're either crazy or you're not. That's really it.
Listen to my statement. If morality is subjective, there is no morality.
Morality is not subjective, bro. There
That's
are
right.
rights and
It's
wrongs.
objective. Thank you. I know. Thank you.
It's not. There are no rights or wrong. I'm sorry. There are rights and wrongs.
What? There's no right or wrong.
Sorry. I have to think.
Fucking what about?
There are rights and there are wrongs, dude. There are rights and there are wrongs.
That's right.
I always get confused with the subjective and objective.
Yeah, I just heard Andy say
Like,
that
for example,
morality is subjective. Like, is that your position?
No.
Real quick, right? Can I get something in?
Like, for example, hold on. If you want to go up, don't go down. See? It's just that simple.
So I had brought up a great spotted woodpecker, right? Now, the great spotted woodpecker is gonna thwart any like advances from other males to get near his nest, perhaps. Maybe he might even sabotage like, another nemesis in flight. Who knows? He might directly try and, fight him because think about it. Like you hear the birds and the bees outside, right? They're not out there playing together. They're at war fighting. Jousting for, the chance to, procreate, right? So this image we think of life is, oh, so beautiful and, no, dude, everything's at war. You don't notice it, you don't see it, but that's what's happening. So is there a bird jail for, these birds that are committing atrocities on other birds?
Do you wear a helmet?
It's an honest question.
Sorry.
You can't answer it?
Only when I go to space.
Well, is there a hell for birds?
I have actually seen birds administering punishment on each other. A group of magpies at another magpie, and they were giving him well, he'd obviously done something wrong because they were giving him grief. So, yeah, there kind of was bird jail. They were holding court, so to speak. And they're all taking turns at beating him up.
But there wasn't a bird god?
Well, one of the things that is morally wrong is too much abstract talking. It makes you weird. It just, so don't do it.
Good point.
How is that abstract? That's literally, there is literally birds that war with each other, and I'm being facetious and what's that other word? Cynical about how people hold each other to standards. Yet, in a natural order of birds, I'm asking, cynically, where's the bird jail? How much years in jail does the bird get for, committing the same crime a human could?
No, bird jail is survival. That's it. Death or survival. That's how the jail is made. No. Humans.
No.
Humans are a little bit different.
Trying to survive?
Humans are a little bit different. Overdeveloped frontal lobe. Overdeveloped frontal lobe. So it's not as survival or death, pretty much. It's basically crazy or not, or stupidity or not. That's basically when you have an overdeveloped frontal lobe. Like for example, like talking about the Earth is flat is based in utter stupidity. Here's why. Let me tell you why. You are not doing any work to find out if the globe exists. So all you're doing is talking, finding words. That's dumb, right? You know what I mean? Hey,
Yeah,
well,
I
I have
agree.
another explanation. For example, hold on, I'm wrapping up here. The sun does not change size as it traverses the sky. So a dumb person goes, well, it could be some apparatus that's wrapped around the sun. Okay, so the apparatus would change size as it transfers across the sky. You understand? It's just a dumb thing to say. There's an apparatus wrapped around the sun. You're just being a contrarian, and you're not very bright. That's simply it. It's simple. It's very simple.
Yeah, all that chanting you're
time
doing
in
has
that,
not
though.
convinced the Earth is a globe yet, has it?
No, because again, it's based in your frontal lobe. You have decided. Listen. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it perfectly. He says, flat Earth belief is based in poor education, which is linked to stupidity, and freedom of speech. Those are the two things that drives flat Earth. It's primarily poor education, and you can say whatever the heck you want. Dude, it's all back to stupidity. So this is what you do. In order for you to not be pushing flat Earth, go to school and get to work.
You're
and
pushing
hold
flat
your
Earth.
tongue.
You're the one
Well,
talking about flat Earth.
And hold your tongue until you have gotten the data. See. So get rid of your free speech. Control your free speech yourself.
Robert, let's not do what you're doing, bro. Let's keep on subject. Let's not do the preaching and yelling.
All of your
Let's just
preaching.
stay on topic, okay?
Well, we're all preaching. But okay, I'm done. I just wanted to say that. Just hold your tongue until you have all the information, flat earthers. So self-imposed freedom, self-imposed, taking away your freedom of speech. Thank you.
I think Rob is a flat earther.
See, freedom of speech.
Hey, so when he was saying all that, I was thinking of that song from Pink Floyd. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control.
No,
And
you
it's
need
like, are you
education.
telling us we need to get indoctrinated? Because
No,
at
I'm
the end
telling
of the
you, I'm
day,
telling you.
hold on, man.
No,
Let
no.
me finish. I let you finish, bro. Just let me get it out. Because at the end of the day, none of us here have seen the globe in its entirety. We can only come to a probabilistic outcome. Is it a globe or not? Based on probability of what
What?
others told us, of consensus, this type of thing. We don't have any physical proof of a globe.
Yes, we do have a physical proof of the globe. Like, for example, check it out. Horizon is opposite to flat. Let me say this again. Horizon in the middle of a flat plane is opposite to flat. Now, I can demonstrate horizon using a basketball very easily, but it is impossible to demonstrate a horizon on a flat desk.
But if you look at a basketball,
Impossible.
you'd see a curved horizon. The thing with the Earth is we see flat horizons because, just let me get this out real quick, because I was hearing Jeremy talk about a hula hoop and how, like, our vantage point, what we can see in 360, it's not far enough, because they're laughing at the Weather Channel, and they give the visibility, extent of our visibility, 10 miles or whatever. Well, what we see is not far enough. And it makes sense because, 10 miles on a sphere the size of Earth, that's not far enough.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but let me put it this way.
What I literally said, do you not have ears? Do you not have a brain? We
You are
don't see far
introducing.
enough to see the curve. What about
You
that
are
didn't you not understand?
You're introducing a horizon simply because there's something blocking your eyes. That is what the horizon is. Hold on. The horizon is literally something blocking your eyes. It's called the ground. That's literally what it is. So something has to block your eyes in order to see far. Flat is the opposite of horizons. If you want to create a horizon on a flat plane, you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to introduce some kind of a topographical change, like put a mountain. Uh-oh, something blocked my vision. Okay, check this out. You're going to have to put maybe air, like dense gas or something. Oh, look, something blocked my vision. Dude, if there is nothing there, the only way you can have a horizon is if it curves. That's the only physical way on the ground.
I get your position, but I actually do kind of disagree. Well, I do disagree. I think there are multiple definitions of horizon, but one, and the one I think that I subscribe to, is it's, if in the visual field, it's the line between ground and sky. It's the place where ground and sky appear to meet. And and that kind of horizon exists even on an infinite flat Earth. But then there's the other definition, right? The horizon is something that requires something to be behind it that's being blocked. But I think that's not the common definition. And in either case, the horizon is the boundary between places where you see sky and places where you see ground.
In the middle? No, not in the middle. Towards the end of a flat plane.
some of the flatter, Brandon, who will talk about how you can never, the horizon's not a physical place because you can't go there. You can, right? Sometimes the horizon is the top of a wall in front of you. You can walk up to that wall and the wall is still the horizon and you can touch it, right? So in that case, it's even a physical place.
No, that's not a horizon.
I mean, it's always a physical place, but it's
No, John,
the
that's
physical
not a
place that you
horizon.
can
That's a
walk up
wall,
to and
John.
touch.
It's definitely a wall. That's not the horizon, John.
Well,
Crazy.
it is. I mean, when you are not at the ocean, your horizon is formed by the trees or the mountaintops or whatever. That's, I mean, we can debate semantics, but people say that all the time. That's your visual horizon.
Yeah, but you'd say,
It's your
oh, look,
mental
the
horizon.
mountain is your visual horizon. Then when you reach the mountain, you see this horizon again. So that's not
Right.
true.
Right. Most of the time when you walk to the physical place that was your horizon, it's no longer your horizon. But it was your horizon and it was a physical place and it still is a
No,
physical place. It's just not your
that's
horizon anymore.
that's an optical illusion. That's just an optical
Well,
illusion.
Sorry about that.
you're trying to make a big thing out of semantics and I'm just not interested in those games.
You're the one playing
No,
the games.
Yeah, you're trying to play the game. We're just using, just a logical thought process, and you're trying to make it into some magical, oh yeah, you can touch the horizon. That doesn't
Nothing
compute.
magical about touching the top of a wall. And if you don't want to call it a horizon, be my guest. I don't have any trouble with that. You can't follow what I'm saying.
Perfect.
That's on you.
I can. And it's just like some thing that you think's okay to say. It's just not. It's not true. It's not your horizon. You need to reword it and say what it is.
Let's clear this up easily, right? If one person is 6 foot and the other one is 5 foot and they're standing side by side, do they have the same horizon? That would be negative, right?
It depends. If the horizon's a wall, then they might have the same horizon. But if they're standing at the seashore, then no, their horizons are a little different.
Exactly.
No one's ever looked at a wall and said, that's my horizon. That's crazy.
Yeah, nobody looks at walls and say that's the horizon. I mean, come on.
Can I read this
You
for
don't have
John?
to. I'm just telling you it's not a completely ridiculous idea. But I'm with you. I'm totally with you.
Yeah, John. So in Greek, horizon meant boundary, and then horizontal is derived as the adjective form of horizon, meaning parallel to the horizon. So how could anything be parallel to a person?
Visually, yes.
I don't understand that. Horizontal has come to mean perpendicular to vertical. Vertical is the direction of down.
You changed the definition from its original meaning.
Well, I don't know if I changed it. I think everybody
Everybody.
these days understands horizontal as being the direction in which balls don't roll. If you have a locally horizontal plane, horizontal surface, you put a ball on it, then it won't roll. It's perpendicular to down.
These
Yeah,
days,
but
people think
So
these
the
things.
word actually means something. It means parallel to the horizon, and then you
Okay, fair
inject
enough.
globe belief.
I won't argue with
Okay.
you.
yeah, notice how he inserted locally when horizon is a term, used as in distance, right?
Well, I mean, for most people, at low altitudes, the horizon is perpendicular to down. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's not exactly because, I mean, well, yeah, it is. It's everywhere perpendicular to down. It's curved and it's everywhere perpendicular to down.
Yeah, but your analogy with a ball locally isn't analogous because horizons are in the distance and balls on
Okay.
a horizontal
No, right.
is totally different.
Right. Horizons are in the distance, but when somebody says, is something horizontal, they're not typically talking about or even referring to the horizon, even if that may be the origin of the word.
on average, people think this way or that way, or whatever way. Rightio.
No, no.
Gotcha.
What people do is they get to work and understand what the horizon is. The horizon is the curvature of the Earth when you're at the beach.
You
That's
think
what it
the
is.
horizon is a curvature of the Earth?
So the reason why I'm going back to what's his name? I think it was SE. Brother, if you are a 6-foot observer versus a 1-foot observer, the reason why your horizon is further is because you're able to look over the 1-foot observer's line.
That's
You get
not
it?
true. No.
Yes,
No,
that is
they've always
That's
that is
not true.
100% true.
Would you like the alternative,
Well,
or would you like to just listen to
No,
yourself talk?
no. What I would like is the work to show your alternative. Go.
Okay, so the horizon is a phenomenon of like where the sort of like, what do you say? The granularity between those two sort of planes, like you cannot see beyond, because it's all converging into that thin line that we call the horizon, and that will change according to your altitude.
Convergence is different. I'm sorry, brother. What is wrong
It's
with
a
you?
resolution issue. It's not a curvature. It's not a. It's an optical phenomenon. It's not a
All right.
physical obstruction.
Are you ready? All right, check this out. I can
ain't
make
ready,
two.
bro.
Are you ready? Okay. Okay.
I
So
didn't say
if you
I'm
make
not ready.
two small lines, right, parallel to each other as much as you can, and lay them out in front of you, right, and then you get two bigger lines as parallel as possible to each other and lay them out in front of you. Guess what? Even though you're a 6-foot observer, the smaller lines will converge before the bigger lines. So
Is
it
that a
is not a
resolution issue?
conversion. It is not a conversion. The horizon is literally a place. because if okay, check this out. The smaller lines are the exact same length as the bigger lines, but the smaller lines converge first. Why? You're still the same 6-foot observer, so it is not a convergence issue. Sorry to tell you.
So
You don't know what you're talking about. Dude. You're horrible at this, dude.
He's really
John
bad at
left.
it.
You're really bad, dude.
Back.
For like,
Hey, John is back. Yeah.
John, they have no response to what I said, and they said I'm horrible. Dude, it's you are the one.
John is fine, dude. You're the one, dude, that's horrible.
I gave you something that is practical, demonstrable, and you do not have a way to refute it. So you call me horrible.
What was
you
his
said?
claim?
You
Like,
said you
that
said the
line?
horizon is a place, not a place, dude.
It is a place.
It's not a. No, it's not. It's an. It's an apparent illusion of the sky. Sky touching the ground.
Robert,
why is it a place?
It's not an actual
The
place.
horizon is a physical
Robert.
place. It's,
No,
that much is certainly true.
Stop 1 second. Okay. Can you see further, or like does the capacity for you to view at a distance, does it lengthen and contract throughout the course of the day?
You're saying does the horizon, if you stand still, keep your eyes in the same place, does the horizon move around? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So if you stand on a hill,
it's a physical place.
It lengthens and it contracts throughout the course of it. So you can see further, and and it contracts throughout the course of the day, right?
Yeah, right. That's right.
Therefore,
atmospheric conditions change it.
But it's not
That's right.
physical.
Yeah. So
but
it's subjective because depending on your height, right? Depending on atmospheric conditions, the horizon is going to shift. It's going to change from person to person.
But the horizon at any given time, the horizon is the last physical atom connected to the surface of the Earth that you can see. That's what the horizon is.
But it optically changes throughout the course of the day, right, John?
Theoretically,
refractive effects allow you to see further sometimes and sometimes less far.
Thank you.
If the horizon was a physical location, you would not need mile markers. They have markers out there so they can identify distances because they can't do that off of the horizon.
No, theoretically, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, girl. But and I get what he's saying. He's talking about the geometric horizon, this theoretical boundary, right?
What I'm talking
where
about.
there's a limit due to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Well,
Obstructing
that's not
your
what I'm
view from the
talking
rest of
about.
it. But that's not what we see when we look at the distance, right? You're not actually looking at the geometric horizon. You're
No,
looking
of
at the
course
apparent
not. But you
horizon.
are looking. This is not rocket science. The horizon is the collection of farthest things on the surface of the Earth that you can see. Physical things. That's what the horizon is. And because of atmospheric conditions changing, your horizon may move around even if you don't. But this is not rocket science. If you can see it, but there's something further, then that's not the horizon. The further thing is the furthest thing physical thing you can see is the horizon. This is not, you see, this is not
So
rocket
it's an
science.
optical. It's an
Yeah, but you're not
optical. Stop saying
distinguishing.
that it's not rocket science or some shit, dude. It's an optical phenomenon. You even agree that it lengthens and it contracts throughout the course of the day.
Of
Does that
course.
mean
So
that the
what?
physical place that you're like?
It's a
Does that
physical
mean actually the
place.
horizon itself is
It's a
lengthening and contracting?
physical
Stop, John. John, just
place.
one sec.
How can you possibly not understand this?
The
It's a
phenomenon
physical
of the
place,
horizon.
the
Stop,
furthest
John. Stop.
thing you can see.
But
It's
John,
a
if it's
physical place.
So, John,
wheelchair
the
for John.
phenomenon, stop, just one sec. When you talk about what the horizon is, right? It's your capacity to see at that, like, so you're observing something, yes, physical, but it's lengthening and it's contracting throughout the course of the day. Does
The
that,
horizon
what does that mean
doesn't
to you?
lengthen and contract. The horizon is composed of the furthest atoms of dirt that you can see. I can't
Water,
imagine that you can't understand
Negative.
that.
That's not theoretically, right? Conceptually, what you're saying makes sense, right? But that's not what we see in reality, right? In reality, what you're looking at is an apparent position.
Talking about?
I'm
John,
talking about the apparent horizon oscillates, shifts, right?
It's not an
Geometrically
apparent
shifts.
horizon. It's not
We
an
know it
apparent
shifts because
horizon. It's the
visibility.
horizon.
No, visibility can increase and decrease depending on the season and the day, the temperature, the humidity,
So what?
all that, right? And there are days where there are days where the horizon should be impossible to see beyond a certain point.
The horizon is seeable by definition.
Stop
It's the
interrupting,
furthest
John.
physical
Stop interrupting,
thing
John.
that
I'm gonna
you
keep rolling
can
over
see.
you, John, when you roll over
Jesus
other people.
fucking
Stop
Christ.
it, John.
How can you not
Stop talking,
understand
John.
Hold on, John, you gotta come.
Fucking moderate this
I'll
guy.
be quick.
Come on.
I'll be back. I'll back out. I just wanted to
I'm
say this.
trying to moderate.
Yeah,
John, you
I'm
gotta
waiting
chill out,
to make
bro.
a comment.
Chill out.
Sorry.
I concede to the geometric horizon in his model, a physical location due to geometry, right? There's a geometric limit to how far we should see, right? But that geometric limit is consistently broken over and over again because what geometrically should be impossible, right? Flat earthers are seeing distances up to 300 miles, 400 miles, some record distances away, which would be impossible with the globe geometry. So what do you say to that, John?
He left.
But why don't we just say what it is? It's an optical illusion because we know the sky doesn't touch, if we're looking out at the sea, we know the sky is not touching the sea. We know that. So it's just an optical illusion at best.
I like that. That's a really good point. The sky's not touching the sea. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, the ground appears
It's
to
so
rise
simple.
towards eye level in front of you, and these globers think that's elevation change. That's like really dumb.
I know.
What SC calls a hump, right? There should be a hump obscuring your view, but that hump all the time for whatever reason, right? They say it's looming, towering refraction, superior mirages. We can see over that hump, and now the horizon is extended further than what should be geometrically possible, showing that we're not only dealing with the geometric horizon, but an apparent one. And for whatever reason, some of the globers deny that, and some of the globers that are honest will agree to that.
If I was them, man, I would argue that like the horizon is geometric, but it's optically augmented, and it contracts and lengthens. But yeah, Schlitzy, what's up?
No, I was going to say, can someone correct me if I'm wrong about this? But if I look out and I'm looking as far as I can look, and then I look to my left, surely that distance to my left has to be further or just as much as I'm looking out, no? So if I'm looking from my left to my right, it's got to be double of what I'm looking out straight forward, like straight in front of me.
Nah.
Why not? Why not?
There's something called the orthographic view.
No, but I'm not just looking.
And we see.
I'm actually.
Well, hold on, bro. Well, let me explain it, bro. Let me explain it. Right? The way our eyes view the world, we see, with a limit in all directions. That limit is around 4,000 miles in all directions. That's the limit of vision. Now, maybe because of atmospheric conditions, if you look to west, you might have a little further. But we're talking, it's negligible amount, dude. Within 10, 20 miles, dude. I don't know. It's not that much more.
But what I'm trying to say is, look, I'm looking straight ahead. That can't be my furthest. That's not my furthest observation, because if I look to my left and I'm looking as far as I can, and I'm turning my body, I'm not just looking. I'm turning my body and I'm looking to the left as far as I can see. Then I turn my body to the right and I look as far as I can see. And them two distances has to be further than looking straight out. It has to be.
No. And I'll explain, dude. Imagine you are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. There's no mountains, there's no terrain, just you and the vast expanse of the ocean. No matter where you look, even if you put something to give you some type of idea, right, all around you in a circle, your limit of vision is the same at 360 degrees. As long as the atmosphere is relatively the same, the conditions of the air are relatively the same at 360 degrees, your limit of vision is going to be consistent for 360 degrees.
But that doesn't make any sense, because like if I look to my left and I look to my right, that's a distance. Because like when you're saying, I get what you're saying, like you're in the middle of the ocean, but I'm on the beach, so there's places where things stick out. I can like go on, I hate to say it, but go on GPS. I can find the distance of that place, so I know I'm looking at it. I know the distance.
He's right. Like if you're staring at like say you're at the edge of the ocean and you're on the beach and you're staring out at the horizon, your distance from the observer to the quote unquote horizon is going to be shorter than the distance that you can see from your panoramic view from left to right. The distance from, say you have whatever your cutoff point is on your peripheral, for your left to your peripheral on your right, that distance is probably 2 to 3 times further than the straight ahead distance of the observer to the horizon.
No. I get what he's saying, and that's just not the case. You're thinking about like a widescreen, right? No, you're dealing with a circle of vision, right? It's a circle around you, right? 360 degree circle, and then the diameter, the radius, right, from the observer to the convergence point is relatively the same, give or take 10, 20, 30 miles, 50 miles, something negligible, right? 360 degree circumference all around you. So from the middle of that circle to the outer edge, the perimeter of that circle, i.e. the circumference, the radius, which is the middle to the outside of the circle, is going to be the same 360 degrees.
So I get that, because like when I'm down at the beach, I look to my left, I look to my right, it feels like it's cutting around, like I'm looking at a plate kind of thing, because it does come in a little bit when I'm looking far left. And that's like, I think that's normal, and that's how we do see, like you say, like we have a circular vision. I get that. But what I'm trying to say is like the distance from my left to my right, if I can see that sort of, that optical illusion where it comes in a little bit to my right, a little bit to my left, how comes I don't see the hump? There must be a hump. It's got to be significant enough to see a hump. That's how we know there's no hump, is there?
No. It's like the hula hoop that Jeremy brings up. There's a hula hoop around you of convergence, right? So the sky meets the earth, right? That's the horizon, what we call the horizon, the apparent position when the sky meets the earth. That's the vanishing point, the convergence point. That convergence point is a circle around you. And it's basically a consistent radius all around you, give or take 20, 30 miles or whatever the case may be. You wouldn't see a hump from left to right. That's a horrible argument for flat earthers.
No, what I mean to say,
you wouldn't see, you wouldn't see buildings slanted from left to right. I don't think that would happen.
No, what I was trying to say is that, so when I'm looking straight ahead, yeah, why wouldn't I see, if we're on a sphere, why don't we see that hump? Because it would be in the context that we would see that hump from the distance that we see from left to right.
No, dude, you would not see the hump, dude. You guys just don't. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I just think like that's kind of, I don't know. It's something what no one discusses, and I was thinking about it. I sit there sometimes and thinking about it. And I was thinking like, well, if we was on a ball, we would see that, because the distance from left to right would absolutely
you would
put
not.
that in play.
No, you would not. You would not see that on the ball or on the flat earth. You wouldn't see. It looks like a horizontal plane, even on a globe. It looks like a horizontal plane all the way around you, even on a globe.
Okay. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense for how they can say that boats sail over the curve. Even if you say, like, in their paradigm, you should be able to see that. I don't know.
Yeah, in my opinion, dude, the only difference between the globe and the flat earth would be perspective. As you went up in elevation, you would start to notice the horizon start to dip significantly below eye level. It would start to dip. Where on the flat earth, I think the horizon would remain at eye level until you went up to, like, who knows, bro, 80,000 feet, 100,000 feet, maybe even beyond that. And then maybe it'd start to dip below eye level because of the atmosphere. But I don't know. Even then, I haven't been that high up to really know how it looks, the horizon.
That's what I'm going to say. Like, there's optical illusions and it's just everyday things. Like, I've got this hill where you walk down to the beach, and when you're looking at the sea, it looks like a wall, but you can't take a picture of it to show you that. It's only what you see. If like you were standing beside me and we walked down, you go, "Wow, that looks like a wall." But we know the sea is not a wall, but it looks like that. It's just an optical illusion.
They've done simulations.
They've
done simulations. Hold on. They've done simulations where they make a globe, and then you rise up in elevation. The horizon starts to recede. If you made a flat Earth and you start going up in elevation, the horizon does not recede. And if it does recede due to atmospheric conditions or whatever, some refractive effect, it's not to the rate that it would happen on a globe. And they even Flight Earth Simulator back in the day, you could tell as you went up, the horizon would not dip. And then they ended up, like, later, they made updates to make the horizon dip to fit the globe model. Yeah, I've seen, like, I think Founded Earth Brothers did a video on it.
Flat earthers used to say correctly that on a flat earth, the horizon rises to eye level. That's true.
On a globe, though, you would expect the horizon to look horizontal.
Oh, I don't know about horizontal. We were talking about dips, right? And on a globe, the horizon does what we see it do, and that is to say that it dips below eye level by an amount that's very conveniently calculated. If you take your altitude above sea level, if you're looking at a horizon on sea level, if you take your altitude in feet above sea level, take the square root. That's how many arc minutes that the horizon dips below eye level, and that's really easily verified. So that at airplane altitudes, the horizon dips by about 3 or 4 degrees. That's really easily visible if you can get a sharp horizon, which is usually pretty hard when it's a couple hundred miles away.
I don't know. We have testimony of pilots on record, on video. Run Boston Bear interviewed a pilot who was in Afghanistan. He did a tour in Afghanistan. He said he could see the summit of K2 from Afghanistan on site. Like
I guess I don't find that
level to the
unbelievable.
jet.
At what level he wouldn't? Well, I see. It's possible, I suppose. What altitude was he at? Like 6 miles or something?
I don't remember all the variables, dude.
I'll have to look. I don't know how far it is to K2, but from 6 miles up, 6 or 8 miles up, you can see other things that are 6 or 8 miles up at about 450-mile distance. So oh, wait a minute, is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. You'll never see anything from ground to ground more than 500 miles away, because you'd have to have 2 6-mile high mountains, 400, 500 miles apart. And that there's just simply isn't anything. Like, you have to be on the top of a 6-mile mountain looking at a 6-mile mountain that's 450 miles away in order to be able to see it.
How far is the Himalayas from Afghanistan?
I don't know. That's what I was going to look up. I suspect it's too far, so he's probably wrong. Nobody, for instance, I mean, nobody has ever seen Mount Everest from even 300 miles away, despite the fact that it would be every day, it would be twice the size of the setting sun or the setting moon. It would block both of them out every time it went behind. You'd see the silhouette. Every day you'd see that. Nobody's ever seen that. Nobody ever will.
That is. There's 2 sets of mountains, isn't there?
Want to look that up? How far
one.
Afghanistan roughly?
Well, I'm looking here that it says the easternmost part of. Oh, I don't know. I did put Afghanistan, and then it's talking about the Hindu Kush Himalaya, which is different from the main Himalaya because there's 0 to 20 kilometers, and then there's
K2, the K2, the summit of K2.
Okay. Summit of K2 to Afghanistan.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Kandahar?
It's looking a little far to me. I think it's about 1,000 miles to the nearest parts of Afghanistan. So you'll never see that.
So
Even
if you
from
say
6 miles.
Kandahar to
I
K2.
think it was around 1,000 miles. That sounds correct.
Well, if it's Kandahar, it's 440 kilometers.
Not from K2.
It says Kandahar to K2, 440 to 480 kilometers, about
Really?
275 to
Well, that'd
300
be
miles.
easy if that were true. I don't think that's true, but anyway, if that's true, then it'd be easy to see it.
It says Kandahar and it says Nangarhar province to K2. So I don't think it's gonna. It's only going on by your GPS. It's not gonna make things up. I don't think.
Someone tag him. Tag Run Boston Bear. I haven't heard him talk in a while. He'll probably pull up the tape. He knows where it's at on YouTube. I don't know exactly where it's at. But you can hear it for yourself. The Navy pilot talks about it. Air Force or Navy, one or the other. And yeah, they talk about the details at the elevation, how high he was flying at. How does he know it was K2? Like,
Yeah, well, I'm still getting more like 1,000 miles. That's just not possible.
what if they did see that? Then what would you say? How would you rationalize it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'd have some work to do.
Why not just say refraction? Or is that beyond the refractive limits?
Well, so the reason I mean, obviously it quote could be refraction, but I'd be astonished because that would take some serious refraction, and you only get serious refraction for light that skims above a hot surface or a cold surface, that kind of thing. Typically, light traveling through the atmosphere a long ways away from surfaces is just subject to standard atmospheric refraction. It's very stable.
So you could probably, if I was a glober, I'd probably rationalize it by saying if that observation is possible, it would probably have to do with the frozen ice caps on the mountains combined with the arid hot desert temperatures and the contrasting at distance. So I would make some crap up like that.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
think it
call it a
would
day.
take the kind of bullshit that you usually only hear from flat earthers when they're trying to deny a million things that don't work on their model. But I'm saying that in advance, right? I mean, if that observation turned out to be true, then I would be seriously on the spot. I would either have to just own up to that fact and not understand it, or engage in serious bullshit. And when I say of the kind that you only hear from flat earthers, I do very much mean it.
You do give your fair share.
I don't know. I think globers are the kings of sophistry.
Where are you getting 1,000 miles away then?
Well, I was just using Google Earth and I was just kind of vaguely putting a point in eastern Afghanistan and another point near Kathmandu. Or I think, I don't know.
That's what I'm going to say. The nearest place, like well-known place, you'd say was Kabul, which will see the beginning of the Himalayas, the western side of the Himalayas, which they're most probably calling Kanda. What is it? Oh, I can't remember what it was saying.
Is K2 not near Everest? I mean, maybe K2 is in the western Himalayas. I didn't think it was, but maybe that's what I'm not getting right.
Let's have a look.
Great. But I was by Fremont the other day making a delivery, and I thought about you. I'm like, oh, I wonder if Lucky's still. Hmm? How hard is it to try this motherfucker? I mean, it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of bullshit I got to deal with, but you get paid good though. I just started. Yeah, I got hazmat and everything. But yo, nah, bro, I was in your old neighborhood, and I thought about you, and like the next day you sent me a friend request. That was weird. And then today I seen you. God bless you, bro. God bless you. Now, yo, it's so odd. I seen you, bro. It's so weird. Yo, my bad, dude. Why was I hot micing, dude? I muted myself. Knocked me off mute again.
I just assumed you were talking to somebody in the room. Didn't even occur to me that you were hot micing.
I just shot you. I'm trying to find this K2. It don't really come up with
Me too.
K2.
So this you know those weird synchronicities that happen in life, dude. Well, that's what happened right now. So I'll tell you guys real quick. So the other day I was making a delivery. I'm a truck driver, right? And I just started doing a job. I was making a delivery at my old neighborhood that I used to live at, and I was thinking about my old roommate because I was in the neighborhood. I'm like, oh, I wonder what my old roommate's been up to. I wonder if I'll catch him one of these days out here walking around. But me and my old roommate have a good a hate and love relationship or whatever, love and hate relationship, because he's done me dirty before. Like he tried stabbing me before, gangbanger and all that, dope head, recovering dope addict. Long story short, I was like, oh, I hope he's doing all right, because even though we had our problems, like I still want the best for him. Well, the weird thing is, the weird thing is, like after meditating on him and thinking about him, right? Like the next day. Or he might have sent me the friend request that day, but the next day I looked up my Facebook and I had a friend request from him, and I was like, wow, like that's weird. Well, I just seen him right now making a delivery, and who knows where the hell I'm at, dude? I don't even know what town I'm at. I just seen the dude in the street driving his bike. That's the guy who you guys just heard talking.
At least he didn't try
Tell me
to
that ain't
stab
weird.
you.
That was like within a 7-day time span.
Hey, so by the way, I did find K2, and it does turn out that it's about 450 miles from Kabul, and that is almost exactly the distance that you can see from like 6 or 8 miles to 6 or 8 miles. So I think maybe it's conceivable.
Well, if you saw it, it obviously is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think there'd be real questions as to whether he identified it correctly. And it'd be really hard to make out if he did see it. So he'd have to be pretty skilled at figuring things like that out. He would only see the top few hundred feet of it. That would be one problem.
He didn't just claim he saw it, he claimed he got a radar lock on it, right? Which seems
Oh,
unlikely.
what is that? That seems, I don't even know how you know that.
Yeah, I
Maybe,
mean,
yeah, I don't understand
anecdotal and
technology.
military tech and
Yeah.
yeah. If it's the same pilot that Witsit likes to talk about a lot.
Where did you say you was in Afghanistan then? Kabul?
What did you say?
Whereabouts were you getting that distance from in Kabul? Where were you in Afghanistan?
I just measured from K2 to Kabul. I think you were saying that. And I get like 440 miles or something like that.
It actually, it comes up as 20 kilometers in a straight line.
It seems a little short, but maybe.
That's according to GPS. Oh, there's been some yeah. So it's 320 to 330 miles.
Anyway, yeah, the mistake I was making before is that K2 is in the Western Himalayas. I always thought it was closer to Everest.
So we got the horizon thing straightened out.
I don't see how we couldn't. By the way, now I'm looking on my laptop. The shortest distance from K2 to parts of Afghanistan is only like 270, 280 miles. So that's really easy. I don't know where the guy was, but 280 miles is a piece of cake.
You guys have seen the pebbles on the pond where there's obstruction without anything. It's just when he opens the garage door. You guys have seen that?
I don't
Yeah,
know
I've
what
seen
that
it.
is.
There's a guy called Go on.
No, I see it. I said like to him, go and watch it, then come back and tell us what you think.
Somebody put a link in chat.
It's not a very good analog for the Earth.
Well, it shows that obstruction due to not Earth curve, right? Due to not anything solid. Obstruction due to just the temperature change.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it changes the line of sight. The thing that's obstructing your, seeing further is still, I mean, if there's a horizon that's obstructing your view of stuff beyond it, it's a physical place. You're just seeing it now, and you're not seeing it where it is, right? But you are seeing the furthest thing you can see. That's what the horizon is.
No, but do you understand what I said, right? There was obstruction
I
was
do.
shown without any obstacle. Just
But
the mere change from hot to cold.
I think maybe I know what you're talking about, but put the link in chat.
I wouldn't call that obstruction. I would just call that distortion. It's not like something's getting in front of it, obstructing your view,
Yeah. Call it whatever you want. It was there and then you couldn't see it anymore. So yeah.
It really
And
is just, I mean, it's just a refraction change, right? It's refraction change due to the hot air, I assume.
I think it demonstrates that there's more than what the globe is saying. Because you're just saying it is this. And it's obviously there's other variables.
I mean, yeah, we do say, things are things, right? But I mean, the horizon is always the furthest physical thing that you can see. You don't see it, in a straight line. Refraction makes the light curve, but you are seeing the farthest thing you can see. That's what the horizon is.
No, you're witnessing an optical illusion. That's what you're doing. There's nothing physical about anything. You're just seeing something which appears to be, because we know the sky doesn't touch the water.
What does that mean?
It means exactly
what do you mean
it
the
means.
sky doesn't touch the water? What could that even possibly mean?
The water and the sky don't meet at some point and touch each other, do they?
Of course they do.
How do they do that?
At the horizon. I mean, when you see...
No, they don't. That's
a visible thing,
illusion,
right? But the horizon itself is the physical edge of the Earth. It's the farthest physical thing that you can see. Jesus,
Yeah,
I mean, does somebody really not understand that?
It's just, hang on, Switzy. I call it's the point at which you can no longer see the surface due to the geometry of the surface.
Right.
Let's put all the details aside. Let's put all the details aside. Yeah, we're not on a globe. We're not on a ball. We're not.
There's no details.
Well, there is details because you're seeing something, so you can detail it. Yeah, that's an observation. So if there's an observation, you can detail it. So when you're laughing and scoffing and going, there is something, because you can report back and say, what are you seeing? So you can say, I can see the sky at some point touching the water because they appear to do that. But we know in all physical possibility that's impossible. Otherwise, unless you can tell me the place where the sky meets with the water, and I can go there and I'll take everything back.
Just think of your retina as a CCD, right? Every
No.
CCD maps into a direction in the visual plane. Some of those directions map into sky. Some of those directions map into the surface of the Earth. And the ones that map into the surface of the Earth end on physical atoms in the surface of the Earth. The horizon is the last place where those lines end in physical atoms and start beginning to end out there in the sky. So yeah, there's a little nebulousness about the sky, but there's no nebulousness about the Earth. If you have a line of sight to something on the Earth, then you see it. And the furthest physical place that you see is the horizon. This is not difficult.
No, it's not difficult, but like you're trying to make into some imaginary scenery where the sky is touching the water, and then you're going around it saying all what you're saying. You know, like just say what it is. It's like a
I just
convergence
did,
of
and
the
there's nothing.
sky.
You're trying to make it
touch
sound like
water.
it's difficult. Nothing
It
difficult
isn't.
about
It's
this.
like, if you had to if you had to describe it, not with your jargon, you just say it appears the sky is touching the water. That's just
All we
the
ever
only way you can
see
describe it.
is what things appear. That's the only thing. When we talk about the apparent position of something, that's what we see. That's the only thing we can know is what we see.
So now it's apparent. You said it wasn't apparent before. It's physical. It's not
Apparent
physical.
means what we see, right? I mean, there's nothing magical about appearance.
No,
The only thing you can ever
the
see is the apparent position of something by definition. That's what you see.
No, apparent means that. I'm not even going to go into it because it's just pointless.
Well, I understand why you might not want to, right? I understand that where you see something is not where it physically is, but you can never see where it physically is. All you can do is see the apparent position.
Illusion. It's an optical illusion.
Then everything is an optical illusion.
No, because I could walk over the street and if I see a guy and he's halfway in the door and half out, I can walk over there, touch him, and know that he's half in the door and half out. So apparently he looks like he's only half a man, but we know he isn't. I don't know. I tried to
That's some brilliant deductive work there.
Dumbest question, the dumbest explanation ever that even an imbecile could understand that. I'm not saying anyone's an imbecile. I'm just saying, how could I say it so basically? You know, even if you have to strip it down and just say, like, I don't know, just it seems to be true, but it's not confirmed.
And now's when I ask how the optical illusion of an apparent horizon blocks non-optical radio waves.
It's almost like appear and apparent come from the same like root or something.
Well, that optical illusion is followed by night. So I don't think sun setting is an illusion.
Let me ask you a question. I've got lights what appear to set. What's happening there? Am I seeing something no one else sees?
I think we only got half your question there, Slitzy.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, there's a street, and when I look down the street, it looks like the lights are slowly going down into the ground, but it's just an apparent looking. They appear to look like that until you get to the end where you were looking and you know, oh, they're the same height as where I observed them from. So, what does that tell you?
But they never appear to go below your eye level if they're above your head. Let's start.
Wow. I think I could take a picture. So there's nothing about that. It's regardless of going, below or above my vision or line of, or my, I don't know, whatever you want to say. I don't know. It's not fantastic. I'm sure you can go out and find a stretch of road where the lights seem to go down, arc down, to the point that they disappear.
I've never seen streetlights disappear, though.
No?
Even the longest road I've been on. Never saw them disappear at the end.
What's the longest road you've been on then?
Probably. I'd have to look up the length of it specifically. Have you seen them disappear?
I've seen him go down. I can't say it. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I haven't really paid too much attention. I'll do note to self. The next time I look, I'll see that if they actually do disappear into the distance.
Yo, why do these globers not understand anything? What's wrong with these guys?
I bet you're about to tell us.
Was there a conversation? Didn't sound like there was a conversation. So, yeah, in text chat, these guys have no idea that when the ground appears near eye level, that's not due to elevation change. What do you know? You're not standing in front of a slope. What's wrong with you?
Are you trying to talk using your voice to people who are only in text chat?
I don't know.
Okay.
I reckon Boot.
Yeah, like Doofus is unmuted. Doofus is here.
Oh no, let's leave. Don't tell him no.
I don't know what's with the blatant intentional misunderstanding of reality. It's like, why do Globers have to do mental gymnastics away from what makes sense?
What
Didn't
mental
understand my answer 5
gymnastics are you
times.
talking about?
Right.
Ah,
So I gave
Doofus
him
is
an
here.
answer 5 separate
Yay.
times and he still didn't understand any of it. So he
All
asked
right,
me,
so Doofus.
why does the ground appear to be near eye level? I said, well, anything that's below eye level, you have to look down in order to see it. So I'm directly describing what perspective is and how it works. But then he asked me about perspective like I didn't describe perspective to him. because he's a fucking
Right.
idiot.
So let's say that there's no changes in elevation. I'm standing on a flat platform, like a landing strip. So when I look straight ahead and I station my eye level, what causes the ground to appear near eye level?
Well, that's just because on a flat
same answer.
Earth, if you look downward at all, and I mean at all, if you look straight ahead, now if you look downward at all, your line of sight hits the ground.
What, downy
So
down?
the horizon, I don't care how much you look down. If the Earth, forget about I'm forgetting about refraction for the moment.
Let Doofus.
If you look down from eye level, your line of sight hits the Earth. So the horizon has to be higher than that.
Right, and I gave that kind of an answer to him already, and he didn't fucking understand it.
So is
Yeah.
it due to elevation change?
It's just perspective.
See, that's
this
the
is
shit that you
simple
did last
geometry.
time. It has nothing to do with elevation.
Why is John
absolutely
the only
nothing to
person?
do with elevation.
John is the only person that's answered this question correctly.
Well, I think that's what I heard him say.
No, he didn't say
It's
it.
got
He's
nothing to
avoiding
do with
addressing
elevation.
the obvious answer.
But the answer, which you received several times, has nothing to do with elevation. But you keep asking me like I'm talking about elevation.
Yeah,
it doesn't
the
matter what your
ground is
elevation
not
is.
rising in elevation in front of you. That's correct. So
But on a flat
therefore,
Earth,
since I gave you that answer several times, and only just now you're discovering that I gave you that answer several times already.
Answering you
now you.
Yeah.
So literally 5 times I gave you an answer that has nothing to do with elevation. And you asked me if it has something to do with elevation. You didn't figure it out until just now that I wasn't fucking talking about elevation.
So what does it have to do with?
has nothing to do with elevation, no matter what your elevation is.
I'm asking
if the
Doofus.
Earth,
You already gave the correct answer, John.
Okay.
Doofus,
So
what does it have to do
doesn't
with?
matter.
Doofus.
Anything that's below eye level, you have to look down at in order for your line of sight to intersect it. I gave you that answer. I gave you that answer so many times in screenshot form. It never changed. It's been the same answer for like a half hour.
Hey, Doofus.
I wanted to say he's refusing to say it. Why does the ground appear near eye level? Why?
Oh my god, it's the same answer every time. You don't know what that answer means. So that answer that I've been giving you several times directly describes how perspective works. But you're asking me like I'm not talking about perspective, even though my answer describes perspective perfectly. Even though my answer describes perspective even though my answer describes perspective perfectly, you keep thinking I'm not talking about perspective because you have no idea what I'm saying.
All right, so now you're answering the questions correctly. Unlike
so the ground does not appear.
It's been the same answer for 30 fucking minutes, you retard.
All right,
but
now
let's be clear that the ground electric said that the ground appears near eye level. It doesn't.
All right,
the ground does not appear near eye level.
All right, John, you're not listening.
Offensive.
All right,
the horizon rises.
Do you comprehend? John, you're not listening, dude. So, Rich Evans,
you're not listening.
Agree with
actually,
Doofus
even
and
if you did listen, you couldn't understand the answer.
Calm down. I want Rich to answer because he was just not giving the correct answer.
Rich has to. I have Doofus turned way down. I can't hear him. Is he interrupting? I'll mute him if he's.
Yeah, all these guys are getting
Brenda.
Yeah. Thanks. No thanks for your useless contribution.
Rich Evans, hello. Can you give the correct answer this time, or are you going to keep acting like you belong in an insane asylum?
He gave you the same answer I did. We all gave the same fucking answer. John gave you the same. John gave you the same. John gave you the same answer that. John gave you the same answer that I did. Rich Evans gave you the same answer that I did. And every single one of us has been talking about how our line of sight has to intersect the ground by looking down. That shit was in the answer for all of us, and you didn't understand a single one of us.
And the ground never appears at eye level. It's the horizon that appears at eye level.
All right, Rich Evans, where you at? Rich Evans, speak up. He's afraid. He's a coward. That's funny. So yeah, you guys got to correct Rich Evans in text chat because he doesn't want to
Well, I
actually.
just want to be clear that you're corrected. I mean, the ground does not appear at eye level. It's the horizon that appears at eye level.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
that bit.
John,
Have
I'm
to
sorry.
look
Maybe you
down
haven't
It
been
does
reading
drop it
text
to
chat.
altitude.
Yeah, this guy, he might have me turned down or he has shitty speakers. I don't know. But John, yeah, there's a thing going on in text chat. These guys were not able to use the word perspective in their response. When I asked them, why does the ground appear near eye level? They did every duck and dodge humanly possible to not give the correct answer. Now you gave the correct
Did
answer.
you
Now
search
Dufus
for the
agrees
word
with you.
perspective in the chat
Well, the
before
word
making that
Let's
stupid ass
see
statement?
if Rich,
the
can you
word
stop being a
perspective
coward?
isn't an essential ingredient. It's understanding the mechanism. The mechanism is that if you look down at all, you're seeing ground. So the horizon has to be higher than looking down at all.
I like how the horizon
Yeah,
isn't the
and
ground and it's not physical anymore now in this scenario. That's cool how you guys do that.
Yeah, it's crazy how they
nobody
think they
did any
can
of
just
that.
transform where things are and how they appear, and it
Nobody
all still
transformed
remains
anything
the
either.
same.
Well, on a flat Earth, the horizon is infinitely far away, right? But on
Right,
the Earth, that's
and
not the
another
case.
contradiction when the claim is flat Earth doesn't work, nothing works on flat Earth, and then now you're going to describe how things work on flat Earth.
Exactly.
But that's just
If
geometry.
the
That's
Earth were
simple
flat,
perspective.
yeah,
Yeah,
if
I know.
the
No,
Earth
thanks.
were flat,
Perspective of a
the
flat Earth
You
is
could
that
horizon
ask a
would be
everything
whole
as
bunch of
far
rises
people
away
to
down.
as
answer
the
this question. They'll all
extent
get
of
the
the
answer right,
surface that you're
except
standing
for Rich
on.
Evans. The only person who's going to get this question wrong is Rich Evans. I'm questioning how absolutely retarded he is because everybody could get this answer correctly. It's a very simple question.
And we all gave the same answer.
No, Rich Evans did not give the same answer.
I don't think Rich Evans is here
Jesus
right
Christ.
now, so I don't know how much more you want to talk about
All
him.
right. Yeah, he's a coward. All right, moving on.
Okay, a coward is busy doing something else. Wait,
No, he's got all
actually,
the time to use
I have
his
a question
keyboard.
for you. Is somebody who has a job a coward?
Dude, he's using his keyboard all day to respond immediately
Does that mean
to
that
things
you
I'm
don't
saying.
have a job because you're not a coward, right?
Yeah, Doofus.
It does
This
mean
guy literally follows me like
I think
a
that
hungry
must be
dog.
exactly what that means.
Yeah, I wonder if Rich Evans has a life because he's literally responding to everything I say, but not responding correctly.
I just put 3 slides in
Sure.
the chat showing the simplicity of perspective on a flat Earth, and then 2 slides talking about how high altitude things work and how low altitude things work on a globe Earth. It's significantly more complicated, but it sure isn't rocket science. All you have to do is look at the diagrams and you can see the difference.
Diagrams don't exist on a flat Earth.
That may be. That seems like a possibility.
Right, so the ground is in an apparent position, and you're using it to determine, your degrees, your degree change relative to the horizon.
The ground at what point is apparent? You're standing on the ground,
Ah,
allegedly.
but the ground is in an apparent position, isn't it?
Everywhere, all at once?
Everything
Where?
that you see is apparent. Everything that you look at is apparent.
Yeah, and when the ground is at equal elevation of my observation point, right?
What does
That
that
means
mean?
that the ground is rising to an apparent position, right?
No,
Your
no,
eyeballs
the
half
ground doesn't.
underground for this
The
observation?
ground does not rise to your eye level. The horizon
Right.
Jesus!
rises to eye level.
The ground does not appear to rise to eye level anymore, you guys.
What are you talking about? You look down at a turtle on the ground and somehow it
Good.
magically comes up to eye level. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Yeah, if you backed
He
up, that's
thinks
what would
that
happen. And you
that
know that
elevation
the
and
turtle is not at
perspective are
equal
the same
elevation
thing.
of your eye. You
You
know
can
the
You
get
will
turtle is not at
always look
John,
down to
you
see
know
the
that the
turtle.
turtle is not equal elevation with your eye. Did you know that?
Yeah, and you will
you,
always see it by looking down. There's
you can get
Yes,
no
John.
distance at which
He
that won't
thinks
be
that
true.
perspective. He thinks that perspective and elevation change are the same thing, like they're connected to each other.
No, you do. I'm pointing out that you.
Well, then why
think
do you
that the
keep
globe
asking
is
if the
rising in
ground
front
is
of you,
rising?
and that
Because
it's
that's
and
not what
that's
that
its
means.
physical geometric location. You think that as the ground appears to rise in front of you, that where you
The
see
ground
the
never
ground appear to meet the
appears to
sky,
rise.
that is its geometric position in
What
reality. That's what you're saying.
what do you mean the
Okay,
ground
hold on, John.
to
Hold on a
rise?
second, because
That doesn't happen.
hold on.
Yeah, you guys are lost.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Without your
Yeah, let's
interruption
wait a
this
long
time.
time for you to comprehend simple concepts.
Jesus Christ. Without your interruption this time, when you ask, is the ground rising, you are confusing elevation change and perspective. You're mixing them together. Those don't belong together.
No, you are.
That's literally
Wow, what are
your
we in grade
question. When
school?
you ask people if the ground is rising, that's you confusing elevation change and perspective together. That's your problem.
No, you didn't read my original question correctly. You lack reading comprehension. Listen, I'll explain it to you
The question
perfectly
literally
so you can
says, is the
comprehend with
ground
your golf ball
rising?
brain. So you can
Right.
comprehend with your
Right. The
golf ball
question
sized
literally
brain.
has in text,
Listen
because I
close,
can't
doofus.
misinterpret it, because it's
Yeah, we
in
definitely
text.
know
It
why
says,
your
is
name
the
is
ground
doofus.
rising? That's your question that you asked.
I've rephrased the question multiple times because you were lacking reading comprehension. Now pay attention. The ground is apparently rising towards eye level. The ground
Fucked it up
appears
again.
below
You
your
fucked it up
feet.
again.
The ground appears below your feet, and in front of you, it appears near eye level. Is that due to the globe rising, even though the globe is dropping?
There, in your question, you said rising. You're confusing elevation change with perspective. That is your fault.
No, you
are making that mistake.
No,
It's in
you're
your
making the
question.
mistake.
I can't be making that mistake if you're the one asking the question, dumbass.
Do you think that where the ground appears when it's converged into the vantage point, right? You see the horizon, that's where the ground is that an apparent position or a geometric position?
I think the way you're talking about it, they're the same thing because you are ignoring refraction. On a flat
So
Earth,
apparent
the
positions and
Earth
geometric
appears
positions are the same
concave.
position now.
On a flat Earth,
No,
the
he's
Earth
saying that's what your
appears
position is at the moment.
concave.
I don't know, it's like you guys are glitching. It's like you just don't have any programming for this one.
I mean, we should
are
be
you
clear
saying
here.
Your questions are
on a
malformed, and then you
real,
blame everyone
on a
else for your bullshit.
Well,
on a
I've
flat Earth
rephrased it
with an
many times. It's a very
atmosphere.
simple concept. You're not
And it's been
conceptualizing things
rephrased the
correctly
wrong
because you
way
keep
every
trying to
time,
jam a
because you don't
globe
know what
where
this
it
shit
doesn't fit.
means.
No, you keep trying to
On a,
jam your globe where it doesn't fit. On your globe, the ground is dropping. In reality, what you perceive is the
dropping.
ground apparently rising. Okay?
So the
Right.
So
So
therefore,
you're
that
confusing elevation
apparent
change with
position,
perspective again. You're fucking it
I
up again.
wasn't done. Maybe you don't understand because you keep interrupting. I wasn't done.
No, because
So
you said it already.
where
You
the
said
ground
it appears
appears,
to be rising,
stop
and that
talking.
would be an elevation change, but perspective is not elevation change.
Stop
You fucked it
glitching.
up already.
Please stop glitching. So the
Can I take us
ground
all through the
appears
third
near
of
eye
my
level.
diagrams? Can everybody just look at the third of
You
my
got
diagrams for a
cartoons,
second?
and I got real observations.
Well, I
Yeah, the
just said
diagrams
something.
are
It's
fine.
not
He just
hard,
doesn't
not
understand
hard
what the
to
fuck's going on.
Yeah,
understand.
they're fine for you, who still lacks comprehension.
Okay, fine.
Did you say diagram?
Okay, the question is, John, it's very simple. Is where the ground appears when you see it near eye level, is that its geometric position, or has it been brought to an apparent position?
Every fucking thing
I
you see
don't
is
think
Not
apparent.
everything
you.
you
What the
see is
fuck?
apparent.
That
Everything you
doesn't
see
make
is
any sense.
apparent.
The question is stupid.
So is
Yeah,
the
it's a stupid
ground
question.
apparently below your feet, or is it below your feet?
The ground is below your
Those
feet,
are
and it
both
continues
Okay, is
to
that
yes.
an
be
apparent
below your
position?
feet.
Is that an
It's
apparent position?
everything.
They're not
Everything you
mutually
see is
exclusive. They are
apparent.
both yes. The
But
answer to both
so
of
then you
those is
can't know
yes.
anything.
The ground
You don't
is
know if
below
the
your
ground is
feet.
below your
It
feet.
is also apparently
Apparently.
below your feet. Both of those are true at the same time.
Okay, so now the ground appears near eye level. It is apparently near eye level. Is it actually near eye level?
Oh, Jesus Where you're looking,
You're slow as fuck.
everything you
super
look
slow,
at is
Doofus.
apparent. Every single thing that you see is apparent. There is no dichotomy here. There is no mutual exclusivity here. When you say, is it geometric or is it apparent, like it can only be one or the other, you're fucking it up, because that's not how shit works. That's not how words work.
I don't think you understand what the globe model entails. Okay, from my
Well, you
position
definitely
with the
don't.
ground up, stop talking when I'm talking. I waited till you finished your stupid nonsense. From where I stand, if I'm on a globe and the ground appears to be below my feet, and I look in front of me, it appears the ground is rising. Do you see that? Do you know about it? Have you gone outside recently?
And that's not elevation change.
You know,
Great.
there's like
So
an old saying or
therefore-
something that goes like, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? I think, Doofus, you have to maybe like contemplate that. Like, if there's no one there to see the elevation, does it still exist at an elevation? It's not just about see. You know, it's there. We're not.
Thanks for that useless contribution.
Right. Yeah, no thanks is right.
Are you guys really
Okay,
saying
what
that
did he say?
elevation
What did No
doesn't
Tank say?
relate to
If he's
50%?
right, then you know what he said. What did he say?
Yeah. What I'm saying is the elevation is not dependent on you seeing.
Yeah, I'm
the
sure
elevation.
I'm sure
It's at
Jesse's
its
gonna fucking
elevation,
answer that
regardless of
question,
you
No
obser-
Tanks. I'm
regardless of
sure
you
Jesse
observing
will
it.
fucking understand that and answer the question that I asked him, No
Yo,
Tanks. Jesus
stop
fucking
yelling over
Christ.
people.
Oh, I thought you were
You gotta
asking for
stop yelling
clarification
over
of
No,
what I said.
because I asked you. I asked you what No Tank said. I
No,
didn't
I'm
ask
not
No
gonna
Tanks
stop
what No
yelling
Tank
over
said.
you.
I asked Jesse what the fuck you
I'm
said.
gonna get
What he said.
closer to my mic and yell and not listen.
Okay,
He's
so
a
what did
very
he say?
angry
If
man.
No Tanks is correct, then you know what he said. What did he say?
He said that if you want to actually know elevation, you're gonna have to measure it and not just pretend that the ground rising in front of you is in its geometric position.
That is
He
what I
didn't
said.
say
That's
anything
correct.
about measuring jack shit, you lying asshat.
Calm down, dude. It's not that serious that I'm taking your globe away.
Okay, if you're gonna say he's right, you have to know what he said. If you're just gonna make shit up, you're a dishonest participant in the conversation.
But you know, we're all getting on to the fact that you lack comprehension, so you could be disregarded.
Just posturing is useless.
And your mic is cutting out and you're getting upset, so just calm down.
It's not gonna
I
happen.
turned
Useless
him back up to
posturing
this.
is useless.
I have zero comprehension, but I heard what No Tank said, and as far as I can tell, it was something about a tree falling in the forest, not making a sound. So.
Yeah, like so the old saying.
Nothing
I don't
about
want to go down
measurements.
I don't want it to go down this route exactly, right? It was just to clarify, because Doofus was stating that everything's in an apparent position, but there is an actual position. And there's this old saying that goes like, you know, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, does it actually make a sound? Right? Like, is it real? Is it actual without you observing it? So there's a real. That's just to kind of like give you the idea that there's a real and actual position in regards to elevation of these objects, horizon, etc. In reality. Not just everything is apparent. There's an actual position. That's all, and it's not really dependent on you observing it. But if you're going to make a claim to the position, yeah, that's going to require measurement.
Yeah, how did you determine that the ground apparently rising in front of you is not elevation change? These guys don't like experiments.
Apparently rising in front of you. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
I know it's
We're
taking
talking
a long. I don't know why you guys are so slow to the punch.
Because I lack comprehension. So are we talking about the perspective effect of the ground rising, or something
okay,
else?
Omnivore, you're not lagging. Good.
Are we talking about perspective or something else?
No, you're good. You answered correctly. That's it.
Well, we see perspective, the floor rising in the long hall in the hotel, and I do not think we have to do any heroic feats of measurement to be pretty sure that that is not an actual upward tilt of the floor, right?
Well, yeah, if you build the floor flat, you know, no changes in elevation, and then it appears to rise in front of you, you know that is not showing you any true elevation.
true. But even if I didn't build the floor, I think that I can, with a certain amount of safety, say that the effect that we are seeing here is realistically some kind of perspective thing, not an actual rise
Yeah,
of the floor.
not every glober is an auto. That's just what it is.
What's that?
Not every glober is auto globe Pop-Tart. You know, there's a distinction to be made.
Well,
You know what's funny is I gave him the same answer you did, Omnivore.
Yes.
No, you didn't. That's why it
Yeah,
took
I
you
did.
so long to
I
give the correct
described
answer.
exactly how perspective works, and you said I wasn't talking about perspective like an idiot.
So Pop-Tarts are delicious. I will say that.
Yeah, they got a lot of bad things in them, though.
They're an amazing amount of calories for such a small thing, but they are delicious.
Refined bleached flour, refined sugars.
Oh man, the best.
You know, your fake fruit preservatives.
Now I'm hungry.
Whatever GMOs, whatever pesticides they sprayed on your crops to get your pectins and your jellies.
They are.
It's not that good. Pop-Tarts are not that great, man.
It's like God's on.
They just look good, you know. But then once you actually have to eat it, it's like, should I be eating this? But toaster strudels.
Have you electric? Have you calculated how much?
Omnivore, you just earned a new title. Toaster strudel.
Electric? Can I ask you?
That is not a new title. I already had it.
Right. What's up, guy?
So, have you calculated how much, like, with vision, with perspective, how much things will drop or rise, or how much things will rise?
Oh
with
yeah,
the distance,
the horizon
depending
appears
on
lower
whether the
than
Earth
eye
is
level. I'm answering your
flat
question.
or not.
Stop it. The horizon appears
He asked
lower
if you're
than eye level.
calculating it.
What? Why are you so rude?
Oh my god,
dude?
he asked me a
What's
question
wrong?
and a bunch of people are interrupting.
Yeah,
so
you
I'm
cut me off. I wasn't finished. Yeah, I don't have to cut me off while I'm speaking, dude. What the hell is wrong
Okay,
with you?
say your question again that I already comprehended.
No. Yeah, so have you heard about the have you done the calculations comparing the difference like between how much elevation, how the horizon rises depending, like comparison between the globe Earth and the flat Earth? Done? You can answer.
Maybe he disappeared into the vanishing point.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to think who's a toaster strudel. So I would say Left Lane's a toaster strudel. He's not totally just full of horrible preservatives and bad things.
I am the toaster strudel. Get it right.
Bull Knight's not so much a Pop-Tart. But yeah, Guy, I already said the horizon does not appear at eye level. So whatever line of
I
thinking
didn't
you
ask
want to bring
that.
this down, I don't know. You would just
No,
be
I'm not
strong-manning
talking
me.
about what is real. I'm talking about hypothetically. Like you can calculate these things, right?
Still don't think he understood your question.
I already stated the conclusion and made a claim. The horizon does not appear at eye level. It is slightly below it.
So it's odd.
Right, and his question wasn't
Why don't
that.
you understand
He
what
asked,
I'm saying?
have you
It's weird.
calculated the difference?
Yeah. Like you can do this using math, right? You can calculate this. I asked you, have you done that?
Yeah, you certainly can.
Have you?
Have you? The question is, have you?
Have I used a sextant and determined a dip angle?
No, not measure,
Jesus
calculate.
Christ.
You don't have to do this with a tool. You do it on a piece of paper or on the computer.
What is this slow guy dragging this topic into? This is really dumb.
So you're not.
He's asking you a fucking question and you're refusing to
What is
answer.
wrong
Which
with
is
you?
typical flat Earth behavior.
Dude. Go sit
What
on
the
the
hell
bench.
is wrong with you, Electric? You can say if you don't understand it, say I don't understand it, or if you don't want to answer it, you can say I don't want to answer it.
Hey, it's me, Red Tape. Hello.
Hey, Red
Oh
Tape.
my God, what the hell is wrong with you,
And no one
Electric?
cares what you're talking about, dude. Doofus does. 'cause
Yes,
he's bugging.
everybody here cares about it. You just don't want to answer it for some reason. I don't know why. What's weird? It's fucking
Yeah,
weird.
there's such thing as a dip
Because
angle.
flat
You
earthers
take a
don't
dip
answer
correction.
any questions.
You know, it's going
God.
to change. It's going to vary dependent on your latitude and refraction and your height from the surface. So whatever.
Varies depending on your latitude.
Yeah, do it without atmosphere then.
Altitude,
Do it
sorry.
without atmosphere.
I meant to say
Without
altitude.
refraction. Have you done it without refraction?
I don't care to entertain your retarded questions. What's up, Red Tape? What's going on?
So what the fuck?
Not much. I'm just wondering why you guys are talking about flat earth. Boring.
I don't know. These guys are obsessed with it.
I asked you a question.
I'd rather
not
talk about
obsessed
the
with
globe. These guys want to talk about Earth potentially being flat, like they're flat earthers.
It's funny because
Flat
you
Earth
started this
boring.
conversation an hour ago. That it wasn't anybody else that started it. You did.
Yeah, Doofus, you're a closet flat earther, bro.
Even if I'm right about
Didn't you? Yeah, you guys were talking
still
about
won't address
perspective. I'm confused. I'm confused. We talked about perspective for a long time, and now I'm asking you a question about perspective, and you're saying, "Why are you so weird about? Like, why are you talking about it?"
Yeah, the dip angle to the horizon is gonna vary dependent on your altitude.
So now you're gonna answer it? I thought you said it was a weird question. I don't understand.
Yeah, but everybody already knows that, so you're just saying stupid shit that no one cares about.
I asked you if you have calculated it or not.
The calculation is all wrong. You need a second dip angle. You can't
That's
guarantee
true.
that you're looking. You can't guarantee
I
you're
see.
looking
Second
directly
dip
at
angle?
0
You have
degrees.
calculated it wrong? Have you
Yeah,
calculated
you gotta
it wrong
find an
already
average between
before you
multiple
did it?
observations. That's correct.
No, have you calculated it already? Have you done it or not? I didn't ask you if you have
I
done it
don't know.
wrong.
Have you
If you've done
gone
it
to the
wrong, you haven't
moon?
done it. But have you
Have
done
you
it?
detected dark matter? Have you
I can answer
measured
that
Earth
after you have
curve?
answered my
That's him.
question.
No,
That's
you
not
Well,
haven't
that's
done
him
any of the
basically saying
questions
he's
I'm
never
asking.
calculated jack shit.
So let's just pretend that everybody should
You
have
can say
already
you haven't done it.
proved
I'm
the
not
globe.
of. It's not a.
Hey,
I haven't
hold
done it
on, slow
myself
guy. I
either
was in the middle
personally,
of answering
Electric.
your stupid bullshit. So just
Okay,
don't
so you're
talk
gonna
when I'm
answer whether you
answering
have
you.
calculated it or not?
So no, I have not
Okay, thank
done
you.
a
That's
dip
it. You don't have
correction
to
with a
say anymore. You
second
said
dip. I
no.
already
That's fine. You don't have
stopped
to say
talking when
anything
I'm
more.
answering you.
I don't need to
Hold
you
on,
to
hey
pad on
guy.
more
Now you're gonna
more
stop
shit.
talking.
It wasn't
Stop
it
talking.
wasn't a cue for you to monologue, by the way. After you haven't if you haven't done it, you say no,
All
I
right.
haven't
Well, what
done
are
it,
you
and then that's
monologuing
it.
for then?
No, I'm stopping you from monologuing.
Oh, so you're monologuing to stop someone from talking. You have nothing
No,
to
I'm
say.
stopping you from it wasn't a cue for you to
So
monologue.
you literally have nothing to say, but you're stopping other people from talking.
No,
Well,
I
we
don't
have
want
the
you
yes
to
or no
monologue
question.
about
That's what
something
he asked
else.
you.
I'm waiting for this dumb guy named Guy, to stop talking so I can actually respond to his question. All right, cool. Now
You're
that I
not
answered
gonna,
told him that you
this,
you
never
Doofus
already
is going to
calculated it.
talk.
answer,
Yeah, Doofus,
you
hold on,
already
dude.
answered it. There's
So
nothing
yes,
more to
I
say
already
about
told
it,
you.
Electric.
Everybody, dude, I don't know if you used the sextant to determine that the dip angle that you're getting actually comports with the
You
globe.
wanna
I
switch
highly
topic?
doubt it. I
Are you
highly
gonna switch
doubt it.
topic?
And you're forgetting the fact that, people were using
Are you
sextants
gonna switch
and
topic?
using the
Okay.
horizon. They considered their level to be parallel to the horizon.
Yeah.
And they're
Now
measuring
you're
at
Who
monologuing about
cares
something
about
else.
this? Flat Earth is
reading
Who
boring.
cares,
the
Electric?
water
Nobody gives a
surface
shit. It
at
wasn't your
their
cue. Why are you
horizontal.
monologuing to the room?
When
I'm
boats
going
are
to
out on the
change the
ocean.
subject.
Yeah, I'm not
Change.
changing the subject. He asked me a dumb question. Now I'm going to elaborate why his question is dumb.
So now you're gonna
So
monologue
you
about
have
something else,
navigated
or are you
down
gonna?
And the
on
thing
the
You're
is
not
ocean
gonna
that flat Earth
elaborate
is
on my
boring.
question.
It's
You
dead.
already answer it. I don't need you to
Yeah, you
elaborate
gotta
on
stop
something
talking,
you
guy.
haven't done. Electric,
Flat
Nobody
Earth
you
is
don't
cares,
need to
guy. I'm
boring. It's
monologue
responding
about
to the
something you
stupid
haven't
shit you
done.
said.
I understand you haven't done it. That's it.
I
Yeah,
want to
and
know
you've
what
never
Fresh's
tested
second
dark matter,
dip
and
angle
you've
is.
never confirmed the distance to the moon. There's tons of things you haven't done that would validate a globe. Does that mean that
It's not
Earth
a
is
dick
now not a
measurement about who
globe?
have done least, Electric. That's fine.
So you
Here's the
haven't
main
done
thing.
anything. You're honestly sitting at a computer. You're just speculating if Earth could be flat, and then you think that you haven't done anything. So you come and ask me
No,
about it because
no,
you don't
no.
know
Why
Flat
do
anything.
you
Earth
make it
is
into a
boring,
contest?
dog.
What the hell is wrong
Flat
with
Earth
you?
is
You make it
boring.
into a contest, you idiot.
All right, so hey, guy, did did you measure Earth's curve?
No, I have a better
No.
question for Guy. I have a better
Hey,
question.
Guy, how did you?
I have
measure
a better
Earth's
question for Fresh.
I haven't. No. Stop
All
asking
right,
questions.
so then therefore no Earth curve, right?
Keep fucking retarded.
Yeah, exactly. You're an idiot.
I have a question for you. I'm going to
Yeah,
liberate you.
I haven't measured convex Earth,
Yeah,
therefore the
what's
Earth is
someone wanted
concave,
to ask a
right?
question something. Guy, shut up.
All right, guy. I'm going to change the subject entirely because flat Earth is boring as
Thank
shit.
you. Thank you.
Okay, well, I mean,
Do you
there were 4
believe?
people talking about it before
Stop
you got
talking.
here.
Red tape is
Do
talking
you
now. Shut up.
believe? Do you believe?
Okay, but there were 4
that-
people having the flat Earth
Yeah,
conversation
but no one
before Red
cares.
Tape showed up and
Do you
complained about the thing that the whole room
believe
was
in
having a
life
conversation
after
about. It
love?
seems kind of
Get back to whatever you're
odd
doing,
to
dude.
me that somebody would show up to a conversation, complain about the 4 people that are having it, and that one person is the one that's going to direct what conversation we're having.
All right,
Yes,
I know you
It
want to
doesn't make any
spiral
sense to
into
me
meta.
anyway.
Yeah, you're
I can
spiraling into meta,
feel
dude. Calm down.
something inside me saying.
Good.
I'm just saying that like this is going to go.
But I
into,
did
like,
really have a
the-
question for Fresh, which is, where's this second dip angle, and how do you know about it?
Well, it's just a thought. It's not like when you say how do you know about it, like that's weird. You make it sound like it's some secretive thing that we're not supposed to know about. So
Yeah,
don't
changing your
phrase it that
altitude would
way.
give you a better understanding of how much dip there is.
This
You
is
take
gonna
more
go
than one
into-
observation.
The way that I'm
just look
phrasing it
once.
is to ask you.
So
The
you
way
just
that I'm
look
phrasing
once,
it is
it's
to
like, oh,
ask
that's
you
just
how you know it
personally,
exists.
So you
for
can
me
determine the Earth is a
personally,
globe off of one
yeah.
observation, dude.
I hate to
Okay,
do
the
this.
way
the
I'm
one
phrasing it is to ask
All
you
right,
that.
all right.
The way
Sorry,
I'm phrasing it is to
hey,
ask.
hold on.
The
I'm
way I'm
answering if you
phrasing
would
it
shut up.
is to ask.
All right, you can yell all you want, but I'm going to mute you because I'm trying to answer your question. Since you and Callie don't know how to control yourself, the answer to your question is this is just my own personal thought in regards to, let's say, the Black Swan or these platforms out in the distance. If you don't have a piece of equipment to increase your optical zoom, right? So you did for like, let's say you're at the horizon, you're looking out. You can't see those platforms the way that we see them in the videos and the pictures that we know them of. You have to zoom in with some type of camera lens in order to see that. And when you do that, you can see that the horizon is actually that's the whole argument, that the horizon is further beyond where it actually appears when you're just looking at it with your regular eyesight perspective. And that's where my mind comes from. That is, you're not guaranteed to be looking at, even if you guys were to say there's a geometric edge, your eyesight, the way it works, you can't just focus in on one particular point like that. So you would need to have some type of correction because you're more than likely looking into the water. You're not looking at where the actual horizon is.
Was that a response to somebody else asking something, or I'm a bit confused?
Yeah, of course you are.
But here's the main thing.
Okay, thanks for the mute. Let's
it?
try this again because you didn't answer the fucking question. That was a really long and drawn out answer that didn't actually answer the question. You said there is a second dip angle. How do you know? What tells you that there is one, and how did you measure that?
No, I said there needs to be a second one, and there's not.
Why does there need to be one? How did you come to that conclusion, and what
explained it, but you
measurements
didn't
did you
listen to
take
me.
in order to find out where that second dip angle would need to be?
I just explained it, but you didn't listen to me. You said it was long and drawn out.
The long and drawn out explanation is your human eye and a zoomed in camera view aren't the same. That's wonderful. Nobody's using the human eye to measure any dip angles ever. It's never been done in the history of mankind. So, how do you know that there needs to be a correction for a second dip angle, and what measurements have you taken in order to show that that correction needs to happen?
Is there like an optical zoom on the sextant, or is it just an eyepiece with the marcations on it for you to make things level?
Sextants typically have a small amount of optical zoom. It's a telescope.
And what do you use when you're looking through that?
Your eye through a telescope is
Your
not just a
eyes?
human
You say
eye.
you're using your
I
eyes.
hope
You're
you
using your
noticed
eyesight.
that a human eye is not just a human eye when it has a telescope in front of it.
Oh, it's like a bigger eye in front of it, huh?
No, it is not like a bigger eye in front of your eye. That is dumb.
Is it like a giant galactic eye?
What? Yeah, I don't know why
How
we're
do
talking
you
about this.
know that
Any
we
guy
need to
should
have
not
a
be allowed
second
to
dip
steer a
angle to
conversation.
correct for something if you don't have any measurements that show that a correction needs to happen?
This
Why are
doesn't
you
matter,
making any
Doofus.
corrections? Why are you making a correction for a dip that doesn't exist that you can't prove then?
Oh, Jesus.
Why are you
Now he's
rising
here to
yourself
fucking
up?
just run some shit to have this conversation never happen.
You
This is
add
all
it,
of flat Earth. We never get to
Brother,
come to any conclusions. We never get to
add
have
an
any
angle.
answers because
You
some
add an
asshat
angle,
has
you
to come into
minus
the
an
chat
angle.
and make
It's
sure
not
that we
hard.
can't draw any conclusions from any
So
information
you don't
whatsoever.
listen.
Well, you
Stop
didn't
making
measure
shit
Earth
up.
curve, admittedly. So, what conclusion you want me to draw from that?
Yeah, what do you want us to
When
draw
did
from
I say that?
imaginary land?
When have I ever said I never measured Earth curve? When has I
Stand on
ever
it.
said?
Okay, so
Go
you don't.
stand
Do
where
you
it's at,
agree
brother.
with Guy that he never measured Earth curve? Did you measure Earth curve?
No, no one's ever stood on an
You
Earth
asked
curve.
somebody else a question, they gave you an answer, and you thought that answer was the same as mine?
You can't touch
Yeah, you
Earth
guys are
curve,
like in
therefore not
tandem right now,
measurable.
saying the same stupid things.
Yeah, wonderful.
You can't touch Earth curve, therefore it's not measurable. Earth curve would be from point A to point B. Point B would be Earth curve.
You can't
You
touch
would go
Wi-Fi
from
signals,
point
therefore it's
A
not measurable.
to
There you
point
go.
B.
So how
Demo
did you measure?
2025.
How did you measure the
How
Earth's
did you
surface to be
measure it?
curving?
Point A to B. Where is B? Where's
How
point
did you
B from
measure
point
Wi-Fi
A?
signals?
Brother,
Oh, that's a deflection.
stop being stupid. I turned
How
my
did you
TV
measure
on.
1.8 gigahertz
I turned the
transmission
thing on.
between two endpoints?
I
How did
turned
you
the
measure
thing
that?
You're
on.
deflecting, which is a concession.
Yeah.
How did you measure to be there? Sorry. How did you measure for there to be Earth curvature?
Because things in the distance that don't follow the basic trigonometric rules that they would have to on a flat Earth, there's a drop amount involved. That drop amount is roughly 6.8 inches per mile squared on
How did you
collectively
determine
between
that it is
curvature
the
and
ground
refraction.
dropping?
How do you even know that? Where's your flat Earth to even compare what you're fucking making up about flat Earth now? You make up globe, now you're making up flat Earth. It's not working, brother.
Jesus Christ. There's absolutely no way to have a conversation while Denmark is here,
Not
which is
with
why he was
you.
unmuted, so that we can't have a conversation. Explicitly for that reason.
No, you need a side view. They all describe to you my side view.
Well,
My
did you
Discord channel is
expect the
called Side
conversation
View.
with flat earthers, man? Like,
It's an orthogonal.
There was
It, like-
actually, there was like a back and forth. There was a question and answer, sort of. It took some serious effort to make that happen. But the moment that Demok enters the conversation, there is no more back and forth. It's not a thing anymore.
yeah,
No, but I gotta
Denmark
bring
is
it
like,
to a point. I'm
quite
trying to get it
easily,
to a
dude.
point.
no,
I'm trying to
Denmark
bring
is
it to a
schizophrenic.
head.
He's
Where is the horizon? We have
kind of
point
there to
A
be
where
like
Doofus is.
a
Now
zoo
where's
animal
point
that you
B?
knock at.
Basically, a
Sorry,
noise
what'd you
maker
say,
of sorts.
Dummock? I was listening, but this guy interrupted.
Point A to point B. That's where Dubas would have to measure a horizon. He would have to say, DeMott, go stand there. And I'm going to go walk and stand on the horizon because I know it's this many feet in front from where you're at. And I'm going to go step, 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 step. Or take your ruler, take your tape measure, whatever you want to do, an actual thing that has fucking measurements on it. And you go the whole way and you see the measurements. Okay, here's 10 foot, put a stick. Okay, here's 10 foot. From there, that's 10. Okay, that's 20. 30, 90, and that's how you would continue.
Jesus, get to the point, Demok.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
We're not going to have
Get
a
to the
conversation with
horizon,
them.
point B. Get to point B, Blue Marble. Where's it at?
Point B, right in front of point C. Get the fuck out of here.
Where's it at?
Jesus Christ.
That mean?
Shut the fuck up.
How far is it? So
The real answer is
the Earth
basically
curve
nobody
now.
uses the horizon to determine how much
Nobody
curvature there
uses
is.
shut the fuck up
So
in
the
math
entire
these
question
days.
from Demok is completely useless because that's not
where's
how we do
point
shit.
B?
We don't determine how much curvature there is
I don't care
from
what
where
you,
the horizon
you guys
is
don't know how
and
to
standing
do
a
shit,
person on
losers.
it.
I'm here to teach you. You're supposed to go from point A
I'm
to point
pretty
B and
sure
measure
that you've never once done anything with your life
Yeah,
using
I
any
measure all
scientific
kinds of
knowledge
shit
to complete any useful work.
I
You
touch
aren't
the stuff
teaching
I
me
measure.
anything about how to actually
I
do
touch
work.
what I measure.
It's
You
not
can prove
possible
it
to have a
with me.
conversation with this guy.
You guys
Not
can't
possible.
have a reality conversation. You want to look that way and say, hey, dog, do you believe me,
Well,
dog?
he's like Gen CBR1 or be shaved. Like
No, you guys think you're talking
Yeah,
to
what's
fucking
what's
retarded
carbon
dog.
one?
You guys act like you're talking to
What's
retarded
carbon one,
dogs
Demok?
here. So
Yeah.
Blue Marble's a human and
Tell
Doofus
us all
is your
about
dog.
carbon one. I want to hear
And
that one.
everybody's your dog, right? Smart guy. Where's the horizon, smart master?
Yeah, they're
Well, at least for
obviously
everybody
agree
else
because
who's
they
not.
already got destroyed.
For everyone else who's not Demok, at least, there is no flat earther on this on planet Earth that has ever used their knowledge to accomplish useful work as regards to the surface of the Earth. Not a single one. Nobody. Nowhere. Never
Physics
has
are
been.
only done
And
by
nobody can
flat
find a
earth.
flat earther.
blow
And
the
nobody
only
can find a flat earther
demonstration
that.
of a flat
And nobody can
earth.
find a
Doofus.
flat earth. And nobody can find a
Stop
flat
talking.
It's
earther
in
for me
physics.
that has ever
It's in all
used their
physics,
knowledge
Doofus.
of scientific
All
fields to
physics.
ever actually do any work. It's never
All
been
physics
a
are
thing. Never
flat.
been done.
All
All
physics
right,
are
you're
based on
talking
flat
to a
earth.
brick wall. Pretty much just
All
letting me go
physics
with the
are
wind,
based
right?
on
But you know, you
all
just
physics.
admitted that you never measured Earth curve. So why
Yes,
are you
Demok
drawing
is
this
a brick
conclusion?
wall.
All physics are based on flat earth. Would you like to have a ball off versus flat off, you fucking liar? Any of you Glovers, Blue
Hydrostatic
Marble,
equilibrium
would
explicitly
you like to
precludes
have
a
an
flat
in
Earth.
the lab
So when you say all
flat versus
physics
round
works on a
physics
flat
ball?
Earth and hydrostatic
Stop
equilibrium
denying
says the
flat
Earth can't be
physics.
flat, then
Don't
you're a
deny
liar
flat
too. How about
physics.
that? We'll just call each other
Don't
liars. It doesn't
deny.
make any sense for us to
Are
do it,
you
but we'll do
ready
it
to go
anyway.
fucking
We'll just
prove
fill
your
the VC
point?
with noise because
Put your
that's
money
what
up
Demok does
on
when he's
ball
here.
physics.
There's really no content
I've
to
got my
anything that he
money
says.
on
He just fucking
demonstratable, testable, repeatable flat
point.
physics in a
We don't
lab.
reach any
Light,
conclusions. Shit just keeps
everything,
happening. Just
water,
talking just keeps
time.
happening. There's never a goddamn
You can
conversation the
only
entire
weigh
time that he's
yourself
here.
on
It's never
flat.
been a
Yeah,
thing.
because you
Not
won't
in the
shut up,
entire time.
weirdo. And you make no sense. I'll have a
Yeah,
flat
it's
first round off
purging.
with any. Hold on, don't talk over me yet. Just give me this 3 seconds, you guys. You just muted that fucker. Flat first
No,
round
Demok
physics.
is here to be a zoo animal.
All of
Here
you
to be
are
gawked at
welcome
and mocked.
to put your money up, right?
I
And
can't
not
think
talk over me. Get
other
your globe
flat Earth
out.
adjacent
It'll do the
server where he's
talking.
not
Your
muted.
globe
Like
physics
Earth
should do the
Awakening takes
talking
him
for
out
you,
24/7, like
right?
has him like
24/7. The globe doesn't exist. A globe debunks the ball 24/7. These guys won't stop talking when reality hits the fucking fan. Here I am, reality.
Omnivore, are
Doofus,
you
are
here?
you ready for the
Are
Yes,
you
flat
here,
first round
Omnivore?
off?
yes, I am here.
Makeup artist.
What is this?
We don't know,
It's you
makeup boy.
spiraling.
Stop
So,
making shit up, Doofus. Are
No,
you
no.
ready
What
for the
is this
flat
that's
first
happening
round
right now?
physics?
What's happening?
Demok,
Doofus,
Demok is
you're
trying to get
talking
a
over
word in, and you
everybody.
guys are refusing to listen.
Demok, hold on. Demok, are you going to be able to go back and forth with people, or is it going to be the Demok monologue?
Apparently, you and Doofus aren't.
Is it going to be the Demok monologue?
Is it going to be the Omni mute because Doofus can't shut up?
So that's the wrong answer, Demok. I'll give you one more chance.
The Omni says Omni.
All right, I gave you one more chance. The correct answer is yes. I will certainly go back and forth with people because that is what a grown-up person does.
put your ball earth in a bucket and measure.
Ball Earth is
Yeah, so
measured.
no one's here has measured Earth curves.
I just finished explaining how I have just a moment ago, but you want me to do it again?
Explain how you didn't measure Earth curve again? Sure.
Okay.
Look,
When
you're
I
just gonna
look
deny what
to objects in the distance, the amount of drop that I observe for things that are at the same altitude as I am is roughly 6.8 inches per mile squared. Cumulative effect between curvature and refraction, those two together. And I know you remember me saying that.
Oh yeah, no, that's not measuring Earth curve.
Why?
No.
No, you're not measuring the surface to be
That's not
curving.
measuring
You're
Earth curve.
observing.
Why?
Well, why are you waiting until I speak?
Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
measuring
you're very
curvature. Sorry to
arrhythmic
cut
right
you off
now
there.
because just take a deep breath
He's not
and get
measuring
back on
curvature
track.
with that statement. Fucking lying idiot. What a lying
Yeah,
thing.
you observe drop over
You said
distance.
that's
That
not
doesn't mean the
measuring Earth
surface of
curve,
the Earth.
and I want to know what the answer
Why
is
do
as to
you
why.
wait
Why
until
is
I'm speaking to interject, dude? It's crazy.
Because I wait for a goddamn 20 seconds and then you start speaking while I'm trying to ask you again because you've been silent for so long.
No, I think there's like a 5-second delay, honestly.
Okay, so why do you say that I haven't measured Earth curve?
Yeah, because you're not measuring the surface of the Earth to be curving. It's not the same thing.
Okay, I'm not measuring Earth curve because I'm not measuring the surface curving. It's a circular statement. There's absolutely no new information there. I'm seeing objects that are at my altitude drop from eye level. Why do I see that?
Yeah, see, things are in an apparent position in your visual space. Do you agree?
That's true for everything that you look at. Every object that you can see is apparent to you because that's what the word apparent means.
Okay, great. So, how do you know that where you think the ground is an apparent position or not?
Apparent does not mean not real. I've just specified what apparent means and you're still confused about it.
Right, so the ground is in an apparent position. When you think that you see your drop over distance, you're looking where the ground is in an apparent position. So not a physical measurement.
What's the distance on that observation?
Let's try this one more time because I tried this already, but I'll try it again. Apparent does not mean not real. That's not what the definition of apparent is. Why have I not measured Earth curve? I'll ask it again.
What was the distance on that observation?
I'm talking about data collected over multiple years. There's no one fixed distance. It's any distance.
So it's not you. You're talking about other people.
Jesus Christ. When I say I, do I mean other people?
Okay,
So
okay, we got.
so stick
I
to your
understand.
measurement, dude.
Yeah, you don't know your measurements, fine. But when we all look at the black swan, and we're looking at the two oil
Oh,
rigs,
you're not helping,
and we
Jim.
have a camera that is just 12 inches from the ocean, right? And the distance to your geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles, but we're seeing well beyond that. So you don't have curvature there, sir. Talking out of your ass again.
Your statement
Yeah, I
says
know.
refraction is fake.
I have an observation where the lens for the camera was 10 centimeters above the water. At this height, the horizon should have been like well before 1.22 miles. They made an observation of a shoreline 15 miles away. Okay,
Your
bye-bye,
statement
globe.
also says refraction does not exist.
Yeah, bye-bye, globe. Well, yeah, you're trying to use ground-based observations to find Earth curve. So, literally, appeal to single cause fallacy. You need to stop acting like there is no refraction happening.
You literally just acted like refraction is not happening just now. That was you, not me.
No, when you observe something in the distance and it's all, muddied by all these variables, and it's not an actual position, it's not where it appears in geometric space, it's all subject to your optic, which is, subject to all kinds of variables. It's not a measurement. You know what a physical measurement is? You know what you would have to do?
But they're limited to that distance.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking what the distance is. There has to be a long distance observation in order to observe this drop phenomenon that they're claiming, because they can't show measurements from this apparent drop and then do closer measurements and still have the same drop that they're claiming being in this. It would be a pattern that would show, and they don't have that. It's only these long distance observations. If you were to get closer, you should be able to scale. What do you mean the amount? It should be consistent. It's 8 inches per mile square. It's a sphere.
Right, and you just mentioned an amount, didn't you? Fucking dumbass. Okay, listen. For closer observations, the amount of deviation or drop from horizontal is going to be much, much smaller than anything further away. You know that because you cited 8 inches per mile squared, which is, by the way, incorrect for any optical observation anyway. So
yeah, I wonder why.
When you say
exactly, and that's my point. Is all the short,
which, by the way, you just pretended didn't exist. So without any additional interruptions,
we're crying.
Well,
when you say
your
we should
prediction
see
does not match reality.
without any additional interruptions, When you say we should see that same pattern develop for shorter, without any additional interruptions, when you say we should see that same pattern develop for shorter distances, the amount that you're looking for is going to be vanishingly small. For a half mile, for instance, you're looking for about 11, well, yeah, what is it, 11 arc seconds of difference from, or deviation drop from horizontal, 11 arc seconds at half a mile. With any camera like a P900, you're not going to pick that up, and especially if you don't have a horizontal reference.
Cool, so you didn't measure Earth curve. Thanks.
That's not what I said, and you're a dishonest fuck.
No, and then
No,
you be
all
going
you're
against
saying is that
the
you rely on optical phenomena to have your
Yeah.
claim. And you can't
and then-
produce your claim in short
Yeah.
distances that don't have optical phenomenons to alter it.
Yeah.
Every distance has optical phenomenon because you need to use optics to make optical observations. This is an obvious statement that shouldn't have to be said, but for some fucking reason I
Do
need
it
to
with
say it anyway.
infrared. Do
I'm
it with
interested what Jen
infrared
has
then.
to say.
And then we have the in-flight telemetry data from aeroplanes that are proving that we're flying horizontal with their equipment, with the set equipment that they have on board. They're not picking up any curvature at all, but yet you're picking it up. Okay,
They do
fair enough.
not. They do not show that. That is not true.
They do show that Omnibot. Omnibot, they do show that. Stop lying, Omnibot, because they do.
Let me finish.
They do show that. They do show that, Omnibot.
Let
That's
me
exactly
finish.
what that data does show us.
Allow
It shows
me
us
to
that the
finish.
pitch angle of an
So-
aeroplane from its
so-
takeoff departure airport to its destination
He's
airport.
not going to do it. It's the same as Demok. It never fucking happened.
All right, I need you, Jen. I need to be able to finish my sentence.
Yes, you
And
may
I-
finish your sentence. Go ahead.
All right. So the people who made those sensors. So if you look up how those sensors work, the ones that you're citing, you will discover that it is not just a gyroscope and a wire connected to it or something. They are complicated systems that generate electrical impulses that are measured as the telemetry from those sensors. It was created by people who have the same understanding of level as the globe people here. So the fact that it does not show the change in elevation doesn't work for you unless you say, oh yes, and I recognize that level means curved, so when they're engaging in levels flight, they are following.
I will never ever accept that.
Yes, I know you will. I know you will not accept
I will
it.
never ever accept
I
in a
know you
straight
will not
line being
accept it,
curved.
but
Thank
unless you do, I'm not
going to do that. That's never going to happen.
You cannot appeal to that instrumentation.
I'm going to
And
instrument.
if you-
That instrument
if you
is
go,
proving.
there are
instrument
YouTube,
is proving that
and
I'm
there
on
are
a horizontal
documents.
plane.
There are
That's what that
YouTubes and
instrument
there are
proves.
documents. There are YouTubes and there are documents.
There are documents that are fraudulent. Yes, Omnivore, we know that.
That you can look at, and those documents will tell you how the sensors work. So
Yes, we
I
know
want you,
about
I
these
want you
fraudulent
to just
documents. Have you
think.
not
I want
finished?
you to just
Are you
think.
going to keep on going, Omnivore? Because you're making me have to
I am almost done.
You're forcing me
One more
to
thing and I'm done. One more thing and I'm done.
You know
One
this
more
isn't
thing
going
and
to
I'm
work.
done. One more thing and I'm done. I want you to look at how those work, read up on it, and then come back to me and explain to me why you should be able to appeal to those measurement devices.
Right. Have you finished? Thanks a lot. I don't have to do anything you are asking for. I already know how those things work, and they're working on a flat Earth. I don't give a fuck about the people who make it, whether they're globers or not, because that's not even in contention. They've made an instrument that proves that the aeroplane, when in flight, is following the surface of the Earth, which is horizontal, and the physicality of the globe is not being experienced. For when you fly over a curve, you will notice you're flying over a curve because of the physical trajectory that
He said
plane
the
will be
tool
following.
works on his
Someone's
understanding
interrupting. I haven't
of a
finished yet.
globe.
Someone's
So the tool
interesting.
doesn't
Someone's
work like the
interrupting me
tool
whilst
works.
I'm
It doesn't
talking.
just give you the
You're
numbers that the
interrupting
tool
whilst
comes
I'm
up with.
talking.
It works
Demok
on
is
Army's
interrupting Jen.
understanding of what a
Interrupting when I'm
ball would
talking.
be, which is
You are
doesn't make sense.
interrupting me.
So where were you at in the lab when they made the tool based on your inference of your idea of stuff? And what idea? Where'd you have? Which ball did you use for your idea of ball, Omni, for this
Is Jin
device to
allowed
work?
to just interrupt? Is Demo just allowed to interrupt Jin, or how is this? Thank you.
Okay, I've done that. I've had to do because he was interrupting me there. Sorry about that, Denmark. I was in the middle of what I was saying. And the point is this: when you are driving your car and you want to turn left or right, you physically have to turn the steering wheel left or right, and you physically turn left or right. The same is going to apply when you're following a curved curvature or a curved trajectory. The aeroplane will physically move from the horizontal path or straight line into a curved one. It doesn't happen in flight. Never, and any plane that I've jumped out of, flown in, has ever followed the curvature of the earth. It's never happened. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll mute Denmark because he did interrupt me, but you can't do that whilst I'm talking. So he made an error. Maybe he didn't hear me or whatever, but never mind. And the question still stands from Denmark. All right, he wants to know how you know how.
Before we get back into this topic, though, there was already a topic going on before Jen derailed it. But real quickly, the instrumentation you're referring to gives you pitch angle over the course of the whole flight. Pitch angle is relative to local vertical reference, which tells you where horizontal is. That, on a globe, would show a flat line, just like it would in the data that we saw. So anyway, back to what I was trying to do.
No, it wouldn't.
Back to what I was trying to. Back to what I was trying to. Back to what I was trying to. Back to what I was trying to talk about.
Yeah, you're going to need to address
measurements
that.
of curvature. Oh, Jesus Christ. So back to what I was talking about, measurements of curvature before Jin.
I didn't derail.
Back to what I was talking about before Jin. This is it. This is children level stuff here. The guys are children. This is how children behave. This is what children do because they don't get their way. This is what children do. This is fucking dumb. This is so fucking dumb. This is so stupid.
Yeah, but you didn't address what we said.
All right, let's try it again.
All right, all the shouting.
Let's try it again.
All right,
let's just try it again.
Keep saying I derailed it because I didn't derail anything. So
oh my God, it's still happening.
Yes, because
it's
you keep
still going on.
Yes, that's right.
Oh my God, it's still happening.
Cry anymore?
It's going on still. It's fucking still happening.
Stop
cry harder.
All right, it's still going on. It's still happening. Oh, we're gonna keep doing it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, let's try it again. Now, we're talking about measurements of curvature. Now, I observed things at my altitude dropping at roughly 6.8 inches per mile squared relative to horizontal.
What do you mean roughly?
Did you measure them? What does that mean? You observed. What the fuck does that mean?
Oh my God! There's no way. It's not possible to have this fucking conversation.
What do you mean?
We're never gonna have this conversation. You guys,
Nobody knows.
We're just gonna be truthers about this. We're gonna try and research. We're gonna discuss how flat Earth works and how reality works. But no, we're just gonna interrupt every goddamn person who wants to talk to you about it. We're gonna interrupt every fucking person who's ever done anything in reality. There's never been a person on flat Earth that has ever done jack shit. So when somebody shows up that's actually done something wrong, guys. So when somebody shows up and actually has done something with their time, all you can do is interrupt every single goddamn flat earther in this conversation. When they show up, they can only interrupt what is actually happening. The conversation going on can never finish because fucking flat earthers are always going to interrupt the goddamn conversation every fucking time.
You're losing your voice there, bud. You need to tone down. You're losing your voice. It's getting absurd.
It's 7 a.m.
Should we let him finish before?
Yeah, we can, but he needs to answer. He needs to answer honest questions when there's honest questions being asked. He's saying he measured something and he says approximately, and still, like right now, I'm still talking and you're doing the same thing.
I was about to goddamn answer you, you fuck.
No, you haven't answered yet. You don't even know what the question is.
Okay, stop talking. Stop talking. Hello. Stop talking now. Stop talking. I can't really mod right now because I'm driving. The next guy that interrupts, I'm gonna time him out. You understand that? You're gonna go one at a time and you're not gonna interrupt. Final warning.
Yeah, so when you measure something, it's not, and you have a finite number, it's not an approximation. An approximation is like a guess or an estimate or a median, or it's not. It's definitely not an actual measurement.
Exactly.
So why is it your turn to speak when I was in the middle of talking before you muted me? Why the fuck is that what happens here? I was in the middle of answering your goddamn question before you fucking muted me, you piece of shit.
I didn't mute you.
What do you want to? What do you want to say, Doofus?
Okay, so then it's kind of pointless to have this conversation if I'm just going to be muted while I'm answering the goddamn question.
Listen, calm down, calm down. I'm the one that muted you. I came into mod and you were talking right through me. So just calm down. Let him speak. Everybody, let him speak right now without interruptions. Okay, everybody, calm down, please. Go ahead, bro.
So hold on. I was talking through SE, but the other 4 people that were talking through me, they didn't get fucking muted, right, SE?
No, yeah,
bro,
you got
bro,
it, Disjointed. You
The
got to play
other
the game,
4
bro.
people that were talking through me didn't get muted, right? The other 4 goddamn people that were talking through me didn't get muted. Is that correct, SE?
This is your last warning. I'm giving
Then
you the
time me
floor
out,
to
you
talk.
piece of shit! You fucking asshole!
I was trying to warn you, Disjointed. You got.
So how
like,
did I
just
get
pick up on
muted
it.
if
They're a little
everybody
bit
else was talking through me?
because they don't. They come in and mute the person that's loudest. They don't pay attention to the conversation.
So I'm modding now. So I just timed them out, right? I don't care. Don't cry. Don't bitch, right? I timed him out. He's not listening to moderation. So now I'm going to tell you guys once again, go one at a time, respect each other. Thank you.
Well, we were waiting for him to finish off his piece, but he was continuously interrupted. That's the problem.
question was valid, though,
Well, you guys
wasn't it?
talk like teenagers, so anybody
Yeah,
healthy is going to come in here and react
was
like
valid,
that.
though, wasn't it? The question was valid
Why don't
from
you-
Denmark. What do you mean when you're looking at something? Something is 6.8 inches below my eyesight. What kind of crap is that when you're looking at an object? That was the question. Still hasn't been answered. Thank you.
Yeah, this conversation.
Yeah, and the math and the answer should be
year-old-
the same by every glober.
year-old
The
conversation.
answer and the math should be the same by every glober. Can I get a fucking looky-loo math account? How can you look? How can Doofus look and say, yep, 6 foot below my horizon?
I just can't listen to that guy speak anymore.
Enoch,
Go
to be
home.
fair, he can say that because he's 6 foot.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes all the sense in the world.
Man, this
And then him
chat's
and
psychological
Omnivore
wear
say,
and tear.
look. They say, look forward, guys. Earth curve, we measured it because we looked forward. Did nothing, had no tools, nobody down there. They looked forward. And then when you say, what does that mean? They say, why? Why isn't that Earth curve? Why isn't me looking, measuring? That's their proof of globe is why? Guys, why can't be your proof of a globe? You got to have a fucking tape measure or a ruler. It's not that fucking hard. Really not.
Yeah, and even in that instance, they're going to say that the ruler's bending.
And then the other thing is you cannot be traveling 9.5 hours over 6,000 miles and be horizontal for the whole duration of that flight. But you're on a ball and you don't feel the physicalness of the curvature. That's stupid. The instruments,
Special ed
my
projection.
senses, I'm nearly there. The instruments, my senses, and the spirit level are all proving that I'm level, but I'm not.
Well, it works the same on a globe model, Jim.
No, it doesn't work on a globe model. We don't live on a
Yes,
globe.
it does.
No one's ever lived on a globe. No one has.
Yeah, well, it
Look out
does.
of your arse.
Because
Where's
as you
the
move,
That's
as you
all I'm
move,
looking.
your plumb line vertical moves with you. Okay.
No, it doesn't. Prove that. Prove it
Yeah,
with a million
that's
plumbs.
bullshit.
Yeah, dude, have
Prove
you
it.
ever tried to move a plumb bob before? Do you know what happens when you move a plumb bob, Stefan?
What a cunt, you know what I mean? What a cunt to
A
even to mention
vertical?
that. What a cunt he is.
Well, you would be
To talk about
plumb. I
plumb
mean,
bobs.
on the globe
You're a
model,
You're a cunt. Fucking plumb bob.
as you
It
move
proves
from
you're
one
vertical.
position to the other.
My fucking arsehole.
Sounds
Honestly.
like mania.
On
You guys
the
like a bunch
globe
of manic
model,
idiots.
Fucking
on
lying
the globe
cunts.
model, as you move from one plumb line or vertical.
What are you talking about?
Away
You don't
from
even know
it,
how to use the plumb bob. Shut up. What a lying
Well, a
cunt.
vertical.
Be so
Well,
mad,
a
Jed.
vertical then. Yeah, a vertical.
Not on the globe.
On the
You don't
globe
have
model.
them. You don't
A
have
globe
vertical
model. On the
plumbs.
globe model, the verticals diverge by
You
distance.
don't have a
Okay.
vertical. You don't
Oh,
have
you don't?
verticals.
You don't
No.
have
You're
it.
not on a globe model. You're in reality.
You don't have
Yeah.
verticals on a globe.
Lying
You would be
fuck.
the only vertical. You would be your reference point at the top of your fucking ball. You would be the center. You would be the only fucking vertical ever in your history of existence on that fucking ball. Stop acting like
I
you
mean,
make
stop
any
using
fucking
plumb
sense.
bobs. They fucking destroyed the globe. Plumb bobs destroy globe, you
Where's the
fool.
sideways
Fucking
plumb?
arsehole.
Where's the plumb
Honestly.
coming horizontally this way?
Yeah,
Where's the plumb that comes
honestly.
this way to the horizon from
Do
space?
not mention plumb bobs.
Is there
Plumb
even
bobs
conversation
on the
going
globe,
on,
mate.
or just a screaming match?
Fucking
Yeah, we're
arsehole.
looking for
It's just
the L
mental
plumb.
illness. This is all this is. Mental illness.
We're
I,
looking for
I
the
do
vertical
have an
plumb and the
argument,
L plumb.
so
Jesus, I
Sideways
can't
just
listen
wait.
to this shit.
I don't know how you're going to have an argument on a
I'm just
globe.
waiting for a chance. Hey,
You
tactical,
go
we can
ahead.
talk about stuff for sure. I don't know.
You go ahead and try and prove your
I mean,
plumb bob on a
Jen
globe.
versus
Go ahead
Dino,
now.
that's a
Let's go.
very long conversation, I guess.
Let's go. Plumb bob on a globe. Go ahead.
I got a horizontal line with bullseyes on it, right? And my horizontal line all the way down the way has bullseyes. I'm going to take lead balls up from the bullseye all the way straight vertically up, parallel with each other. We're going to go up, 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 up. Parallel don't exist on a ball, so that disproves it. Then after we get up there, we're going to drop it, and we're going to make an earth curve and a horizontal line. And we're going to see if these lead balls diverge past the fucking horizontal line towards the earth curve, not hitting the bullseyes on the flat earth horizontal line. These balls shouldn't hit the flat earth bullseyes directly underneath it. They should hit the earth curve at a focus point converging together. Are we all ready to do this live with 4 lead balls?
Oh, we're
Gentlemen.
ready to do it, man. We're ready.
No, this
I
is
am
a
anyway.
completely retarded model. Just map that in my head, drew it while
What, a
you talked
globe?
about
Yeah,
it.
we know globes
Which not
don't
everyone
work.
can do that, by the way.
Can't-
Not everyone
nobody
can
can do that
mentally
globe.
map the picture you're trying to draw in
You
your
can't
head.
even make an earth curve for
What
us
you
to do
just
this for
drawn is
you.
a delusion,
What's
Democ.
an earth curve? Steel man and earth curve. Draw one
I would
out.
love to see you draw that model and
Steel
explain
man
how
the earth
retarded
curve.
you are just now.
Brother, flat tables exist. Steel man the earth curve. Steel man it physically with Play-Doh.
Exactly.
This is what you guys do. You project a special ed example, some little special ed tiny brain example you think actually creates a model that's relevant, and it's not relevant. It's not relevant at all. You guys can't even approach that perturbation theory is just fake.
Play-Doh earth curve.
That there's real measurements behind it. You guys can't even see the inference model for electrons. None of you have really applied into this anything other than wanted to stay in this little retard loop.
Where's the curvature, man? At the end of the day, where is it?
Reciprocal.
This is what you guys do. You confidently ask those questions because you guys have been in these rooms so long. You think it fucking matters.
How is it I'm not seeing it in 63
You guys are
years?
so brainwashed.
How can I not see it in
None of
63
these
years?
questions matter, guys. You're wasting your time.
You're the one looking at fucking
63 years, not able to see the curvature. 63 years. Didn't see it yesterday.
Well,
I'm not going to see it tomorrow.
Reciprocal zenith angle is a good example of the Earth curve. Spherical excess is another one.
Because they just fuck you right up.
They
do not
say
mention
things like, you know, if I want to determine, they say stupid things like if I want to determine 3 points of equal elevation, that they're actually not at equal elevation, but I could just say they are.
Yeah, ridiculous. On a ball.
Do you
And
want to
they
measure spherical excess?
On a ball, ladies and gentlemen.
Word salad?
We got 6 billion people on the planet that think flat earthers are retarded. Now, I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm saying that if you wanted to prove to them, you've got to go get real wealthy. You got to go get meta with the world and get competitive.
You're wrong because
like talking amongst yourselves with losers is not going to get anywhere.
Can you stop talking planet means wandering star, you fool? Canal. We're not a planet. One at a time. False equivalence fallacy.
Like, why don't we have a project to make a discovery on our explore ship?
You know, the Globers won an echo chamber. They don't like their ideas being challenged, so they're just crying and screaming about it.
I'm waiting for some valid measurements giving evidence for the flat Earth.
Remember where this all started? Stefan, remember where this all started?
Where is the measurement?
I asked Doofus, how did he determine that the surface of Earth is curving? And he started screaming and spiraling and referencing things that are not physical measurements of Earth curving. So if you want to give it a shot, feel free, dude.
What do you mean by physical measurements?
So we don't know what physical means anymore.
No, I'm just wondering what you mean. It's like using a ruler or something, like a stiff object or something like that.
So you have no idea how you're going to do this.
Yeah, well, theodolites is a good way of doing it.
All right, so you don't know what a physical measurement is.
Well, if you use a ruler, do you use your eyes to read off the ruler?
I'm curious. Is your ruler, if I have a ruler and I hold it so it's horizontal, perpendicular to gravity, is my ruler bending?
Well, I think not. Why should it bend if it's vertical?
Okay, so I'm considering that I've created a horizontal, right? I measured perpendicular to a vertical. I'm trying to establish 3 points of equal elevation. Are they equal elevation relative to my horizontal or relative to your imaginary ball?
Equal elevation, let's say surface water. They will not lie in the same horizontal line. No, they won't.
How do you know that?
It's been measured.
Oh, so you have a measurement of a horizontal deviating. Let's see it. Where's that?
No, the horizontal is just a straight line established at your local point. And as you move away from it, vertical changes. And the ground is dropping away from the horizontal.
So you don't have a horizontal.
You do have a horizontal. You establish a horizontal sight line by, let's say, using a theodolite.
Establish a horizontal using a what?
A theodolite.
No.
Yes. How do you think theodolites and auto levels work?
If you have a total station, maybe it has an auto level built within it. But we're talking about, you just said theodolite, which is just a telescope.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's for measuring angles.
A theodolite is set up so that the sight line establishes a horizontal.
How did you determine that your 3 points of elevation, your 3 points of equal elevation, that they're not at equal elevation? How did you find that out?
I see if I can find the video. There was these two guys who made a long water level with 3 points, and they sighted via a telescope later on to see if these 3 columns of water was on the same straight line. They were not. The furthest, if they sighted from the first one to the middle one, the third one was below the 2 other ones. If they sighted from both sides towards the middle one, the lines would not be parallel.
How do you know that?
Well, they showed it in the video, and like we're using theodolites, you measure elevation changes.
That's not a physical measurement. Stop referencing theodolite.
Oh, you measure spherical axis. That's
all right,
one way
Stefan,
of
you
doing
already
it.
failed, dude. I don't think you
No,
realize
no.
the difference between a
No, hang on.
theodolite.
I don't
not
give a
hang
shit
on.
that
I
you
waited
want.
until you were
Okay.
done. I
No,
waited
I'm
until you
not
were
done.
done. No, I don't care. I don't care that you're not done. See, what are you talking about?
I don't care. You demand to use a physical object to do the measurements. Optics can be used quite easily.
Yeah, the further you place your target, the more it's subject to atmospheric refraction. The whole point of taking a physical stop, I wasn't done. I know you're not paying attention. Maybe this is why it's taking so long. I want you to pay attention, Stefan. I want 3 points of equal elevation. Physical measurement showing no deviation along my horizontal plane. You're talking about theodolites. Theodolites are looking through the atmosphere. It's subject to refraction. It'll never show you that 3 points of equal elevation are at equal elevation. So do a physical measurement. Stop depending on something that is subject to a variable that is going to affect your result.
Well, we could do spherical axis.
That's with a theodolite, so you don't have any physical measurements.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah, but the thing is that will not be affected by refraction.
Next.
And your physical measurements of the flat Earth is what?
All of them. All
None.
measurements show
No.
on a yep.
Show me one. Show me
all of
one
them.
which is long enough
Every
to show.
single measurement ever taken presumes that it is relative to a horizontal plane. If you want to measure change in elevation, length, width, whatever, distance, doesn't matter. You're all going to reference something that is linear.
So what?
Right?
You start
So
at one
therefore,
point,
where
you
is your
establish a
curve?
horizontal.
You're not. No curve.
Did you, hang on, could I ask you, have you compared two different horizontals with sufficient distance between them to see if they are parallel?
See, you're just presuming that if I space these two horizontal planes apart, that they're going to start curving. Where's your evidence for your extraordinary claim?
Who's talking about curving? Is a horizontal a curved line?
Yeah, you think that the vector of gravity, that your vertical, is going to diverge. Where is your evidence of divergence of a plumb?
Reciprocal zenith angles. That's one. Digital scenic cameras, spherical access, VLBI, GNS, GLONASS.
Let's focus on one. Pick one.
VLBI.
They don't have a single observation that matches the geometric globe.
Correct.
So, as I
And
said,
there's not a
VLBI
single
is a
observation
very
that's
accurate measurement.
beyond the geometric globe that they can't, that they don't have to claim refraction involved. They're always going to have to claim refraction, and they'll never be able to provide their own observation showing the geometric globe without refraction.
Spherical axis is not affected by refraction.
You don't have it. You don't have an actual measurement or an observation that matches the globe. We have ones that match what we claim, but you guys claim it's refraction. But yet, when we try to do an observation that matches the globe, we always see further every single time. There's not a single observation that matches what you guys claim is reality. It's really weird how that happens.
On the flat Earth, we should be able to see a hell of a long way, much further than we do.
Don't forget, flat Earth doesn't work. So there's no should be. Remember that?
Well,
it doesn't work.
Well, spherical axis is not affected by refraction. So that's one way of measuring a curve. Like the American, what you call American parallel.
To do with what the statement was, but that's not going to be productive for you.
So spherical axis is not a good way of measuring curve.
Say it again and keep trying to go left, but we're going to stay straight. You guys don't have a single observation that matches the geometric globe.
We don't? What about all the ships that drops below the horizon as they move away from you?
You don't have any measurements. All you guys have is apparent drop.
None of it's an actual measurement.
What?
The whole of the International Association of Geodesy has thousands of different measurements.
Yeah.
So don't say and don't claim there are no measurements. That's a fucking lie.
There's none that match the geometric globe. You guys all claim locally flat and a local horizon.
No, dude. Horizon is the curvature. Horizons don't appear on flat tables.
You don't have an observation that shows the geometric horizon where it should be.
You do not have an observation
beyond it. You don't have that observation.
You do not.
You do not. I would love to see that.
You do not have a horizon in the middle of a flat plane.
Right. You can try to change the subject, but we're still sticking with what the claim is that you guys do not have a single observation that matches the geometric globe where you cannot see beyond it.
Horizon is exclusive to the globe.
Say whatever you want. You don't have what you claim you have.
Yes, we do. I just posted.
You guys claim to have the globe. You guys claim to have measurements of it, but you can't provide a single one. Just pull up any video and show me the geometric. Just pull up any random video. It could be theodolite and whatever you guys have, and show me the geometric globe without being able to see further beyond it and claiming refraction as a result of that.
I just posted it in the chat there. Go look at it. And are you under the impression that flat can be measured? Flat doesn't have an SI unit. You can't measure flat. You can't measure anything flat. What are you talking about? What's the SI unit for flat?
Right, that's why you guys claim locally flat.
Yeah, like what's the SI unit for flat? I've been asking
What's
flat earthers for
locally
that.
flat? If you can't claim something is flat, if you can't measure something flat, then what's locally flat?
Yeah, latitude, longitude is a two-dimensional coordinate system.
Brother, we're talking about measure. You can put a longitude and latitude on a ball.
Measure, not approximation, not
Oh, you heard that?
guesstimation, not a
You can't
median.
put latitude and longitude on a ball. Everybody heard that, right?
Yes, you can. Like a net. Have you guys ever seen a net that they used to catch fish?
Oh, so then therefore it's no longer a two-dimensional coordinate plane.
Yeah, just put a ball in it and then tie it. Then the mesh wraps around the ball. Those lines that were straight when you threw it in the water, when you put a ball in it and then you draw it tight around the ball, those lines bend around it. Those
So
are your
you're imagining a diagram.
That's the latitude and longitude.
Yeah, you're just imagining a cartoon you saw once.
Is that your response?
Latitude and longitude.
Is that your response to a demonstration? Are you short circuiting, brother? I mean, dude, the point is, horizons are
Welcome back, doofus.
Horizons are opposite to flat.
After I see his bullshit.
You cannot have a horizon in the middle of a table. Impossible. Impossible.
Okay. Latitude and longitude are two angular coordinate components that describes a
horizon that pops up in the middle of things and blocks the observation.
Oh, you mean
Why are you
topography?
Why are you in the middle of what I'm saying?
Is horizon a topography? Oh wow, this is interesting.
That's what you guys claim. You say it's geometric, it's physical.
Yeah, it is physical.
Yeah, you got x-axis. Check this out. Ready? You got the x-axis. Yeah, it's all your coordinates are coplanar. You got an x-axis.
Is the
you got
horizon topography or not? Is it topographical? Is it physical, Rob, or nah?
Yes, the horizon is a physical place. Yes.
No, wrong.
I can demonstrate it on a basketball.
We just demonstrated that all of you are wrong.
Their point is that due to refraction, we see
Yo,
the
guys, are
apparent
you
horizon.
celebrating flat
There you
earthers?
go.
The apparent horizon and not the geometric horizon.
You have to invoke refraction because you do not have a single observation that shows the geometric globe without being able to see further than it.
But
You have to
refraction
invoke
exists.
refraction because there's not a single observational proof of the globe. It all goes.
We're talking about something else now. This is so boring.
Okay, brother.
Yo,
You
guys,
just
and you're the one person that doesn't want it. So.
Hey.
You guys are just talking just to talk. The horizon is there because the Earth has curved. You cannot.
Does anybody realize Doofus has been trying to get a word in? Does anyone care?
Yeah, go ahead, Doofus.
Anyone
Yeah, go
realize
ahead, Doofus. We're waiting.
Yeah, where is the horizon in the middle of a table?
Wow, Rob, stop talking.
Let Doofus, hang on. Let Doofus make his comment.
Guys, why are you mentally ill all? It's crazy, no?
Yeah, your name's not
So one at a
Doofus.
time, guys. Doofus, the floor is yours. Nobody else speak, please. Go ahead, Doofus.
Okay, so latitude and longitude are two angular coordinate components. They are not describing a flat surface. They are it's literally a spherical coordinate system. That's what latitude and longitude is.
Yeah, the surface of your sphere is two-dimensional, isn't it?
It's not our sphere. It's your sphere as well. It's
all spheres, all surfaces of your typical sphere are two-dimensional surfaces because all surfaces are two-dimensional.
Yeah, all distances along your two-dimensional coordinate plane are linear.
Brother, longitude.
Who said that?
Like a net.
Just you?
Yeah.
Is it just you saying that?
No, it's survey.
Nobody said that.
No.
Yeah, I can prove it.
Just put in. Just do a fish.
Okay, go for it.
Just
when you're measuring distances, it's a linear distance, right?
And a distance does not necessarily mean horizontal distance or flat distance because, as you know, the circumference of a circle is a linear distance measurement as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're just invoking a circle where there isn't one.
No, you said because it's a distance, it must be a linear distance. That's not true because we have distances which are not linear. For example,
you think you're
the circumference of a sphere. So, for example, the circumference of a sphere is not a linear distance, right?
We don't live on a sphere, so linear.
So you're pretending. I was gonna respond to Doofus.
Yeah,
so
go
you're
ahead.
pretending. So you're pretending you're. Stop talking over me, Rob. Calm down. So you're pretending. Okay, so you're doing Euclidean geometry. You want to measure a linear distance between 2 points, and then you say, "Oh, but I'm on a sphere, though." Except nothing in reality is indicative of a sphere. You're literally just measuring coplanar coordinates. Distances between coordinates.
All right, you're walking away from your claim, which was because it's a linear distance, it must be a flat distance. That's not true because, as we know, there are curved surfaces in which you measure those same units in distances.
So a bunch of straight lines on a circle.
Therefore, your claim earlier that because we have distances in miles, feet, or inches, those show that it must be a flat distance. That's incorrect. That claim is false. Now
Absolutely nothing shows that you're doing spherical trick. You're literally using Euclidean. Stop over talking.
Oh Lord!
You're literally stop over talking.
No, you're
literally stop over talking, Rob. Shut up. Mute your mic. Mute your mic when other people are talking, and then wait until they're done, and then respond.
Concede.
Stop talking. You're not going to muddy my point.
Rob, let him go, and then you can go. Let's do it one at a time, guys. Come on.
Interjecting during my point shows that your argument is weak. If you have a rebuttal, wait till I'm done.
Concede.
Right. This is clown bullshit.
Can we talk about
anyway? So there's absolutely nothing. No, hold on, dude. I've been waiting to respond. There's absolutely no indication that you are on a sphere. It is more likely that your coordinates that you consider coplanar on your two-dimensional coordinate plane, with there being no indication that you're on a circle, is more likely that you're doing Euclidean geometry and not spherical geometry.
You employed a straw man. Congratulations, you lose. The coordinate system is not saying that the coordinates are all coplanar. That is something that you created out of thin air.
Holy shit. So two coordinates are not on the XY coordinate plane?
Yeah, but are longitude and latitude.
Not latitude and longitude, because latitude and longitude is a spherical coordinate system, jackass.
Yeah, on your two-dimensional sphere.
All surfaces are two-dimensional. That's the definition of a surface.
Yeah, so the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
That's goofy baloney.
Yes. No. You
can look up the definition yourself if you don't believe the definitions of words.
Appeal to definition fallacy.
We should
Clearly, a sphere is three-dimensional.
We should probably at the moment we should probably move past this definitional bullshit, and you should go look up the definitions that you're using incorrectly.
Yeah, you're appealing to the wrong definitions, the one that don't apply in planar surveying. Hold on, Rob, I'm talking. You're the one appealing to definitions that don't stop talking. Why are you saying? Rob, shut up, dude. Rob, do you have an issue? Like, are you seriously like worms in your head or something? Oh, he got muted. Good. Fucking right. Anyway, doofus. Yeah, a sphere is not two-dimensional. Do you agree?
No, the definition of a sphere is that it's a two-dimensional surface.
Lol. So there's no z. Yeah. So there's no z axis. Stop yelling over me.
What's the unit?
Stop yelling, doofus. Doofus. I know there's lag.
What's the unit of area?
No, not hold on. I'm talking to doofus.
I'm not the one talking.
Yeah. Just a quick question. What's the unit for area?
I don't care what your quick question is. I'm talking to doofus. So
doofus, isn't it?
There is only x and y dimensions in your coordinate plane. Do you agree?
What's the unit of?
We don't use x and y
area.
coordinates. We're using latitude and longitude.
Latitude and longitude, x and y. Okay, where's the z?
Nope. X and y are not angular
Where's z?
coordinate components.
Yeah, You're on a surface. You're on a spherical surface, right? Where is your z-axis for your coordinate?
Okay, we'll try this again. Latitude and longitude are not x and y. Latitude and longitude are angular coordinate components. X and y are not angular coordinate components. You see how those two things are different, right?
All I got to do is bust out my little map of my town, and I could see 0 z-axis. There's no depth. It's just latitude and longitude, coplanar coordinates on a two-dimensional plane, no sphere, you implicating a sphere out of nowhere when it's not measurable within this plane is just a presumption, dude. You're just postulating it has to be curved with no evidence of
Do you think
a map of
longitude
your
and
town?
latitude is
Wait, let's all
Euclidean?
talk at the same time. That's a good idea.
Right, the map of your town is going to declare in the corner what projection method was used to create that map. That map of your town is going to say something like transverse Mercator or something along those lines, is how that projection was created from a sphere.
Yeah, in order to get your Mercator, you had to do local linear distant measurements first. Okay, you didn't have a Mercator and then extrapolate all your small regional maps from that. You made a small regional map and then extrapolated that into your fake ball.
That's not what any map maker has ever done in the history of ever. The Mercator,
Okay, so you think that I took the Mercator and then I scaled it down?
The Mercator projection, because again, we're doing definitional shit again. If you go look at what the Mercator projection is, it starts with a sphere to create the flat maps. That's what the Mercator projection is.
No, it starts with local, regional, two-dimensional, XY grid coordinates. All maps start with these coordinate planes. What are you talking about?
That's incorrect. Again, if you go look at the definition of the Mercator projection, if you look at the page that lays out what a Mercator projection is, it tells you you start with the sphere to create the flat map. That's what a Mercator projection is. When you say, no, it isn't, you're disagreeing with the definitions of words, and that's a stupid argument to take.
Where do you think they got all the distances to stitch together their Mercator projection?
It's irrelevant. The actual projection.
It has to do with local.
The Mercator projection, the way it's actually.
It has to do with local.
The way that the Mercator projection is actually
surveying.
defined. The way that the Mercator projection is actually defined is completely regardless for where the measurements come from.
Oh, where did they come from? Local planar surveying.
That's also wrong. If you want to have, if you want to have, if you want to say wow again, I guess that'll change it. So if you want to have any large scale maps, say continental United States, for instance, geodetic surveying is the type of surveying that you use in order to get those measurements. We don't use planar surveying for a continent. That's not how we do things.
Oh yeah, geodetic surveying, where you say that your horizontal's bending, even though you don't observe that, and you're considering 3 points of equal elevation. Therefore, you can't even determine that you've established a horizontal plane to take any measurements.
Nobody has ever once said in the history of geodetic or planar surveying that horizontal bends. Never been said.
I have it right here.
Who said it?
Yeah, in geodetic surveying, horizontals are curving. You didn't know that?
Show me.
Sure, one sec. I'm gonna get the actual citation. Just give me one moment.
This is so boring.
Okay, well, when you do that, what's actually going to come out of that
Red Cloud?
A level. So when you do that, what's actually going to come out of that is a level surface is curved. Horizontal is not curved.
No, your horizontal's bending in your geodetic surveying books. But Red Cloud, what do you want to talk about?
Don't listen to Red. Don't
No,
he wants.
you guys still want to talk about this because you're both going to just not your evidence.
All right, what'd you say, no tanks?
Yeah, Red Tape doesn't want to really talk about anything. He just wants to talk shit.
Oh, yeah, I figured that actually.
So here's one in the chat right now anyway, while you go get yours. Horizontal is not curving. Level is curving.
There you go, doofus.
You got ChatGPT to lie for you? Okay. Well,
The
when you go
geodetic
actually
definition.
find,
Stop talking.
when you go
Stop
actually
talking.
find,
I'm going to
when you
explain this
go
to you because
actually
you are
find a,
apparently
when you
unaware.
go actually find a, when you
Yeah,
go
you're trying to
actually
bull.
find a, when you go actually find a geodetic surveying manual, that manual will tell you that a level surface is curved and horizontal references are not. When you ask ChatGPT, when a thing that isn't true became true, ChatGPT is going to try its damnedest to make sure that whatever you said was true becomes true, because that's how language models work. Instead, you should go find an actual geodetic surveying manual. ChatGPT is not it.
I'm going to read this. The geodetic definition that a horizontal surface follows the curvature of the Earth. Do you agree?
I explained why I don't agree already, because ChatGPT is not a geodetic surveying manual.
All right, let's go get the geodetic definition of
Are you
curved
guys so
horizontal for you.
lazy that you're using ChatGPT?
Oh, all you Globers do the same thing.
Let's
That's how
go
you get
find
your
it.
globe.
No.
Can we talk about something else now?
Still funny that you're the only person that's asking.
My God, it's just, this has been talked to death for like the past 10 years.
We all know that. I mean, hobbies are not supposed to be productive. In fact, hobbies are usually not productive.
Like, are y'all going to circle jerk now? You want to do your globe cope session? Do you need it?
No,
We're
it's
waiting
like
for you
Flat
to
Earth was
post your
boring,
geodetic
yeah.
surveying manual that says horizontal is curved. That's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, it's not my fault that you never heard of this before, but this is what your model's based on, and I have it right here.
Okay, have it then. Post it somewhere. Because you haven't done that yet.
Because you're impatient.
Okay.
There you go.
See what happens when you leave the conversation to red tape? It's just a blinker. Take it away, red tape. Take it away.
All right. Where in that page does it say horizontal is curved? Because I looked
at the
for
very
that,
top.
and guess what I
It's at
didn't
the very
find?
top. Horizontal
No, it
geodetic
says
datum. The horizontal geodetic datum. Stop interrupting. A horizontal geodetic datum may consist of the longitude and latitude of an initial point. So right away, it's not even considering that it's a horizontal plane. They consider it a datum point just perpendicular to a vertical. You're already done.
Okay, so none of that said horizontal is curved. What it said was a
It is
horizontal
only
datum,
considered a horizontal at a datum point.
I love that you
Therefore,
had to
cannot
interrupt in the
establish
middle
a
of what I was fucking saying as I was about to say it. Fucking Christ. Let's try it again. What it says is a horizontal datum is not, it's talking about the datum itself. It's not talking about horizontal references or horizontal itself. It's talking about a datum.
You're triggered, dude, but I'm going to destroy you again since you want to defend lies. All right? So right here, a horizontal
So where does it say horizontal is
geodetic
curved?
stop, interrupt. Dude, this guy's got a delay, and he just keeps interrupting.
You're both interrupting each other, to be fair.
Now, I'm actually trying to get a point across to this guy. He just can't help himself.
Go.
It's a datum point. When you say that you're establishing horizontal, it is only perpendicular to vertical, the point that it intersects your vertical. That's why they call it a datum point. In geodetic survey, your horizontal's bending because of gravity.
Horizontal.
Nowhere in that does it say horizontal is bending. What it,
Geodetic
in fact, your initial
exactly.
statement, in fact, what you initially said was accurate, which is that a horizontal intersects a vertical, and that horizontal is valid for that point only. Now, nowhere in that does it say horizontal is nowhere in that does it say horizontal is curved. It says a horizontal datum. So where does it say horizontal is curved?
You require 2 points for a horizontal line. When you say that your horizontal is only to be established at a datum point, Red Cloud, can you please stop complaining and actually, what is this guy? This guy's moaning?
Because you're already wrong. You already messed up is the problem.
No, I'm proving you wrong. Your geodetic datum point, where you establish a horizontal perpendicular to vertical, you say that it's only horizontal at a point. Okay, a horizontal line is 2 points. A horizontal plane is 3 points. I've been asking constantly to globetards, how do you establish 3 points of equal elevation when, in geodetic surveying, your horizontal bends away? 3 points of equal elevation relative to the curvature of the surface. Equal elevation above a curved surface in your model. So how do I establish 3 points of equal elevation above a horizontal plane?
Okay, out of the several things that you just fucked up, I'm going to pick the first one. Horizontal does not require you pick 2 points. Any horizontal reference that you use will use vertical first, and then at 90 degrees to that is a horizontal reference.
So it's only horizontal at a point.
The horizontal reference that you establish is only valid at that point.
And what if I extend this horizontal line? Can I add a point?
Impossible.
He doesn't get it.
Nobody
like,
said
it's
anything
so
about.
Simple. You guys hate straight lines. It's just like so dogmatic against the
See, listen, he might be the first guy, Jesse. Like one day.
I mean, I was about to answer.
Guy, right?
At some point, I was going to answer the question that I was asked.
They're interrupting.
At some point, I was going to answer the question that I was asked.
Yeah, he's yelling again.
So we'll
That's
try it
always
again.
good.
Give him somebody give him
yes,
his
because you asked
pudding.
the question and then you immediately started making noise again, so that I couldn't answer it. So let's try that again.
You're really acting out of character, man.
Oh yeah, let's do that again. Let's start this bullshit all over again.
Just go grab a.
By the way, I'll get muted for you interrupting me.
Guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get interrupted for fucking Jesse muting or interrupting me again.
You need another
time. Let's try it again.
No time.
Shit, let's keep this going again.
Bruh.
Why are the flat earthers so
now, I'll go ahead and answer the question that you asked. I'm going to get muted for everybody interrupting me again. That's how it always fucking happens, right?
I already debunked your stupid claim.
Okay, we're going to try. Oh my God, dude.
Now we just...
Jesus Christ. All right.
Let Doofus go, guys. Come on. I mean, it's funny, but come on. Go ahead, Doofus.
All right, go ahead, dumbass.
So, whatever your damn question was, I don't care now. I'm just going to say what I was going to say.
Horizontal is impossible.
When you establish a horizontal reference, nobody says, yeah, this is going to just keep going. This is what's going to happen.
How do you establish a horizontal reference? How are you doing that?
At some point, we're going to just keep having these conversations, ad infinitum. I'm going to be interrupted by flat earthers again. No Takes wants to get in. Let's try it again.
Man, like, why are you having
when you
conversation
establish
with
and
them? They're
now red tape cuts in and now we're just going to do this again
because there's no point in the conversation.
Okay.
They're not.
Let's try this. Oh well, yep, and then red tape cuts in again. Let's try it again. So when you establish a horizontal reference, you're doing that with a tool such as a level or an auto level or a theodolite, which all of those can establish a horizontal reference. They use Plumb to do that, because that's how, in a spirit level, liquid falls down. So it's referring to which way things fall. There's a compensator inside of an auto level. Some theodolites also have compensators in them. Those things are pointing down. So it's a reference to vertical. 90 degrees to that gives you your horizontal reference. Nobody says you cannot extend that reference. That was a straw man that Note Tanks created out of thin air. The reference itself is only horizontal at the initial point at which it was created.
Yeah, horizontal point.
Nobody ever said horizontal point.
You just did.
Not in that order, not those words in that. Never.
Well,
If you
to
can
even show
find
that,
an audio clip of me saying the words horizontal point, I'll eat my hat. You won't ever find it because I didn't fucking say it.
yeah, you did say it. But anyways, so if for you either, or for
No,
anybody,
I
to
didn't
even
say it. If you're going to come in
mute
here
this
and
guy.
lie,
Mute him.
instantly
Mute him.
lie as soon
Somebody
as you
get this
start
guy.
talking. Yeah, you did
Somebody
say
get
it.
him.
Well, then go
Somebody
find
talk
it.
this
Find a
maniac.
clip of me saying it. Go find it right now.
I'll just wait
Go
like
find
another
it.
minute and you'll
I
say
don't
it.
need you to respond. I just
I
need you
am
to go
waiting
find
for
the shit that you
no
said that
tank.
I
I've been
said.
waiting for no
I
tanks to
just
get a
need
chance.
you to find the clip of me saying it if you're going to lie.
I'll just wait. You'll say it again in the future. It's fine. We don't have to go to the past. We'll wait.
Never
We'll say it
have,
again.
never will.
All right.
So
yeah,
Doofus can lean in his mic and scream, and I get muted when I want to know what no
he's a
tanks are
He's
trying
not
to say.
screaming, man. That's annoying. Don't lie.
Yeah, so for anybody to affirm, Doofus included, anybody to affirm that would be the case, right? That horizontal, you would find that the horizontal is different over the distance. You would have to show how you extended a straight line in the horizontal orientation in reality. He did give a couple ideas, right, on how you could establish this. Something that's very simple that establishes 2 points of equal elevation is a scale with equal weights on either side. Will establish these weights because he was appealing to like the weight of water or something going down. So a scale is a very simple demonstration that will establish a horizontal plane of reference when both of the weights are equal. And this is a this is a self-confirming obvious globe debunker. I would like to see the methodology that anybody here has to deploy a horizontal line. Like, what is the methodology? Like, who here? I put it to the room all the time. I put it to the room all the time.
Zenith angles, dude.
That's a good option.
Zenith
I put it to the room all the time. Like, how have you established 3 points of equal elevation in reality? And then you could show the room.
So
yeah, not curving.
Creating
what
a
that
horizontal,
means, right?
creating a horizontal reference doesn't debunk the globe because the globe says you can create a horizontal reference. So when you say things like, I created a horizontal reference, therefore the globe is false, you're creating an argument that doesn't even make sense.
A reference to a point.
Tell us how you establish 3 points of equal elevation to have a horizontal reference in reality so that we can know that the horizontal or that level drops from the horizontal at a tangent, necessary on the radius.
I've already showed that horizontal and level are not the same. He did thankfully got a screenshot of him doing it so that we can all shove it in his face every time he comes into a conversation.
You just need 3 points.
Appeal to Bev Tardia. That's an appeal to Bev Tardia.
You just need 3 points that are at an equal elevation above a datum, right?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Doofus said that Bev did it. You're saying that all you need is this. I'm asking who has done it to even make the claim that something that is equal is only equal to something else, but nothing else because it's only equal to itself at a point. That's a bold assertion that Doofus made.
Yeah, nobody made that argument because you mangled it as, I don't even know why you mangled it that way, except for dishonesty.
Well, there was something said earlier that, of course, we can establish points of equal elevation. There is also the argument or some sort of conversation on the table that things are horizontal at a point. We all know that you can have a scale that will weigh 2 objects of equal weight in a horizontal orientation, and it was claimed that the globe doesn't claim that horizontal is impossible.
Equal weight? What does weight have to do with this?
Well, this is just a demonstration of horizontal.
He's trying to create a horizontal reference with a balance. It's fine.
Yeah, just a balance scale, no big deal. Yeah, so you can do that in reality, right? Easy, right? So how have the people in this room established 3 points of equal elevation in reality? Yeah, not appealing to Bev Tardia.
Don't you just establish 90 degrees to a plumb line? Isn't that what you do?
A horizontal
point. Trying to create. He's trying to create 3 points of equal elevation. That's fine if we do it either through geodetic surveying or planar surveying. Both will do it, but that doesn't establish that the Earth is flat. So it's a useless argument.
It's measurably
because
not flat.
you've never measured it flat.
Yeah, it's measurably not flat. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Level
measurably
is not
not
horizontal. Therefore, in
Earth's
most
surface is not a
importantly,
horizontal
level is
plane.
not the same. Most importantly, level is not horizontal. We can show the difference between the two through observations that people like Bev have taken.
Well, that's the cool thing I was asking for. So what have you, that's so if you can tell the difference between the two, that's what I was saying. That means that you're affirming the position that you have been able to establish a horizontal line in reality somewhere to then weigh it against the level line. So how have you established 3 points of equal elevation in the horizontal orientation to know that those points are changing in elevation?
Isn't it true?
You don't need 3 points of equal elevation in order to create a horizontal reference. I gave
Yeah, you do.
several examples. I gave several examples of horizontal references that people in reality use all of the time. Spirit levels, auto levels, and theodolites all provide horizontal references, and people in reality use them as a horizontal reference when needed.
Yeah, I use bubble levels. I definitely need more than just a point. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, isn't it?
Hey,
Isn't
how
it
many
the
points
case?
did you need with your spirit level?
3.
Isn't it the case,
Okay,
Doofus,
name them.
that
Show me where those 3 are on, say, a diagram of a spirit level.
I got 2 black lines, 2 vertical lines, and I got the peak of my bubble. I line all 3 up.
Doofus?
Okay, the bubble in the level is the only thing that's telling you what level is.
That's 3 points. Once I line up the bubble within the 2 black lines, I know I made a horizontal. It's more than 1 point, dude. You know what a
The
point
bubble
is?
is one thing. Yeah, the bubble
The 2
is
black
one
lines
thing.
are 2 more things.
And if the bubble, the thing we're looking at, is not between those things, you don't have a horizontal reference.
I can't establish that I have a horizontal without the 2 black lines. It's more than 1 point, dude.
It's not a
The
point.
2 black lines on the bubble are telling you where the bubble is. The bubble is still 1 point. Let's have more definition games.
The bubble isn't the only thing telling you what your horizontal is. It's not just the bubble.
Yes, it is.
No, it's the bubble gets
No,
centered.
it's
The bubble
not.
gets centered, right? Isn't that correct? It gets centered.
Between 2 black lines.
Right. It gets centered, right?
3 points. What's up? No, thanks.
So for a bubble level, when you level a theodolite, right, you use a bubble level, right, and you twist the screws until the bubble is in. There's a little dome-like glass or plastic dome there, and you center the bubble in that dome, right? That's how you do it, isn't that right?
There's all kinds of levels. You're referencing one where you put the bubble in the center of a like
isn't
a
that
dome.
how you do it? Isn't that how you do it?
I'm not talking about that kind of level, dude.
But
like an
I
auto
don't see
level
how-
too, yeah.
Well, I don't know surveying equipment. I've just seen tutorials that say, here's how you level your theodolite. I think they were talking about that. You have something
tripod.
on the tripod, right? And then there's 3 screws, and you move the 3 screws around until you get the bubble to be in the center of a little plastic or glass dome.
Yeah,
Right.
typically those have a black circle on them. You want your bubble to end up within the circle.
Yeah.
You still have more than 1 point. Yeah, more than 1
Yeah.
point. Okay.
No, that's just 1 point.
No,
it's
the bubble is still 1
No,
point.
it's not. No, it's not. A circle is not 1 point. What the fuck?
The bubble is the thing that you're looking at.
This is hilarious.
You guys just forget what horizontal plane means.
You have to
No,
remember,
no, you said
clear
horizontal
your
curves on the
mind.
globe, and then you didn't provide anything that says that.
Understand level, feel the level, establish the level.
But why couldn't I just take a protractor and measure 90 degrees to a plumb
No.
line?
We're gonna
Why
wipe
not?
the slate. We're gonna wipe the slate clean. Fuck that. We're wiping the slate clean.
Why
Listen.
would
Listen.
you
Stop,
do
Brenda.
that?
Brenda.
You can do that.
No, you guys need to stop.
I can do that.
This is not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, but
I think I can just take a protractor and measure 90 degrees from a bob on a piece of string. I don't need much equipment at all.
You can do that. I'm not going to argue. You obviously can do that. That's like one of my greatest.
No
proofs,
text.
right?
Can you
have to-
allow me, please? No text. Please allow this.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Please allow this. All right, fuck that example, dude. Just get rid of all that. I want to establish 3 points of equal elevation above a horizontal plane. I want to know that all my points are equal elevation relative to a line I created. Right? Not relative to a curved surface like your globe model claims that's what's happening to. Yeah, so how am I going to establish a horizontal plane?
Well, first you're going to need to establish 3 points of elevation, right?
Equal elevation.
Right, you're going to have to do that. So how do you do that?
That's what I'm asking you. Dude, this is crazy.
You should know by.
I think Doofus knows how to
Because I gave you the answer earlier.
It would be above a datum, right? Because that's what an elevation is equal distance.
A datum
above
point
datum.
is not a line. Do you not know the difference between a line, a horizontal plane, and a point?
That's what differential leveling is for.
I can establish distances from a point, right? I could put a point in Microsoft Paint, and I could do equal distances from that point. That doesn't create a horizontal plane. Okay, you guys are saying that my points of equal elevation, they're equal elevation relative. Stop it. We're talking about equal elevation relative to a line segment, not relative to a point.
But Brenda wasn't saying distances along the ground. That wasn't what she was saying.
I don't know all of this stuff, Doofus. You know this better than I do, but isn't a datum also considered to be like a two-dimensional surface?
Yeah, reference for a surface. Like if you have an equipotential, that's a surface within a datum. But
basically, no. A datum point is
the
not
point
a
is largely
two-dimensional
irrelevant because the surface, all surfaces are two-dimensional. Even if they're curved, they're still two-dimensional. Thank you.
Yeah,
anyway,
this guy's over here saying spheres are two-dimensional.
If you look at the definition of a sphere, it is a two-dimensional surface. It's literally in the definition. Anyway, you don't need 3 points of equal elevation in order to establish horizontal reference, which Brenda and myself have provided several examples of establishing horizontal references without needing 3 points of equal elevation. And you want to go back to, well, what if I had 3 points of equal elevation? Well, it doesn't make any difference because you can already make horizontal references without.
That's really funny that you say the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional in the definition. What about a surface of a sphere in reality? Is that two-dimensional?
Yeah, it's two-dimensional, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's retarded.
It is a sphere a sphere? If a sphere is a sphere, then the definition of a sphere applies to a sphere. You fuck.
Oh, did you forget that spheres require one more axis? You forgot?
No, a sphere, a spherical surface is a two-dimensional surface embedded in a three-dimensional space. The space is three-dimensional. The surface of the sphere is two-dimensional because you only need 2 coordinates to locate any point on the sphere.
In order to have a sphere, it has to occupy 3 dimensions. X, Y, and Z.
Surfaces.
She just literally said that.
Yeah, it's
Appeal
a
to
two-dimensional.
definition fallacy. You guys forget that spheres are 3D in reality. What is wrong
Oh my
with
God.
you? Yeah, oh my God is right. You guys are pretending that
Spheres
spheres are
aren't
2D.
spheres anymore. Let's appeal to definition.
Right, yeah, spheres are 2D now, guys.
Math
Update.
is definitions, dude. Math is basically
This
definitions.
downloadable content, dude, I'm not going. I think your downloadable content has bugs. Okay? I'm not downloading your spheres are
And go
2D
look up
down.
the definition of a sphere. You're arguing
I don't
with the
need to. I can
definition
just
of a
appeal
sphere
to a
by not
sphere.
looking it up.
I could just appeal to a ball in reality. I don't have to appeal to your dumb definition that doesn't describe what's happening in reality well enough.
So then spheres in reality must not fit the definition of a sphere according to your argument.
No, the problem is your coordinates on a sphere occupy 3 dimensions. You're pretending they don't.
If you want to buy enough paint to
I
paint
said
a
the
sphere,
surface is two-dimensional.
what units
And Brenda
do you
further
use?
clarified that the
What'd you say,
surface
Ball Knight?
is within a three-dimensional. Okay, we'll try this again. I
Why?
specified
You're
that
already
the
destroyed.
surface is. Let's just keep doing this shit again. I specified that the surface is two-dimensional. Brenda further clarified that that two-dimensional surface is embedded within three-dimensional space, which is also correct. But you're not going to look up any of this shit. You're just going to keep arguing against the definition of a sphere like an idiot.
If you want
Alright,
to paint a
calm down,
sphere,
Spaz.
what units
What's up, Ball
is the
Knight?
amount of paint measured in? You want to paint a
Square
sphere?
feet. Square feet.
Yeah, two-dimensional measurement of the surface of a sphere.
Yep.
Ah, cool. So polyhedron Earth. You got disco ball Earth.
Nobody said polyhedron.
Oh, that's what you're describing.
Nobody described a polyhedron.
Yeah, you just did.
Okay. If you know what he said, then go ahead and say it back. Let's see if he said anything about a polyhedron.
It says square feet. XY. Disco
All
ball Earth.
surfaces that are
It's square inches, square feet.
all surface areas are in square feet or square any area.
Yeah, I know. When you're constantly like letting the imaginary globe swirl in your tiny brain, and you can't comprehend reality in 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions, nobody's gonna agree with you, dude. Spheres are 3-dimensional.
Wouldn't a
What three-dimensional
flat Earth
unit
in reality
of paint do you buy it in?
Yeah, you're not appealing to reality.
Wouldn't if I wanted to paint
in reality, when you try to describe the area, the surface area of a surface, that surface doesn't have to be flat. A sphere, in fact, has a surface area in reality, and those are measured in square units of some kind.
Yeah, if I wanted to paint the flat Earth, I would need to express that in square feet. How much paint do I need? Enough to cover so many square feet, because it's 2-dimensional.
Right. So you got
the same to a sphere.
spheres. Yeah, you know, a circle is 2-dimensional. You know the difference between a circle and a sphere?
I can't.
So
paint
anyway,
a
let's
circle.
move this conversation past Jesse not knowing what a surface is.
Oh yeah, let's get stuck with Doofus who likes to scream at people and his mic is lagging.
I think he kind of knows, but he's just being obstinate.
No, you guys don't know how to establish 3 points of
As
equal
somebody
elevation
pointed out
relative to
earlier, it's
horizontal
because when
plane.
he's streaming, he does this shit.
Nope, I asked for 3 points of equal elevation, not relative to a point, not relative to what you think is a curving surface, because you're yet to measure that to be the case. 3 points of equal elevation relative to a horizontal plane or a horizontal line. How do you plan on establishing a horizontal line? It's very simple stuff, guys. Stop pretending straight lines don't exist.
Well, suppose I have a pond that's perfectly still, and I measure.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Let's not do a pond.
All right.
Because I want to explain how, people who in reality do this kind of work do it. So if you start from a benchmark, which is your datum point, you can use multiple different methods in order to establish what elevation different locations on the ground are around you. You can use planar surveying for short distances. You can extend that using differential leveling to longer distances. You can use geodetic surveying to just directly go to those longer distances and get the elevations right away. Those all work for establishing elevations for different points on the ground. You can then use that information to make sure that you have 3 points which have the same elevation. And you're using that benchmark in order to come to that conclusion. So now,
your benchmark is creating a horizontal plane.
We have surveyors, their methodologies for doing the thing that you're asking. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you already cooked yourself in the beginning, dude. If you want to measure elevation change, you need to reference a horizontal. You're already done.
Okay, so I didn't say that. What I said was that you can use planar surveying for short distances. You can use differential leveling for longer distances if you want to stick to that methodology. And geodetic surveyors can just go directly to those longer distances without having to worrying about errors being introduced by curvature. And guess
Right,
what
so
the fun part
yeah,
is?
right. When you establish, hey, I was gonna actually respond to what you're saying. What's up, dude? So yeah, you want to establish elevation change, don't you? You need a leveling instrument to reference to know any changes in elevation, don't you? Typically, your benchmark
What
is actually
methodology
mean
did I
sea
use to
level.
explain that?
Hey, I wasn't finished, doofus. You got the long-winded pauses between your shit. Now I'm gonna do the same to you. So you're gonna reference a benchmark, right? Mean sea level is a benchmark. All changes in elevation relative to that fake benchmark, your horizontal plane, all changes in elevation are in reference to the horizontal plane. Is your horizontal plane
It's your
curved?
claim. It's your claim that it's relative to a horizontal plane. Benchmarks are not planes.
Ah, wow. That's great. It's
Geez,
funny, dude. You're so
I want to go ahead and make the
lines.
statement right now that a benchmark creates a horizontal plane.
I just learned
Yeah,
something.
you're afraid of straight lines, dude.
Yeah,
Scared the shit out of you.
the distance between two benchmarks is not
That's not
a
about
straight
me.
line.
You said that a benchmark
straight
creates a
line does not
horizontal plane.
lie within a
Do you
plane.
want to stick with that statement?
Crazy talk.
No thanks, was talking, dude.
Yeah, doofus, you need to behave yourself.
Hey, don't trigger him. Go ahead. Go ahead. No thanks.
Oh, I mean, I was just pointing out that I don't know, he's making the claim that the benchmarks do not establish a plane. Now that would be saying that the distance between two benchmarks is measured is not the shortest distance between two benchmarks, to that which would establish a straight line which lies within a plane in order to reference it. I don't know why he's saying it, but that is his claim. Do you have any evidence of that claim?
Benchmarks don't have horizontal distances on them. First. Second, a benchmark is definitely not a horizontal reference. It's just a datum point. That's all it is. It's just a datum point.
Yeah, so you got one benchmark, right? Does nothing for you. The utilization, which you referenced earlier, which was differential leveling, which was the transfer of a straight line from benchmark to benchmark. Are you taking back the claim that that straight line distance between benchmarks does not lie within a plane? Are you taking that back?
I never made the claim that it does lie in a plane. That was a claim that you created out of thin air.
Okay, a straight line lies within a plane. Do you disagree?
Okay, how have you confirmed that the distance between those two benchmarks is a straight line?
That wasn't my. A straight line lies within a plane. Is that false? Are you still holding to that to be false?
It lies an infinite number of planes because it's just one line. So how have you confirmed that the line between those two benchmarks is a straight line? How have you confirmed?
Because it lies within a plane. Yeah.
A straight line lies within an infinite number of planes because it's just one line. My question to you is, how have you confirmed the line between two benchmarks is a straight line?
Oh, okay, I mean, I could go through that if you like.
So lines aren't straight. How did you determine it's curving?
That was my overarching point. He claimed that it wasn't that, so I'm asking. I wanted to find out how he found out it was. I can go through how you can demonstrate it does lie within a plane, but I'm more interested.
He doesn't know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, dude. It's crazy.
But how have you confirmed that line must be straight? You're saying shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Wonderful. How have you confirmed that the line between two benchmarks is straight?
You're the one with the goofy, extraordinary claim that your lines are curving when they don't appear to be.
Okay, well, you guys made the claim that they must be straight lines, and then you said that I'm the one making the claim. So let's go through this. Those benchmarks declare what datum that they are referencing as far as their positions.
That is
now,
the reference.
The datum that they are referencing. The datum that they are referencing on. The datum that they are referencing on there is showing that level surfaces are curved. For example, NAD 88 and NAVD 84. What is it? Those two? Those two combined create a level surface that is curved. WGS84 is another type of datum that does the same thing, which is showing that level surfaces are curved. So what datum points are you using that don't use those datum?
Yeah, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Yeah, so the benchmarks are established between verticals, which is perpendicular to horizontal. The shortest distance between the verticals is establishes a horizontal. This is axiomatic. Everybody knows this doofus. Stop being weird. Then you have the measurements. This is how you know the Earth is not flat. Then you can measure the land and topography to go up and down relative to that horizontal reference. That is the reference. You're asking the question, what does the reference? That's a strange question.
That's not the question that I asked. Also, you started your comment with, I don't know what you're talking about when I was talking about datums. If you don't know what a datum is, then you shouldn't be fucking talking about
datum is some kind of like idealized.
If you don't know what it, I need you to interrupt me every time because it just proves me right every fucking time. So let's try this again.
Just telling you what a datum was. That's it.
If you are in conversation about datum points on the surface of the Earth and you don't know anything about datums, then you don't belong in the conversation at all.
All right, we'll back out.
You were the one that stated you don't know what the datums that they reference are.
You can reference it to a different datum. You're saying that they reference that to the ellipsoid, the geoid, whatever.
They actually reference it to a Cartesian. Yeah, they're actually referencing a Cartesian coordinate system.
Latitude and longitude are not Cartesian coordinates. I've already explained this to you.
Yeah, dude. You're scared of straight lines. That's cool.
Nobody's scared of anything. You're just lying about what latitude and longitude are.
Well, you think a line is curving when it doesn't appear to be. So I don't know how you came to that conclusion.
It's not about what I think. Latitude and longitude are angular coordinate components. They cannot possibly describe a Cartesian coordinate system. That's literally impossible.
Yeah, so you don't know how to establish 3 points of equal elevation above a horizontal. That's kind of weird.
I just explained it. I explained it fucking 10 minutes ago. I fucking explained
in your
the
model,
thing that you said
it
I
wouldn't
can't
be
explain.
of equal elevation.
So you have all you have at this point is to lie to me, gaslight me, tell me I can't tell you a thing that I already told you 10 minutes ago.
It doesn't have to
Don't let
upset
them
you that
trigger
you're wrong.
you, doofus. You know what they're trying to do. Don't let them trigger you.
Well, I mean, I despise dishonest people, and, well, I talk to flat earthers too, so that makes it kind of a fun double whammy.
Yeah, the Ori are liars, and you worship the Ori.
Do I?
So I
That's an
referenced the
SG1,
paper.
huh? One of my favorites.
I referenced the paper about geodetic surveying, and you completely hand-wave that it says that the horizontal datum is dependent on the point it intersects with the vertical. So, no, you're not establishing a horizontal plane in geodetic surveying. You're already done.
Okay, I didn't have hand wave any of that because you didn't know that a horizontal datum is not the same thing as a horizontal reference. I explained why you didn't know the difference between those two in this very conversation. That all happened, even if you want to lie to the room and say that it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're talking about referencing a horizontal datum, and that wouldn't be a horizontal reference? Are you insane?
No, I just know that the definitions of words work. You don't seem to.
No, it's very simple, dude. You're just scared of straight lines. It's just kind of weird.
Nope. If you get the definitions of words wrong and I correct you and you continue to be wrong, the only thing that you can be is dishonest. That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean,
I got a straight line right here. Keep this run.
Yeah,
I made a horizontal plane run.
Yeah, it probably dies. It's probably better that it dies off, doofus, because you got destroyed by Jesse by accident. I think you slipped and fell into it. No big deal. But yeah, I already kind of solidified you on the difference between the datum and the reference. The datum being an idealized model, the reference in reality is established. Now you would just have to go to, okay, how do we establish the datum? It's the same question. Like, it's really just you're just avoiding the question. But it's all right. Just do your thing.
Nope. Nobody asked me how we established the datum. That's the first time anybody ever actually put that question to this VC.
Yeah, but you're kicking it down the road.
Nobody asked you to.
I'm not kicking a thing. I'm not kicking a thing down the road that nobody asked me. Hold on a second. No,
Please stop getting closer to your mic.
I'm not kicking anything down. No, we're gonna do this bullshit again. I'm not kicking something down the road that nobody at. All right, let's do this again. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm not kicking something down the road. I'm not kicking something down the road that nobody asked me. So when you say shit like that in the VC, when you blatantly lie like that in the public space, it just shows you're a liar.
Yeah, it was asked you how do you establish points of equal elevation in reality, and then you went and said, well, they do that all the time in reality with planar surveying, and what they find is that it deviates from the already established datum of Earth, of the idealized Earth being a globe. But that is, that's the ultimate question. How did you measure your fucking globe, asshole? Yeah, how did you measure the drop of level from the horizontal tangent? And how did you establish the horizontal? That's the question. You're just kicking it. You're saying, no, we know the Earth's a globe because we've already established this datum, with these references. And now all the planar references or the planar measurements are now referencing that reference. Well, where'd you get that fucking reference, dude? It's obviously you're just lying, deceiving, gaslighting. Anyway.
All right. None of the shit that you said that I said or was anything that I said. I did not say that the observations show that horizontal deviates from an idealized globe. Those words never fucking once came out of my mouth. I never said that shit. But you just plainly in this chat pretended that I did. That was funny.
That's the definition of the words.
What I said was, and of course you brought this up when I was explaining how to create 3 points of equal elevation, which had nothing to do with horizontal references deviating from anything. That wasn't in the conversation either. So you just made up so much of that shit. I said none of it as though I said it. Let's try this again. When you want to create points of any elevation, all you need to do is you find yourself a benchmark. You can use, for short range distances, you can use planar surveying. For anything longer, you can use differential leveling to walk yourself over to that point. Or you can use geodetic surveying to go directly to that point to establish some elevation of some known elevation. Then
there
you can walk up or down from there in order to figure out if your point is at the elevation you want it at. Now, where in there does it show that the Earth must be flat?
It's in reality. It's just in reality that the Earth is measurably not flat.
Christ.
Well, I don't care to play your
Doofus, are you done proclaiming?
You're just being weird. Yeah.
Doofus, are you done proclaiming it's impossible?
I'm the one being weird, but you keep lying about what I'm saying. Right.
Dude, you slipped in. You did it again.
I'm the one being weird. So you're saying I'm the one being weird, but every
just,
single time
started yelling.
So you're
through
saying
my
I'm the one being there. We'll just keep doing this noise in the VC. So you're saying I'm the one being weird, but every time that we're gonna keep doing this shit again. You're saying I'm the one being weird in this VC, except every time that you've tried to explain what I've said in the past, you've been wrong consistently, 100% of the time.
Well, then maybe you're not making your point well enough.
There is no way to accidentally be 100% wrong on every fucking attempt at recalling somebody else's position.
Yeah,
anyway, he keeps on,
that we don't understand your position.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's not for Doofus, it's for the
it could be you not explaining it.
Or you can go to the Geodesy, which already has the established reference points to know that there's a drop from the horizontal. He keeps on throwing that one in there as if it's sneaky and unknown. He's just weird.
Yeah, you forgot topography existed.
Okay, I didn't throw in anything. Thanks for making up bullshit again, making up lies.
As we all heard it.
As the lies turn by no tanks.
You gotta lie to pretend there's no such thing as horizontal lines, dude.
Nobody did that. Nobody in this VC pretended horizontal lines do not exist. Nobody ever
Okay,
said
so
that.
so I can establish 3 points of equal elevation above a horizontal. Excellent.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, why are you fighting this?
Well, you know why
I'm
we're
not fighting
dude.
it when I'm explaining how the fuck to do it. That's the problem I'm having, is that you're just lying about every fucking thing I'm saying. I explained how to establish 3 points of equal elevation using multiple methodologies, and then you come back and say, why are you avoiding it? Because it's such bullshit for you to say that, for you to lie to the entire room and say that you're not explaining the thing that you explained several fucking times.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just pointing out to the room. This is Doofus can do what he wants with it. He is. He's saying you can do the same thing. You can do the same thing. This is what I'm hearing, at least, right? He's saying you can do the same thing by establishing benchmarks, carrying the straight line over distance perpendicular to the verticals. You can do differential leveling to measure the topography, angles, etc., to get the points of equal elevation, or you could do geodesic, which is necessary over long distance because it's not the same as the other ones. You won't get the same result. But then it's coming out as if he's saying these are all three methods for doing the same thing while saying they do different things.
Okay, you inserted the lie that geodetic surveying and differential leveling would give you different results. Please show me where that's true. Confirm your claim for me.
Okay, are you not saying that? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're not saying that.
Never once said that. I said, in fact, here's the fun part about all that. If I want to establish 3 points of equal elevation, I need to establish them using any method that works.
Relative to what?
If I can use differential leveling and get the same answer as geodetic surveying, then they both are valid methodologies for doing the thing that was asked. So now, why on a flat Earth should they give you the same answer if geodetic surveying takes the curvature of the Earth into account? Why do they give you the same answer?
Are your 3 points of equal elevation relative to a horizontal or a curving surface?
Thanks for not fucking answering the question.
Well, I mean, are you claiming that geodesic takes curvature into account? You would be saying yes.
It does. We don't even have to ask.
Clearly within the methodology to take
it does.
curvature and refraction into account.
Right. And now, does planar or auto level, differential level, does that take that into account?
Hell no.
Right. Then how could they be this? How can you say you're describing the same thing? I don't know.
Don't wait for my answer. Just wait for Jesse's answer. Yeah, don't wait for my answer. Just wait for Jesse's answer.
Well, Doofus, if you fix your delay, you wouldn't be getting so angry.
Do you want my answer or do you want Jesse's answer? No tanks.
Yeah, we can go back and forth with you for a minute, because we already know your position. You don't even know what the fuck is going on, so whatever, dude.
Well, listen, I'm glad it died. I'm glad you kind of went slowly into the night this time, Doofus. It's good of you.
Okay, I just got a phone call. It's going to interrupt me again, probably, because somebody else is going to try and call me. Anyway, my answer as far as differential leveling is concerned is the surface curvature is irrelevant to the process of differential leveling. You follow the surface as you move along it.
Cool.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I get follow the surface. It's kind of a weird way to say. I would say that you're measuring the surface while establishing the straight line to measure the elevation of the land from that reference. Yeah.
That's not how differential leveling works. Go look up what differential leveling is before you make a further fool of yourself.
No. I mean, I know what it is. You go a different. You go.
Okay, so why would you say something like you're measuring curvature in that?
I wouldn't say I'm saying you're measuring one elevation relative to another one from a ref. I wouldn't say that you're the way you put it. You're saying you're. What do you say? You're doing something on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, I want to put it that way.
You're following the surface as you move along it.
Yeah, I just want. I mean, obviously, you're standing on the ground. I just don't know if I would say it that way.
Right. So if the surface has curvature, it would be irrelevant to the differential leveling process, wouldn't it?
Yeah, my point was when I thought maybe I heard you wrong, Doofus. Maybe you're not just a liar, right? What it sounded like you said was 3 equal methodologies for establishing horizontal, geodetic, planar, differential leveling, and then said later that there is a difference between them all, where they aren't the same. So they were not the same. Yeah.
Just 2 minutes ago, I explained how planar surveying is only for shorter distances, how differential leveling and geodetic surveying give you the same answer, or else they wouldn't be 2 methodologies to arrive at the same answer. Right?
All right, well, I'm just going to finish eating this food over here.
Yeah, how about this? How about we do this? I got 2 water levels, right? They're like 20 feet apart. Are they parallel? And how would you know that?
It's a dumb question. What the fuck?
No, it's not, dude. It's very relevant.
If you have
Do
2
you
water
actually
levels,
have
are
what-
they parallel? That's
Do you
not even a
actually
question.
have 2 water levels?
Water levels. You said water or auto?
Auto is what I heard.
I'm asking Jesse.
Yeah, I want to establish a horizontal plane. I want to establish 2 different horizontal planes, right? 2 different water levels. How do you know they're deviating?
So if you have auto levels, and you have them
no.
a few hundred feet apart.
I said water.
I know. Just give me a second. If you have 2 auto levels a few hundred feet apart and you point them at each other, each one will appear to be slightly below the other. That is probably a test that you should do, since if you don't believe that. If you have water levels, you're going to have a much harder time with that because they don't produce the same kinds of outputs, and they can't be easily compared to each other.
Right. Plus 20 feet is not enough to observe the difference between them anyway.
Yep.
Everyone, just so you know, I'm a representative for No Time. So if anybody has questions for him, you got to go through me first.
You just have to remember that everything is perpendicular to the center of the planet. So, yeah, the water levels are not going to be like drifting to an angle or anything like that. I'm not sure. You see, when I say this to flat earthers all the time. Stop thinking of the earth as a little ball in your head, like what you used to play with as children. Very large. So you have to broaden your perspective, right? For all the practical purposes you need to do, you can treat it as flat. You can build houses, you can build bridges, you can build waterways, you can do all kinds of stuff. Flat. You have a little level.
Yeah, water levels are used to establish horizontal planes, dude. That is the practical application
because it's that big.
of a water level.
Yes, because the Earth
I
is
can
that big.
Right, so I can create a horizontal.
The Earth is that big. It is off. But for your purposes, it's not. It is off by 10 to the minus 150. You do not care about that. That is not
Rob, I want you to actually address this directly. Please don't ramble and do sophistry.
Well,
Can you directly address this
rambles
claim?
more than you. Nobody rambles more than you, brother. Come on.
No, I stay on the subject. So
I stay on the subject.
Stop talking. I have a water level. I'm establishing a horizontal plane.
Go ahead.
Equal elevation. Are those points along the water surface at equal elevation?
For what are you building? A house?
I want to clear one thing up because we're going to get this is going to get confusing really fast.
Wait. This is important.
Yeah.
No, because you did it wrong already. Robert, you already messed up.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah,
Right,
you need
Robert, you
globe
already-
reinforcements, Rob. You see this guy? He's gonna tell you that straight lines don't exist.
No. The water level, its entire purpose is everywhere there's a riser within the water level is to establish points of equal elevation. That's what the purpose of a water level is. Conveniently, if you want to sight down the water level, you can create a horizontal reference for the midpoint of those two risers. But that's not the actual stated goal of a water level. What you use a water level for is to establish points of equal elevation. That's what it's for.
That's what the fuck I said, doofus. Were you listening? So I want to establish 2
No, you
points
said
of
it creates a
equal
horizontal reference, and
elevation.
that's not what it is.
No, you're interrupting because your mic is delayed as fuck. But we're gonna bear through your bullshit. So a water level establishes points of equal elevation. Therefore, it creates a horizontal line or plane.
Right, equal for you. Not
Okay, so
equal
the
for
question is
That's
the
incorrect.
points of stop talking through me? Are the
equal for
points
you.
of
What are
equal
you
stop
building?
talking? Rob,
No, you're
why
not
are
going
you
to tell me to
literally
stop talking.
Yeah, I just did.
What are you
Stop
building?
talking.
Yeah, it's not going to work, though.
So, are the points of equal
Because you already fucked it up.
relative
If you
to
have
a
points of equal elevation, that does not automatically establish that they're all on a
triggering
horizontal
when they
plane.
interrupt you. Now you're interrupting, doofus.
Are the
Right, because
points of
I was
equal
going to go
elevation
into the
relative to a
explanation, but then he decided to
horizontal,
barrel
or
through
are
it
they
because he's a
relative to
jackass.
a curving
And you
surface?
just did it again, doofus.
Yeah.
Right, but did you hear me, Essie? Did you hear what I said?
I heard
I
what
was
you
in the
said,
middle
but
of
let him go.
explaining
Let
why
him
he
go.
got it wrong.
Let him go
Right,
again.
hold on. I was in the middle of explaining why he got it wrong when he interrupted my explanation.
You have a delay,
That's what fucking
doofus.
happened. I understand that you don't understand what I'm saying, but I was going to explain why his point was incorrect. Then he interrupted my explanation. That's what
Fix
happened.
your internet. You're screaming and getting really angry because there's a delay. Please fix your internet.
What? Because SE doesn't fucking understand how things work. And that's, we're going to have to go through this again. All right.
Oh, I love mercy.
Real quick. When you say the points on the water level are establishing points of equal elevation, and then you draw the conclusion, therefore, it must be creating a horizontal reference, that's not necessarily true, because a water level with 3 risers don't have to have all 3 points along the same horizontal line if a level surface is curved. They can establish that all 3 points are equal elevation. They do not necessarily establish one horizontal reference.
Okay, you leave out the most important thing. 3 points of equal elevation in reference to what?
3 points
Yeah,
of equal
Water,
elevation.
because it's a water level.
3 points.
Wow.
Okay. Is this the
What you
tanks
building?
nonsense? The no tanks nonsense?
What are you building?
All I'm asking is, doofus, you keep saying, I can establish 3 points of elevation, and then you don't say what it is in reference to.
Will be
In reference to what?
in reference to the surface of still water.
Guys, why are you
Right,
going into
because it's a
Yeah.
water level.
Yeah.
But why are you guys going into so complex things? Electric is incapable of understanding that.
That's just random.
One.
Dude, Rob, you're not pertaining to the topic, bro.
Yes. What are you building? I asked you a question. What are you building with this water level? What are you trying to do?
Yeah, dude, I make slopes for drains. I've done it.
Okay. Awesome. Great. Yes. The earth is so large that for all intents and purposes, you do not care by it being off by 10 to the minus 90. You don't care about that.
What are you talking about?
That is a negligible. No, okay.
You're measuring
Yes.
deviation
Okay,
on a water
hold on.
level?
All right. So if you get your water level, right, and it says 10 feet apart, right, it's going to be off by 10 to the minus something, like 30. You will not see that. Those little notches on the water level will not register 10 to the minus 30. So it's going to be
So you got no
level.
reason to believe that it would.
It can't. The earth is too big. For everything you need to do, build a house, build a bridge,
So how did you determine
build
this to
little
be the
waterways,
case?
build a car.
How do you know that your
build
points
a
are not
building.
equal?
Interrupt him
The
again.
earth is
Interrupt him again.
nice and
Interrupt him again.
comfortably flat, right? It's nice and comfortably flat for you to do so. Now,
He
when
needs
you're
to
talking
answer the
about
necessary question I made.
okay, so when it comes to more things on an astronomical level, like when you're going into outer space for GPS satellites and all these sort of wonderful things, and weather tracking and time synchronization, yes, the Earth's curvature is extremely important. Also, when you're trying to hit targets over very large distances, I sent you a declassified document that the government has the radius value in their targeting system. Also, when you're flying an aircraft from New York to England, for example, right, you have to fly along the Great Circle
Dude, can
route.
you
That's for
actually
straight
just
shot.
stop
So
monologuing about
I'm just letting
random
you know.
shit?
So I'm just saying. No, okay, I'm going to stop there. But I'm just letting you know, for what you do in your everyday life, building a little 12-foot table, and you want it level and nice, it is off by negative 10 to the minus 30. You do not care about that. And if you do, you're weird.
All right, so that's basically a concession because you're not addressing what the argument was at all. You started talking about deep space and satellites because you can't think straight. So the point that I'm making is I want to establish 3 points of equal elevation relative to a horizontal plane. Can I create a horizontal plane using a water level? The answer is yes.
It depends on what
Yes.
you want to build. If you want to build, what you want to build, what you're building.
So on a local level, when you try to measure any deviation, stop interrupting.
Okay, so what you're building? You're not building
No,
anything.
Rob, you're
What are you building?
interrupting me. You need to stop talking through me.
Okay.
Please
The
stop,
answer
Rob.
is yes.
Hold on, dude.
Yes,
I'm waiting for you to stop being all jittery
wait.
and explosive.
No, I'm not jittery. Let me just say this. Yes, it is level, and your elevations are nice and equal for what you're doing. Yes,
Horizontal.
the answer is yes.
No, I'm saying horizontal specifically.
Yes, it's horizontal for what you're building. Yes.
All right, so you're saying that horizontal is curved then? Because on a globe, if you're on a globe and I establish a horizontal, then the horizontal line is bending. This is what geodetic surveying says. So you disagree with Doofus. So you and Doofus can go at it.
No. The point is, for what you're building.
Geodetic surveying doesn't say horizontal is bending.
Yeah, it does, dude. I already
they don't
cited
say that. Right. For what you're building, brother,
Yeah, I already
Electric,
refuted.
it is horizontal. It's horizontal. It's okay. It's like somebody.
Yeah, there's such thing as horizontal, Rob. That's correct.
Somebody building. If you're building a track, for example, is a 100-meter track. Is it 100 meters? It could be 100 meters, 0.00000001, right? But for all intents and purposes, it is 100 meters. You know what I mean? Because the paint, when it was applied off by minus 10 to the minus 30. Who cares about that? Right? Nobody does. So that's what we're letting you know, that the earth is a ball. But for what you need the earth to do,
You can't measure deviation. So you just admitted that it's so big I can't measure the deviation of my horizontal. So I presume that is the case.
No, you can. No, that's not what I said. You can measure the deviation. You can.
No,
you need more sensitive instruments. That's all. But you don't care about that for you building a little
All right,
table.
so go get your more sensitive instrument and provide evidence of your claim.
There's interferometry, 100%. Spectrometry, 100%.
All right, go get the evidence. Let's see it. Hey, I'm interested. You think interferometry is proving water's curving? Let's go. Bring it up.
Yes. Oh, yes, it is. Gravitometers, like what they used to build the geoid. Yes, sir.
You're going from interferometers to gravimeters. Dude, you can't focus.
Gravitometers, absolutely.
Gravimeters and accelerometers and interferometers, just whatever instrument, just throw it at it. Nothing matters.
The words are too big for you. That's your problem, not our problem. Okay.
No, it's basically word salad. You're just randomly referencing things that you think
it's not random.
is an argument against flat.
How they know the earth is turning?
Any of your points.
Can you stop yelling, bro? Can you stop yelling? Please, Rob.
Just turn the mic.
Calm down.
Oh, you know the earth is turning.
I don't want to have to turn you down, dude.
Oh, you know the earth is turning on its axis. It's turning. They're using interferometry, very sensitive instruments in your orbit. All right? How they know your
That's a
earth
concession. You're not addressing my point. Way to go, dude.
I give you the instrument. You asked me for the instruments. You did. Remember? You forgot.
Yeah, you're using an interferometer to determine that my points along the water surface and my water level are deviating. So go ahead and show me the evidence of that happening. Go find it.
No, brother. You need to go study the instrument, brother. Go.
No, you want me to go believe a postulation that you can't measure?
Go, my Padawan. Go and study.
So
you
can I get in for a minute?
What's up, Omni?
Omni. You are talking about a topic, brother Electric, which you have no experience with. You're just using your belief.
Yeah, that's why
what
you get
think.
smoked every time I talk to you, right?
I have never been smoked by you. Never. Ever.
You're getting smoked right now. You just don't realize.
No,
Actually,
brother.
you
You're
do
getting
realize.
smoked.
That's why you overtalk and don't listen.
You asked me for instruments and I gave it to you, and you're just saying interferometers and spectrometers because the words are too big for you.
That's
you're
word
smoked.
salad.
Oh, it's not. It's factual. Are you saying spectrometers don't exist?
Are you using an interferometer to find deviation along the water surface?
Oh,
water level?
absolutely it does, brother. It's called wavelength changes as the Earth turns. Spectrometers give you the different variations in the planet's surface. Also, check this out. They are using microwave, right, coupled with altimeters to measure the Earth's surface, every centimeter of it. Also, they're using a thing called a gravitometer that creates the geoid. You know what that does? It gives you the gravitational influence along each centimeter of the surface. Go look it up. I'm sorry to
I
tell
already know
you.
what it is.
Okay, water levels don't work. Water levels is for
Water levels
building
don't work.
house.
Wow. All right, everybody got to call everybody that ever worked in construction. Every building project, you got to go tell them they got to throw out their water levels.
You see that guy? You see? He's doing it again.
Well, what is that? It doesn't really have any substance to it, Rob. Like to say it doesn't work. I mean, it works, right? What is it working to do?
It doesn't work for establishing whether or not the surface is curving if you're going to compare water to water, because water behaves like water, and trying to find water behaving differently than water would be a silly task, wouldn't it?
I agree. It behaves like it creates a horizontal plane when it reaches equilibrium. It's not in free fall.
I already explained why that's wrong.
Yeah, all points along the surface are at this equal elevation relative to a horizontal. You're already done.
That's only your claim.
Well, your claim is that it's relative to a point, right? The point, the center of the Earth, curving around a globe that you didn't measure.
Nope, that's not my claim either.
Just like how your own ears in your head determine your level, so you don't know you're slanted or not. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, these guys think they're upside down and flying around and straight as bent and all kinds of silly things.
Yeah, three-dimensional.
All of the things that nobody said, that's what we think.
Oh, yeah, we got a new one.
Let's just start gaslighting the room.
What'd you say, no thanks?
I saw what he did. Yeah, it's despicable.
Yeah, now
honestly.
spherical objects like 3D is now 2D. We got a new one.
I mean, this is like an old.
You disagree with the definition of spheres? That's a you problem.
Yeah, I argued this 3 years ago. These guys are the true flat earth. Like these are the flat earthers. These guys are two-dimensional earthers for sure.
Yeah, they got to beat that drum, that delusional drum, and chant in these chambers to affirm the delusion.
Yeah, they deny the three-dimensional reality and
to
aspects of reality when you're measuring physical objects such as Earth being in a three-dimensional object. Yeah, they deny it. And then
I'm curious what Omnivore wanted to get into. Omnivore had something to say.
Yeah. So you do. So I can't really tell from the conversation, but I think what's going on is that when you're measuring, using a water level over, a water level is going to have some issues with it anyway, because it will still water will conform to the Earth's surface. And, so if you have the two water levels, the two tubes 100 miles apart, you'll see that they both have the same reading on them, which will make you think it's horizontal, and it will not be. What you need to do.
That's the claim. I mean, that's the claim. That
is right. Yeah. Right. That is the claim. I know. That's how the tool works. Yes, I understand that you.
No, that's the claim. That's the claim.
Okay. Maybe you can keep on going if you don't want me to finish.
I'm just saying that's the claim. Like you have to.
If you the way you get around that, the way you get around that nonsense. So No Tanks has identified a problem. He's flown the nuh-uh flag, and yeah.
I'm just pointing out something really obvious. That is the thing.
So when can I talk? When can I finish my?
Maybe I'm lagging. Hold on, let me jump out.
No, you're just jumping.
Maybe.
Trying to
yeah, Omnivore, you think you got two different levels, right? You said they're 100 miles apart. So you're depending on the change in elevation through a corridor of air subject to refraction.
No, I'm not.
How are you knowing your two levels 100 miles apart?
Okay, so you're
parallel.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll do this more slowly and hopefully more clearly. If you have do you know what water level is? Electric. Do you know what a water level is?
Just show the room what you think.
Electric.
What it
electric.
Is.
I'm asking electric because electric just said something that it makes me think he does not know what a water level is. Okay, you're not answering. So
because it's not a serious question, dude.
Are you Googling water level? So they don't have a corridor of air between them. Do you realize that? There is no corridor of air.
I didn't know what you were. I thought you were talking about the theodolites, honestly.
Yeah, I got it. So what I was trying to do was explain why the water level test that you're engaging in will not work for you. All right? The way that you test this is by testing the vertical axis in two different points. That you would do with a theodolite.
This guy and his...
Dude, yeah, you went right to the theodolite.
Yeah, because
not the sky. Reciprocal zenith angles, electric reciprocal zenith angles.
All right,
that's all he talks about.
Something. All right. Well, I'll get to you when I can.
I thought he was talking about a 100-mile-long water level for a second.
He doesn't address it. He changes it. He says, "Forget about it. Go to reciprocal zenith every time." He'll never talk about it. It's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying.
Well, yeah, because you're a child when you're engaged in that conversation. But real quick, Omnivore. As far as the water level conversation was going, I got a video in here that shows.
Omnivore, if Doofus is stupid, don't respond to him. Just if you agree that Doofus is dumb, don't respond to him.
I'll just do
dude, Omnivore is not
if
here.
If you could boo boop boo boo boo.
Anyway, well done, Doofus. Well done.
We'll just wait for the next person to. We'll just wait for the next fucking person to interrupt.
No, you're gonna keep quiet.
Every goddamn time. It has to be every fucking time.
Someone else is gonna go
I'm in the middle of trying to explain something. I'm in the middle of trying to fucking say something, and they interrupted me 3 fucking times, and I'm the problem, right, SE?
Yeah, you're the problem.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yes, right now you're the problem. You're gonna keep quiet. You're gonna stop doing these outbursts. Okay, I had enough of you, bro. All right, cut it out. Stop interrupting people and stop yelling and screaming when you get modded. Okay, act like an adult, please. Okay, he's gonna go. Then I'm gonna mute you, and you're gonna go one at a time. Okay. Thank you, Doofus. And if you can't handle that, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Go ahead.
I don't know who was up, but yeah, I didn't really have anything too important to say. It's just kind of frustrating that anytime somebody tries to discuss the water level, the perpendicular relationship between down and the water level that's established and proven to be the case, I don't know. Omni goes to reciprocal zenith angles that he doesn't really elaborate on, and I don't know what Doofus said. I'm a child for it. I don't know, but it's just something kind of obvious. That's all. It's changing the topic. That wasn't the topic.
Okay, now I'm gonna unmute Doofus. I don't want you screaming and yelling, complaining about the moderation. If you do that, I'm gonna time you out. You understand that? You're gonna go back and forth, and we're gonna behave like adults. Okay, Doofus? This is your last warning, bro.
A little slow on the trigger. It's coming.
Sorry, I'm on
Just
my
so
phone
we're
at the
clear.
phone.
Yeah, just so we're clear, you're telling me to behave like an adult and not interrupt people after I was interrupted 3 fucking
What did I?
times.
What
You're
did I
going to
just tell
tell
you?
me,
Did
you're
I
going
just
to
tell you?
tell me that I should not, you're going to tell me that I should
Okay,
not
if you
interrupt
keep
people
on going, I'm
after I
gonna
got.
time you out for the whole day. I don't want to hear it. I
If
don't
you
want to. If you
tell
have
me again not
moderation
to interrupt
issues,
people after
bring
I
it.
got
Okay, I'm gonna
interrupted,
time him
that's
out. Why,
bullshit.
Doofus?
I got interrupted, you're telling me not to do it. You motherfucker.
Bye.
Stupid.
Yeah, do that. See what fucking happens.
Stop trying to abuse people.
I just timed out Doofus for a day. This is not gonna keep on happening. I'm sorry. You're not gonna keep doing this, Doofus. You have issues with your anger. You have anger issues. Don't take it out on us. Okay? We're gonna talk and we're gonna behave like adults here. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry for that.
I want to make one comment about that. When people lean into their microphone, and I've already adjusted your levels, and I'm wearing headphones, and then you choose to scream, and then you go from being quiet to leaning into your mic to screaming, you're pretty much just abusing me, like via audio. Like, and he was doing that the whole time. So that was painful. He just kept leaning into his mic, and he
Okay,
had like
let's
delay.
not do that, bro. Let's just keep on topic, okay? If you guys
All
have
right.
moderation problems, if you don't like the moderation, like do a ticket or bring it up with Omni, okay? Let's
Sorry.
pick a subject and let's continue talking. All right, guys?
One more comment on that.
Okay.
Ironically, I don't know if anybody else is having this issue on Discord, right? So, ironically, I turned Doofus down a while back, right? Well, I can still hear him, but I turned him down because he screams all the time. Then Doofus proceeded to block me, and now I can't even view his profile to turn him up or down. I don't know if anybody else has been blocked. Is it like a new feature on Discord where now you can't even turn them up or down? Yeah,
I can't adjust the volume of people that are blocked or whatever. But let me say this. So Omnivore was getting into this 100-mile long auto level, right? And then in the presumption of a globe model, the middle is going to be higher than the two ends of the water level. And once I brought up that he would have to use the theodolite, and then he said, "Oh, you don't know what a water level is." And I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm waiting for him to say that he needs a theodolite to confirm that the chord between the two ends of the water level are actually rising in the middle. Like, I wanted him to say it, and instead he just fucking quit. But yes, you need a theodolite.
We don't care what you're saying, Jesse. We don't care. You interrupt other people and talk over them all the time. We don't care what you got to say.
Yeah, that's why you're listening a lot.
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm just going to keep interrupting you because you interrupted other people. So I want to get you muted. So I'm going to interrupt you till you get pissed off, and then Essie can mod you.
I turned that guy down. I don't know.
No one's going to interrupt anybody. Please, guys, come on.
Well, if no one's going to interrupt anyone, Essie, why don't you mod the people interrupting Doofus? You're ridiculous, man. You're saying no one's going to interrupt, and you're saying no one's going to interrupt, and then you mod Doofus, who was interrupted. You have nothing to say for the flat earthers. You have nothing to say for the flat earthers that are interrupting him, pushing him to get frustrated. You're a shit mod, man. You're just like ruining this place.
Okay, so if you don't like it, go somewhere else, right? Or
suck a dick. Just suck a dick. Suck a dick.
Do a complaint with the server owner. Okay, this is not the place for this. So please don't do it because I'm going to find you out.
This is exactly the place for it.
This is not the place.
This is exactly the place for it because you are allowing people to interrupt. You are allowing people to interrupt and ruin the conversation, and then modding the people getting frustrated with you letting them ruin the conversation. It's ridiculous.
Okay, another one gone. So this is not going to happen. We're going to be calm. We're going to have a nice conversation. If you have any problems with modding, bring it up with Omni. let's keep the chat going, guys.
Yeah, that guy Echoplex has been like trying to be verbally abusive to me for like a month straight. He's literally losing his shit.
Yeah, he does that all the time with me in text. He always complains and complains. But you can complain all you want, just don't do it in in the chat or in that. There's places for that.
Write a ticket.
Yeah, write a ticket. We're either gonna have order here or it's gonna be like wild, wild west. So somebody has to mod. I'm sorry, it has to be me, but we're gonna have calm and peace here, and we're gonna go one at a time.
Why does it have to be you again? Because I got interrupted 3 times and you told me to not interrupt people.
Again, nobody's perfect. No one's gonna be happy with the modding, right? So, like, I'm trying to do my best. So just don't complain, doofus. I stuck in many times for you to clear the floor for you. So let's just go one at a time. What's the topic?
Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, SC, I don't like that you muted me twice so that Doofus could go on. I don't like that. I think
No one's ever happy with the modding, but let's just go on, guys. Either this place is going to be calm and we're going to have good combos, or it's going to be the wild, wild west. What do you want?
All right, then I'll try and get out the thing that I was interrupted 3 times trying to explain last time then. So the conversation was about water levels, about detecting the difference that, or the deviation that a water level would have relative to horizontal. I so happen to have a video where somebody actually tested that shit, where they looked at a water level across long distances to see if a horizontal reference deviated from the water level itself. The thing that Omnivore was talking about, that for some reason needed to be interrupted 3 fucking times before I could say.
I'm glad you don't talk. Yeah, you don't cite a water level. That's ridiculous. And
he's talking about using it.
And what happens when you do?
I actually was going to comment.
Happens when you do?
Was going to comment on that. That was what I was going to say. I was going to say it all started with Jesse bringing up the point that the Earth that's supposed to be dropping away appears to be rising due to, and then somebody wouldn't say the answer. And now what they're, and then another point was brought up that we're looking down this corridor to cite a water level, which is ridiculous. And we're at the same time saying, well, I see that the Earth is rising in the distance. Yeah, so yeah, you don't cite a water level for that reason. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, these guys would say that the water level's rising.
Don't cite a water level because why? What was the reason?
That's not the point of the tool.
Yeah, the point of the water level
when you do cite down the water level, why does it show that a level surface drops away from a horizontal reference?
Yeah, so the point of a water level, just so you know, is so that you don't have, so that you have a tool that you can use that does not require line of sight. I mean, that's the point of the water. You asked what, you know.
Exactly. It's so you don't have to depend on optical measurements because it's subject to all these variables where you can't control and know a true physical measurement. Theodolites don't give you true physical measurements.
Optics is a field of science. Don't pretend like it isn't. Now let's try this again. What happens when you look down a water level and you find that the points of equal elevation in the water level do not conform to a horizontal reference at one end?
Well,
what is causing that?
Points of equal elevation are not at equal elevation, even though they appear to be. That's really weird, dude.
Yeah, like what you can know.
There's
now,
avoiding the question again.
What can happen and what you can know now is that you have a proof on the table, right? You've proven using the water level that it establishes a horizontal plane of reference, which is the shortest distance between all established verticals. It's been proven time and time again. The perpendicular relationship of down relative to the horizontal established by the water level is proven through Euclidean, axiomatically, geometrically, so and so. Now that you know that, you can do that if you want to, and what you'll find is you'll know that you know one thing to be true. That doesn't, that the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And if it deviates with your sight, you know that your sight is playing tricks on you. Now you know that the drop is due to something with your optics because you've proven undeniably, unequivocally that the water level establishes horizontal. So now you know that it's misattributed.
Okay, we'll try this again because you didn't fucking answer the question. Okay, so as I just explained, not maybe more than 45 seconds ago, Optics is a field of science. We know how that shit works. When we look down a water level and we find that a level surface does not conform to a horizontal reference, what is causing that? Just saying optics is weird, man, doesn't fucking answer the question.
It does, yeah. You know now you know it's something optical because you've proven time and time again without optics that points of equal elevation are established by the water level, and all of the relationships required to establish that are contingent on it, show themselves to be true. So now you know it's something optical going on.
All right, I'm gonna have to do it again because he's doing the same bullshit. Optics is a field of science, something we know about. Don't say, oh, it's something weird to do with optics, because that's not an answer. That does not explain why there's a deviation between a level surface and a horizontal reference. So what I need from you is for you to explain why that deviation exists.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it again for the third time. Maybe you'll listen in, right? So we've proven beyond a doubt, like, your claim is that we know, right? We have knowledge of optics. We have now, I mean, so you claim, right? I know that we have knowledge, proof, like definitive mathematical geometric proof that a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That's proven. It can't be you can't untruth a truth. You can't unknow a knowledge. It's known. Right? So now you know that that's the case. That can't change. That's knowledge. That's truth. It doesn't change depending on your point of view and if you look at it in a funny way. So the truth is the truth. Now, if it changes depending on how you look at it, then it's just your perspective. And I mean that almost, figuratively and actually. That's changing, not the truth. The truth isn't changing.
How have you confirmed that points of equal elevation necessarily must all reside in the horizontal plane?
Yeah, so what you can do to prove it to yourself, right? And this is what was asked, and I'll tell you, right? But you can do it however you think you should, or I say this to the whole room, do it however you think you should, which is establish 3 points of equal elevation, come back to the room and tell them how you did it. What I say you can do, and I have done, and many have done it, right? And is you can establish verticals, measure the shortest distance between them, just like your boy Brenda said. And I said, yeah, I completely agree. You don't even need the water level, but you can confirm it. So you can establish horizontals, measure the shortest distance, verticals, measure the shortest distance between verticals, right? And that's it. And you can just mark those on a wall if you want. And then what you'll find is everywhere that you move the water level, it will lie within that plane established by the shortest distance between verticals. That's how you can prove it.
Okay, you've confirmed that all points along the water level are at the same elevation, but nowhere in that explanation explained how you know all of those equal elevations are in the same horizontal plane of reference. That's not in your explanation at all.
Yeah, because there's no change in elevation.
That doesn't answer how you know that points of equal elevation must all reside in the same horizontal plane.
I don't even know. I don't know if you're even wrapping your head around that question. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm missing what these are just definitions. Yeah.
No, these guys just struggle to understand what a straight line entails, and they're just going to pretend the globe matters when it doesn't.
A straight line does not confirm a plane, as I explained to you fucking 45 minutes ago or whatever it was. If you have a straight line, there are an infinite number of planes that line could reside in. What you need to do in order to confirm what you need to do in order to confirm that all of those lines are in the same horizontal plane is actually measure something.
Yeah, I did measure something. So I can give you the other confirmations that lie within this proof if you like. So I did coplanar, not collinear, right? And you can do this also. So you can just establish these vertical posts. They don't have to be in a line, right? So that's the beauty. Just coplanar, right? And then what you can do, you can establish three posts if you like. Then you can measure the shortest distance, straight line in that orientation. You're going to find is horizontal, right? You can you can take your little tape measure, whatever you want to use to measure the distance, and you can raise it or lower it, and you're going to measure a longer line. When you get to that shortest distance measurable, that's the one you want to mark. Right. Anyway, you can take the 3 posts that are and prove that they're coplanar by measuring the distance between them and the angles between them, adding up to 180 degrees. And so all confirmed easily. Coplanar.
Changing the elevation of one of the posts by 1 foot over 100 feet would not change the length of your line enough that you could measure it with a tape measure along the length of that line for you to confirm where the shortest distance actually is. You can have more than 1 foot of you can have more than 1 foot of deviation of elevation on one of those posts and not see a difference.
No, you will. I don't know why you're saying no, that's rise over run formula. You get the hypotenuse being the longest line. Yeah, I mean that's the longest line.
A 1 foot difference over 100 feet of distance is 0.573 degrees. You are not going to measure the length of that line appreciably different with a measuring tape in a way that you would be able to determine that your 1 foot of elevation change even happened.
Yes, you are.
I just explained how you wouldn't with mathematical precision. Now your response to my comment, which contained that mathematical precision, is nuh-uh. That's your response.
Yeah, there would be a rise over the run. Yeah, and you're saying there wouldn't be, and it's measurable. Yeah, people measure a 1 foot elevation change over 100 feet all the time, dude. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you're saying it wouldn't. That's so weird.
You started the conversation with
the math.
You started the.
You can do the math is proof that it's a tool and a calculation required. I mean, because they have a calculator.
Topographical surveys.
The fact that you can do the math doesn't tell you what shape the Earth is. The measurements do. In addition, you started your comment. In addition, you started your comment with saying, "I'm telling you that rise over run doesn't exist." Why don't you stop lying to people? Can you please, in this conversation, not be a dishonest shit?
I don't know what you're talking about, liar. But yeah, that would just be the rise over run formula, and that you're saying is you can't use that in reality over 100 feet. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane.
Again, that is not what I'm saying. I said if you change the elevation of one of those rods by 1 foot and the distance between them is 100 feet, the angle change is only 0.573 degrees. What are you going to do along that distance to measure a different length along that line? How are you going to have the precision necessary to determine that a change even occurred?
So it'll be a 1% change. So yeah, you would just get whatever your whole number is and miss a line. Yeah. What do you mean?
There would not be a 1% change. Show me the math that says that there would be a 1% change.
For 1 foot over 100 feet, that's 1%. What are you talking about?
You know, this was all. If we didn't get so hinged on how silly the globe defense is,
one of the rods by one.
This is supposed to be about LIGO.
If you change
really
the elevation,
supposed to go.
If you change the elevation, Jesus Christ! He asked me a question. I'm going to respond to it. If you change the elevation of one of those rods and the distance between the rods is 100 feet, the difference in distance along that line is not 1%. I can do the math. How did you come to the conclusion that a 1% difference would be in the distance between those two rods?
Because you said there was a change in one. You said 1 foot elevation and change would not be measured over the 100 feet. That would be 1 over 100, which would be 1% of 100. This is like, I don't know. Ask me the next.
One foot of change over 100 feet, dude. Observed by what? How did you find that degree of change?
Okay, you didn't fucking understand what I said again. So, if you raise the elevation of one of those rods by 1 foot.
This has been a very bad day for him.
Yeah, let's try it again. If you raise the elevation of one of those rods, okay, let's do another interruption. Let's try it again. If you raise the elevation of one of those rods, there's another interruption. Let's try it again.
I know how long the delay is.
If you raise it, and look, there's another interruption. Let's try it again. Look, SE's not going to fucking do shit about this, is he? Of course not. SE won't ever do shit about those interruptions.
I hate you, SE.
Now let's try it again. Now let's try it again. Now let's try it again.
Why are you so angry?
Change the no, let's try it again. If you change the elevation of one of those rods by 1 foot, you are not changing the length of the string between those two rods by 1 foot. That's not a 1% difference. I'm telling you that there's definitely not a 1% difference. Now what?
Math denier, science
That's
denier.
what you're just telling us. That's what are you telling
Because
me?
mathematically, it's not a 1% difference. Do the math. See what the hypotenuse is.
I don't know how you know.
How
do you know your
here's how you
elevation
would do
changes
it.
and due
Let's
to a
see.
slope?
This is actually really easy. This is really easy.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is the answer. You would do a right triangle. One side would be 1 foot. The other side would be 100 feet. What is the length of the hypotenuse? Tell me.
Man, you're just mad.
Okay, so you don't know the answer.
Angry.
How much of a difference is it really? No tanks?
Listen, you can hypothesize all you want. You need to do it physically, reality. In reality, that's what you need to do. Physical measurements, not
really. Let's see. Because when he told me it's going to be a 1% difference, I know he's full of shit. That's why I know. I don't have to do shit in reality because when he lied to me and said it would be a 1% difference, it wouldn't be. Because I know the math behind it. You don't. He doesn't. Nobody here knows except for the Globers because the Globers are the only ones that have any competency in any of this shit. You guys are incompetent, and I just explained how you are just now.
Listen, I'm not going to argue about your nonsense, am I? I don't.
So argue about his, because he's the one that made the claim it would be a 1% difference, you dumbass. He's the one who lied to us, right?
Just take a deep breath, man. Just take a breather. Fuck.
Okay, I did take a deep breath, and here I'm going to do it again. 1 foot of elevation change with a distance between the rods of 100 feet cannot possibly be a 1% difference in the distance between the two rods, because that's a right angle triangle, and the hypotenuse would never be 101 feet. That's not how fucking trigonometry works, you idiots.
Where'd you get the hippopotamus
That's not what I said.
We're just using Euclidean.
It's not a hippopotamus, it's not a hypothesis, it's a hypotenuse.
Where'd you get that?
All right, man. Are we done with this? Can we stop?
Yes, I'm done exposing you for not knowing how the fuck measurements work. You don't know trigonometry, you don't know surveying, you don't know any of this shit, but you'll make claims about it. You'll even say horizontal datums are horizontal references, even though you will never find in any literature that they are the same thing.
All right, get it all out your system, man, but I think we should move on.
Yeah.
Okay, then make a valid fucking argument instead of this bullshit you brought today.
Your argument is already in the garbage, dude.
Yeah, with your hippopotamus.
Yeah, you're talking about hippopotamuses now.
All right, so now the both of you are mocking trigonometry.
Oh my god.
Right, because anybody who actually doesn't know how this shit works would be the people to mock it. The people who do know how this shit works, who can actually do work in real life using their knowledge, wouldn't mock this shit.
Oh,
yeah, you're making a mockery. You're making a mockery of establishing equal points of elevation.
0 out of 10. You can try that again. Actually, you know what? Don't even bother. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Goose Praba.
Wow. He's so angry.
See, your moderation was so good. All these Globers trying to tell you that your moderation isn't good. These guys aren't used to having the echo chamber walls knocked down. And they actually have to hear things that don't coincide their delusional, weak, cognitive dissonant position.
Especially Rich Evans.
I think I could speak for everybody and say we really don't. We're done with the meta.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just that.
Rich is here. Hey, Rich, do you know what causes?
Complicated. He just screams too much.
Rich is here. Hey, do you know what causes the ground to appear near eye level?
Your perspective, of course.
Ah, finally you get the answer correct. Good job, dude. Pat on the head.
Would you say the horizon was a physical thing?
Yeah, they can't get this. They can't get anything correct, assuming a globe.
No, I'd say the horizon's an optical phenomena.
Perfect. How come they can't?
So how gaslighted are you right now? Rich, how upset are you now that you finally unmuted?
I'm happy because I'm done work.
There's a lot of freaking out going on.
I don't know if you get that feeling, but it's a good one.
Yeah, we just had a glober spiral endlessly into a point of no return.
Yeah, did you miss the part where I said I think everyone's done with the meta?
Oh, no one's talking, dude. We're going to discuss what we were just discussing.
Electric is all meta all the time. It's meta all the way down.
Yeah, what you just said is meta. Same to you, Rich.
Asking to not talk about the meta is now meta. Okay, Electric.
Oh, no. It's important to elucidate the behaviors of people when they spiral and do not have an argument.
And
it is important to elucidate. Glovers freak out when they can't make an argument.
Flat Earthers freak out when you point out they don't have any evidence.
I know you're really accustomed to the aesthetic of the server, where you guys are just constantly just degrading the conversation into meta about the globe and how the globe is this, the globe is that. But now I'm here, and I'm here to throw a wrench in your dumb gears. So yeah, dude, that guy definitely just spiraled. Lots of spiraling. You heard it all, folks.
So do you want to start us out with some flat Earth proof?
That's what the whole conversation was.
I think it sounded like you were just being schooled and explained how you can have a horizontal reference datum, right? And that it's not. How did he say it? I was kind of in and out there, but
yeah, you don't understand it either, do you?
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know how to. It's not that he doesn't just. It's not that he doesn't understand it alone. He doesn't even remember how to repeat it. You know, the understanding.
Yeah, he thought he heard something. He thought he understood it, but he just doesn't know what the fuck to say.
No, he heard the argument. He doesn't care, but the understanding doesn't matter. It's just the repeating of it. He just wants to repeat it.
I get paid
like
for
what
it. I have
good
real
is
things to
information?
focus on at the moment. So I mean, I'm not too
All right, so go back to
worried
that,
about.
'cause you're not a
I'm not too worried about the word games that you guys play. I am interested if there's any evidence you'd like to provide that the Earth's flat.
Well, listen,
All right, but you're not able to participate in conversation. Yeah,
No,
Rich, you just
am.
said that you can't talk, so we're going to talk about whatever we
No,
want.
I was saying that
right?
when you were going off and spiraling earlier, I wasn't necessarily fully engaged, so I can't quite render the point that was being made
How is he
earlier
going to
by
prove it to you if
Doofus.
you can't differentiate between the reference datum and the oh shit, what an asshole. And
Misclick got me. What I'm looking for now is evidence. What I'm looking for now is evidence for the flat Earth. So if either of you want to go ahead and start with that,
Yeah,
we can
dude,
talk about that.
if we can't explain to you the difference between a reference datum and how that's established and a horizontal datum and how that's established, we can't show you the evidence. I mean, you won't accept it if you don't understand.
Yeah, you just talk about other stuff. So you weren't listening. You didn't comprehend
Well,
any
you
of the
can provide the
points made.
actual data for those, and then I can look into it, right?
Yeah, I was in the middle of a sentence. Hold on, dude. So you didn't comprehend anything that was said. You weren't able to listen.
Yeah, so we're gonna end the meta, right? We're gonna move on, and we're gonna actually discuss the evidence.
This is getting gay. He's just trying to flex on SE. That's it.
Yeah, he's upset. See, I knew he was gaslighted.
Well, no, I'm just here to talk about the evidence. You don't have to talk about how I didn't understand the
No,
prior
you just said that you can't participate, dude. I'm proving that you weren't listening.
No, now you're just lying because I said I wasn't able to fully listen and understand the conversation prior because I was working, right? I could.
All right,
I
so
could.
go back
I was
to whatever you were
listening.
doing.
I'm done work now. Now I can play. So why don't we discuss evidence for the flat Earth? And you can provide
That's
the
what
data,
the whole
and then I can.
conversation was.
Okay, then provide the evidence. Show this horizontal reference datum that somehow shows the flat Earth.
No, we're moving on now, dude. You're too late.
Oh,
We
we're
already
moving past
established
the flat Earth proof you haven't given.
the moderator can't help but talk right through my sentences. How pathetic.
Yeah, because
but I'm going to make the point that I was making without you interrupting. That would be nice. So the whole time we had a conversation about things that are evidence of there being a flat Earth. And you weren't paying attention. You can't even reiterate. Like, we don't even know what you gathered from listening. You pretty much might have had everything go from one ear to the other, just emptiness in your skull.
Okay, so nothing other than meta is what you're giving me now.
Oh, that's the point. Is like, why engage with where you want the conversation to go? Why engage with where you're trying to make the conversation go when you are not a participant? You don't understand.
I am participating right now. You can use the proof that you were giving earlier, or you can move on to a different proof. I was just asking that you provide the actual data to show that the measurement of Earth is flat, not word games and prevarication.
Yeah, but you're doing this overbearing moderation thing because you're emo now.
What? I'm not overbearingly moderating you. I'm just waiting for you to provide the proof.
Like, you're having a back and forth conversation with someone and you're muting the person you're talking to. So it's overbearing.
So are you muted right now?
And you admitted that you weren't listening
to anything
right that
now?
was said. And you're interrupting.
Are you muted right now?
So you don't know how to conduct yourself in a conversation, dude.
Would you like to be?
What's up, Bull Knight? Bull Knight, what do you think? What do you think, Bull Knight? Can you establish 3 points equal elevation?
I'm going to turn Rich down while we all have a normal conversation. Let me just
That's
turn
a good idea.
Yeah, he's sounding very angry as well. I think
very emo.
People in general. That's my.
Well, yeah. Once their model becomes unstable, their emotions become unstable.
Nothing about sea lioning, asking how you get 2 points of equal elevation
already. We'd have to re-explain to Rich like how you would, like, what does flat even mean? Like, how do you get like a linear shortest distance between points? How are those established? To then align that with pieces of dirt, rock, and earth to say that is a piece of flat earth right there. You would have to know how to establish that datum and that reference.
All right.
Did he mute you?
Yeah, he muted me.
Why would you do that?
Because he muted me. No
yeah,
locally
Rich,
muting,
you're just a poor
no locally
participant,
muting
man.
moderators in the chat because it will cause audio
But you
chaos.
can't have a conversation in mod, can you?
See, once Rich is here, there is no conversation.
Because I can because I was trying to make a point and he was over talking me because he had me locally muted.
Yeah, but you can't be in the conversation and moderate and then mute people just willy-nilly. That's ridiculous.
No, the conversation was ended when the other person muted the other party.
Yeah,
or turned them down locally.
Yeah, he's
There was
only
no
taking
conversation at that
advantage of it. Yeah, he's only doing it because Omnivore's not here.
Yeah, you're a weak communicator.
I would act no
He's a weak
differently
man,
if
dude.
Omnivore was here. If the fact is he locally muted a mod, I was trying to speak and then he spoke right over top of me because he couldn't hear me. So
now we're
timed him out
stuck
for
in meta
5
with
minutes. I mean, you should be absolutely ecstatic if that's the case. That's where you live.
All right, Rich, do you have a topic?
Yeah. What's the evidence for a flat Earth?
Your face.
We just went through it.
No. You were talking about how one would establish 2 equal points of elevation, right? That doesn't necessarily follow that the actual
you said you
points
weren't
of
able to pay
elevation.
attention.
Okay, now you're going to overtalk me. You think that's a good idea? You're just trying to suicide by mod?
Oh, because you're a sissy mod?
So you were trying to make a point that there is some kind of that when you have these 2 equal points of elevation, that you would have a level line between them. And we've shown numerous times based on observations, such as by Geodesy Path of Light, that when you have these 2 points of equal elevation above sea level, that it's not a straight line, that there is dip.
Yeah, the whole point of the conversation we had is that you're using a theodolite, Rich. You weren't listening. That's
No,
not
it was
a
with a
physical
water level.
measurement. You forgot the whole point of the conversation because you're brain dead.
No, it was with a water level.
No, you weren't listening, dude.
Well, what I'm talking about is that you have 2 points of equal elevation above sea level, and then when you're observing it with a water level, the point in the distance is dropping based on that horizontal plane that you're creating with the water level. Why would that occur if the Earth isn't curved?
Yeah, but you're just imagining things. You don't measure anything.
No, that's an observation that we.
Right,
I saw it
reference an
multiple times.
observation then.
Yeah, the one by Jesse Path of Light. I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah,
of it.
so you didn't actually test this claim. You're depending on someone that used a theodolite, looking through a corridor of air.
It wasn't a
where your target
theodolite.
would be
Why do
something
you
in the
keep
middle of
lying?
a sentence, Rich. Hold on, dude. Stop
Because
being
you're
a poor
lying.
moderator for 1 second in your life, Rich. I'm in the middle of a sentence,
lying.
Rich. Stop talking when I'm talking, Rich. You're supposed to be a moderator. Act like one.
Well,
so yeah,
stop
Jesse
lying.
Path of Light, stop talking. Jesse Path of Light used a theodolite. He's looking through a corridor of air. The density in the air is going to bend the path of light. It can make something appear displaced from its geometric position. Therefore, it would never appear at equal elevation. You're already cooked. You didn't listen to the argument because you're fucking working, I guess.
So again,
I actually don't think you're
no
working.
theodolite was used in this observation. It was a water level.
What's up, Castra?
Okay, I mean, you're just running from the globe proof now.
Let's post the video. Can you post the video? We'll look at it.
Yeah.
Perfect. I love his videos because they're absolutely not
baloney.
Yeah. The best one was when he said,
yeah, how do you determine your 3 points of equal elevation relative to a horizontal with a physical measure?
He was doing something over water, and then he said, like, I goes, well, it got a bit dark. He goes, I did another one, and it was in the light. And by the time he finished, it was in the dark. It's like, I just don't get it.
It took all day. That's right.
Let's watch the video. It would be exciting.
Jesse Path of Light doesn't even reference his own measurement there.
I don't
Because it's
think
not
he
physical.
has.
Nobody cares about these theodolite measurements, dude. Everything is subject to the bending of light in the atmosphere. That's why we take physical measurements. You don't just look at something and say, oh, look, it looks like it's at equal elevation, therefore it must be. No one does that.
That's fine. So then show me the physical measurements of it being flat.
Did you post the video?
I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah, get to work.
Okay, brilliant.
Go ahead, go fetch
And
that
you're gonna-
evidence of the
and
things
I'm
that you
assuming
didn't
while
do.
I'm doing that, Electric is going to find the physical measurements of it being flat, right?
Yeah, go do something with your time for once, rather than complaining.
Oh, look, I'm not being funny. When you take your measurements, you're always planar, and then you do your adjustments for curvature, which you've never established. You're just assuming, and it matches up
Right,
with your
but Jesse Electric was just saying there that you can't just say it looks this certain way, right? You have to take a physical measurement. So for sure, if he's
I think you need to take
saying
it.
that
I think you
saying
need
that
to-
it's flat, then he has to have a measurement, a physical measurement of it being flat, right?
There's things, which are put together with AutoCAD, and in reality, they don't work out. I'm not saying everything, but there is times when, because the person, if he's put in the wrong data, and it's possible, and it just goes to show that it will snap to grid, and it will, like the measurements will fit, but in reality, they won't. So when someone's doing something like these kind of, I'm doing a 70-mile shot, you've only got to be like a fraction, and over that distance, it will be so far out. It's just ridiculous. And I don't know how people are pointing theodolite, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. It's just, man, you shouldn't
It's
even be
stupid.
doing
There you go, Schlitzy.
Imagine relying on physical measurements for your claims,
shouldn't be
but you
doing
can't do that.
300 meters,
You
500
can't,
meters
Electric?
max.
Wait, Electric, did you set a standard that you yourself can't match? Is that what happened?
Hey, welcome back, Doofus.
So where's the physical measurements of the flat Earth there, Electric? You said you don't just observe things as a particular measurement, right? So you have to do a measurement. So where are these measurements?
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna watch his video. Ciao.
All right, peace, bro.
Wow.
Well, that was a good conversation.
What a little scaredy cat. He makes a standard, and he doesn't even have the balls to stand up and say his own position to that standard. You know what you call that? You call that a dishonest interlocutor.
Now, you're just upset because you couldn't participate and you don't understand the conversation.
I'm participating in mopping the floor with you right now. Would you like me to do it again?
You're kind of delusional, man.
Hilarious. You can't just observe. You can't just observe that something's curving away from you. You have to measure it physically.
Is that why you made that
so you
your
have
profile
physical measurement that it's flat? Fucking, I didn't do that, by the way. He must have left. You can't just observe that it's falling away. You have to measure it. Okay, so you've measured that it's flat then.
You're acting like
and
a
then
child.
he's absolutely silent. Can't even muster a peep.
I know you're really upset, Rich.
I'm not. I'm ecstatic. Everyone gets to hear how much of a little dumbass coward you are.
What happened at your job?
Same old, nothing crazy.
Oh, yeah, you sound
Hey,
horrible.
Rich, I'd be curious to know what your views are regarding like the whole COVID shutdown, 9/11.
Oh, we can't talk about that here, so sorry, bud.
Yeah, we don't have to get into medical advice, but we can say, was it kind of like a psyop? Do you think the government would do that to its people?
No, governments never lie, and I believe everything they say. There you go.
You're a govern me harder, daddy type?
Of course. Big government. All the way, and we can leave that there.
Says a lot. Well, at least you admitted it out front, man. Cut the chase. Cut to the chase.
Well, it avoids the uncomfortable conversation that, say, the government puts out a medical recommendation and then you disagree with it. That borders on terms of service violation. So that's why we're not trying to have that conversation.
Okay, let's guide it towards 9/11. Do you believe in false flags? They're rich.
Have there been false flag operations? Yes. Do I believe that 9/11 was one of them? No.
When was the last false flag operation that you believe the U.S. government committed on its citizens?
January 6th.
Okay, so the sitting or
when all the Antifa dressed as MAGA stormed the Capitol.
Yeah, and then what was that guy's name? Who he was a Fed, or most likely a Fed.
Who orchestrated it? Oh, Trump.
No, he was caught on.
Well, no, I got the pamphlet to go in my email, and it was from Trump.
No, the Fed that got caught like chanting and telling people to get violent. What was his name? Fuck. He was outed and then kind of disappeared.
Oh yeah, George Santos.
No, yeah, but he's not. No, he's still in the spotlight. This guy, he was a nobody. Someone found out his name, ousted him, but then he was just not finished like the other January 6ers. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Obviously, I don't actually think January 6th was a false flag.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Dude. You got to look up this stuff about the CCP's involvement in gain of function research and how this is all You know, they're developing bioweapons to solve biochemical warfare. And they developed gain of function. They developed this like weird mutated strain so that they could, you know, build house within America.
Yeah, of course you're knowledgeable and open-minded about this. I was just seeing, you know, such passionate globe defenders. They usually tend to be very, govern me harder, daddy type.
Well,
So now
government
that
does
you
do
I
a
have an
lot.
article about it
The
here. I'll
government
send it to
does
you.
do a lot for which I am thankful. I mean, roads
Yeah,
are
you're not
great.
willing to actually say your position, right?
Roads are. Do you not like roads?
Okay. So can you say what actual false flag, the last one that you believe was committed? Or
I'm
you
not
just gonna
sure.
obfuscate
I
and
don't
bullshit?
know, but I'm going to give my position
Oh, so
honestly. Right?
you just does it make you uncomfortable when you think about things like that?
No, I just don't really give a fuck because I'm going to
You
get what the
don't give a
government gives
fuck?
me as an answer, and
You
I
are
can
such a
conspiracy.
bootlicker, dude.
I
If you
can
fucking
conspire
don't
in
care
all these
the
different. Excuse
atrocities
me, I'm trying
that the
to
ones
answer
that
the
are
question. I'm trying to answer, right? So
serve
give me a second.
and you don't
Give
care
me a
the
second.
tyranny. Okay.
I'm trying to say that I'm going to have this, whatever the government tells me, right? And then I'm going to have whatever conspiracy-minded people tell me that the government meant by what they said. I have to take it upon the evidence that I am provided and go from there. And none of the evidence that I have been provided in terms of a false flag has been very convincing to me. Do I think the government is always telling me the 100% truth? No, but I'm not. I don't really have the context nor the means to assert the falsehood of any of
What are
their
they lying
statements.
to you about?
I do. Sorry, I'm still speaking there. So if you were to ask me if I assert any conspiracies, there's a couple. I go against the grain on a couple of things, but they're not so such a high level as to at like a government run by lizard people level. They're much lower down on the totem pole.
Nobody said that. So what are they lying to you about?
Probably particular actions of the military.
For what gain?
Military strategic gain.
To win a war?
I'm not.
Are you talking about Operation Northwood?
The country I am in is not currently engaged in any wars.
This guy can't be specific. He thinks the government is lying, but he doesn't know about what.
I just said I can't assert that they haven't lied to me, and I'm saying it's more than likely that the government's been lied to me about something. I just don't have a particular.
So you have no
example.
ability to discern the information.
It depends about what.
He didn't even say that.
What do you think they're lying about, dude? You said they're not always telling the truth. About what?
I don't know. They're lying to me, right?
This is going nowhere. Numbering. Anyway, I can tell you what they're 100%. They lied about Operation Northwood.
I will die on this
Cuban
hill.
Missile Crisis. They lied about JFK getting assassinated.
Well, it's not my government.
They lied about the reason that they invaded Iraq, Syria.
That's not my government.
Libya, Egypt. They lied about how the Zionist agenda got established. Dude, I'm telling you all the reasons they lied. You didn't want to say it, so I will.
No, but it's not my government, so I don't really care.
I don't care that you don't care. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Amphibious.
Well, you guys can call each other and talk about how much the government lies to you guys. You guys can enjoy.
I'm sorry. We got to focus on you now. What's the matter, Witch?
Well, I just wanted to finish my point that I will die on the hill that Courtney absolutely did kill Kurt, but that's probably the extent of my conspiratorial thinking.
Oh, okay.
So deep of you. Such pressing matters. What a good way to utilize your mind and really dig into the things that matter.
I watched the video. Yeah, they lied about COVID and the vaccine too. You definitely did not need to do that to yourself. I mean, look at the result, man. It's horrible.
Yeah, we're right on that topic that's not supposed to be had again.
Yeah.
I watched the video.
Yeah, do you like it, Schlitzy?
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Aw.
Yeah, he's
Then why did you
using
say you liked it?
theodolites.
I
He's
tell you
using
why it's
theodolites
rubbish,
over
yeah?
water.
I tell you why it's.
No,
I tell you why.
now Electric's over
Okay,
talking
listen.
Schlitzy.
Look, yeah, but that's okay because if he wants to go, that's no problem. Say what you
No,
need.
I
Electric.
asked you about it, and then he wanted to step in and lie because he doesn't have the mental capacity to watch the video. So go ahead.
Well, I watched the video, but it's just. There could be a number of reasons why those tubes are not matching up. You don't even see him set the water level up, which should be the most integral part of it to prove that you've set it up correctly, because it looks like it could be an inference from the temperature. It could be like the pipes themselves. He could have kinked it. So I don't know what he's trying to establish there. Because that's conclusive. It's too much, you know. It's not conclusive that he's set up correctly, and there's no evidence that he done, and there's no evidence he ever does where he's set up correctly. So, you know, it's just nonsense.
So you'd like a video including the setup of the water?
No, but I think what I would like to do is not watch any more videos because it's time I'll never get back.
Oh no! Now you're starting to sound like Jin.
No, I'm not. It's not that. I've watched a few of his videos, and I'm not saying like he's wrong, but he's, you know, fundamentally he is wrong because like if you're going to set up if I'm going to use a tool, I'm going to put in the video how I set it up, so you know that it was set up correctly. And that
water level's pretty simple though, right? Like you fill the tube
but it
with water.
isn't, is it? It isn't, because there's several reasons why that could be doing what he's saying it is, and it's not because I don't know. It's just bizarre.
But when you say that there's plausible other, what are the other reasons? Like because you just alluded and just said temperature earlier as a different explanation. What would the temperature have to do?
Those water levels, those levels on that tubes should match regardless. And then you go into why wouldn't they match? And there's most probably, I don't know.
No, but in the observation, the levels of the water in both
like
tubes do match, right?
Uneven.
That's how you cite the level.
Air bubbles could. It wouldn't surprise me if it was air bubbles, really. Or temperature. I'd say temperature. Air bubbles will cause a difference.
Did you see any air bubbles in the?
I don't know. We didn't see we only see a bit of it, didn't we? We didn't see him set it up. We don't know. We don't know if he was tapping the pipes to make sure that there was no bubbles. We don't know, do we? So we can only go with what he's shown, and it's not conclusive. So it's inconclusive. Another waste of time.
You're currently violating Pascal's principle by saying bubbles could cause the top of the water to be at a different elevation.
Oh my God.
I mean, am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
explain.
I don't care about anyone's.
Of course you don't care. I know you don't care.
Air bubbles will cause a deviation. That's a fact. Yes, it will.
No, if the water can go from one end of the tube to the other end of the tube, any bubbles in the middle cannot possibly make the two levels have a different elevation at the end.
Listen. I'm not going to argue with you because you obviously don't know what you're talking about. So I'm not going to engage.
Because you
when
can't.
It clearly says what could cause a deviation.
Are we going to ignore Pascal's principle?
No, they don't.
We're going to say Pascal's principle is false just because we don't like the results.
Who cares about the principles? It tells you with that tool what could cause that. And there's like maybe 5 or 6 things what could cause that, and you're saying no, the principles.
Okay, you didn't hear what I said. Let's try it again. If the water can freely move from one end of the tube to the other end of the tube, then the amount of bubbles in the middle of the tube cannot possibly change the water level at the two ends.
You are now talking to yourself because I've said what I've said. And I'm not going to argue over a non-argumentative point, which is bubbles can cause deviations.
But how would they? What physical law would make that possible? Or do we go by what the government tells us?
I'm a government shill, so I have to do that. But.
Hey, what's up? So you want me to debunk Jesse Gordon's measurement with the 3 theodolites?
No, you don't have to do that. You could just give measurements of the flat Earth.
Yeah, all measurements are flat.
So if I measure the circumference of the tire on my car, that's a flat measurement?
Well, you're trying to control what I want to say, which is unnecessary. So Jesse Gordon's test, or you think that it comports with the globe model? It absolutely does not. It's already been refracted up. So first things first, it doesn't match your globe prediction. Secondly,
okay, where did you do the math? Hold on. Let's start with the first point. You said it doesn't match the globe prediction. Where did you do the math to calculate that it doesn't match the globe prediction?
Secondly, you're looking through a corridor of air with a theodolite. So therefore, your observation is going to be subject to atmospheric conditions, which is going to displace the path of light. It's not going to be in its geometric position. So the test is not good. That's why nobody references it for globe evidence.
So firstly, you didn't actually address the point. You didn't actually give any measurements to show how it doesn't match the Earth curve. Secondly, you keep referencing a theodolite when the observation that we are discussing is of a water level. You ought to check what your opponent is saying and then argue against that, not whatever you think they might potentially be saying.
All right, so when he tried to find out his elevation above mean sea level, and he stationed his theodolites, all at equal elevation, 4 feet above. Stop complaining, Rich. I'm debunking
We're not on the same page.
It doesn't matter. I get to say what I want to say about it.
Yeah, you can mumble nonsense all you would like, Rich, but I would prefer you do it on mute, because if you're not going to address the observation that we're talking about, I don't know why you're speaking.
We're talking about the 3 theodolites that Jesse Gordon set up. Yes, we are.
No, that's not what we were talking about at all. We were talking about the water level.
About the 3 theodolites that are 4 feet above the water?
No, for like the 10th time, no.
Well, there was a point that it got brought up. That's why I'm referencing it.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point in history it's been brought up.
It got brought up today.
We did mention that earlier.
Yes, Rich Evans, baby, you weren't.
Okay, well, I try to catch up to the conversation where we're at now, okay?
Remember, you weren't listening, so you don't know what's going on? Remember that?
But you obviously have no idea what's going on right now because we're on to the water level obversation.
Hey, stop trying to control everything. It's not going to work. So what I'm saying...
He says as he's controlling the conversation.
Yeah, he's trying, but it doesn't look good. So you got 3 theodolites stationed at 4 feet elevation above the water surface, right?
Nope.
Boom, right there. Equal elevation. You're done.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's what you should be talking about.
God, imagine like a lawyer coming out, right? It's like, my client could not have been present at the robbery. And they go, sir, this is for murder charges. So he couldn't be at the robbery because he was actually, sir, your client's a woman. So he couldn't be at the robbery, like just doubling down on the complete wrong case. You're not even arguing in the same ballpark as what we're talking about.
Dude, you admittedly were not listening. So who knows where your head is at in the conversation?
He was talking He knows what he was talking about. He can't possibly miss what he was talking about because he was the one talking.
What's
Well,
wrong with the
Jesse could be
Globers
on
in
a
the meta
murder
today?
charge.
Yeah, you guys got to get
He
off
could,
the meta for real.
he could be on a murder charge because he actually murdered that experiment.
Easy stuff.
With incompetence.
He's not talking about the same observation. You're like, this is absolutely crazy.
All right, calm down, Rich.
We could choose any observation.
Yeah, we hear you giggling and chuckling like a clown. It's gonna be all right. We're taking your ball away. You're not gonna get hurt.
I love how you came back into conversation asking if we would like you to debunk what Jesse observed. And I said, no, you can just give us flat earth measurements. And you're like, well, I'm going to do it anyway. When you ask a question, you should be open to the response and not just ask it rhetorically.
Anyway, yeah, so there's no evidence that the surface of Earth is curving. Like, absolutely none.
If you deny all the evidence and then argue against observations no one was talking about, then sure. But if you want to address the actual observations of Earth's curve, you might have a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Did you hear my response to your silly baloney? What's up, you?
Didn't even respond to it. You went to some other observation.
Hey, Rich, give us the exact observation you're talking about.
Yeah, it's in the text chat. I can repost it. I'm just not sitting at my keyboard at the moment.
He's
it was
referring
posted
to a
not too
stick
long
figure.
ago.
Yeah, he's talking about a stick figure drawing.
No, you're still wrong, Electric. That's the diagram that Doofus posted, which is representing the experiment that I posted the video of. Try and keep up.
All right, so you got theodolites, you got cartoons. Any physical measurements of Earth's surface curving? No.
Well, you got theodolites. Do you have any measurements? Those two things were said at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, a theodolite is not a physical measurement. You know the difference?
It's a measuring device.
Hey, are theodolites gods?
No, definitely not.
They provide measurements, and then he asks for the measurements.
Are theodolites perfect?
Not at all.
No one says anything has to be perfect to provide. Rulers aren't perfect.
How do you know that?
Yeah, but they're
because they have a particular degree upon, like, usually down to millimeters that you can measure. You can't get an accurate less than a millimeter difference on a ruler, right?
Yeah, you need to get your thoughts
What's the half of the millimeter?
What's the variance? Okay, cool. So you gave us the variance on a ruler. What's the variance on a theodolite?
He doesn't know.
Why are you quiet?
Yeah, I was pointing to the ruler to say that no measuring device is perfect. None of that is for me to say that I know the error margin on a theodolite, because I don't know, and I'm perfectly fine in exclaiming my ignorance on the topic.
Yes, exclaim your ignorance. That's great, dude. So just sit in the background, exclaim your ignorance in your own head or at your wall or something.
Right, so it depends on the theodolite anyway, because most of them, all of them will tell you in their manuals what their precision is, but there's a lot of them that are like 2 arc seconds or 1 arc second accuracy. They're never worse than an arc minute accuracy. That's never, no theodolite is ever that bad.
Actually, you guys are going standard rate of refraction.
Isn't the whole problem, isn't the whole argument that Shane and what's his nuts are presenting?
Shane and Alan?
Yeah, Shane and Alan.
Sorry, are you able to get out of the well you're stuck in?
Yeah, just good white light. Your mic is great right now.
Yeah, Rich, can you possibly take your wedgie out or the stick out your ass or something?
I think he fell down the back of the sofa.
No, if I don't have that up my butt, then the government can't control me.
Yeah, something like that, right? Anyway. So, I don't see any measurements of Earth curve. That's it. We're done. Go home.
I ignored the measurements, therefore they don't exist.
Oh, John is back. I wanted to ask John this exact question. Hey, John, in geodetic surveying, are horizontals curving, conforming to the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, that's a badly phrased question. Horizontal changes from place to place. So yeah, in that sense, a level line is a curved line. That's the better way to put it.
And I explained that to him earlier. Use ChatGPT.
What's up, Helios?
I'll put myself on mute
Hey,
after that.
Asks John a question, John answers, "Oh, what's up, someone else?"
Hey, he answered my question. I appreciate him. Something that you don't know how to do, Rich.
I answered it too.
Anyway, Helios was talking, so don't, outburst randomly because you're a moderator.
Yeah, what's going on down in the well there, Helios?
No, I was just actually asking Electric, like, if he considered this little observation they did. Is there any way that it could be true or that it could work and would demonstrate globe?
You're talking about what they just posted in text chat?
The water level to the
Hold on, I have to scroll past all these tags of people ad homing me.
Cry more.
Yeah. I'm not crying. I'm just saying I got to scroll past a lot of baloney. Can someone repost whatever he's talking about?
I tagged Helios with it. It's right there.
You gave him an opportunity. You gave him the chance.
Hey. But hey, no text, you just missed it. John just said that horizontal curves.
That's exactly what he didn't say. John
Actually,
never said
I
that.
didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
Good God, why do you have to lie, man?
They implicitly affirm it all the time. I think it's a mental disease. That's just, I'm not sure. I think it's a disease. I think they're infected.
Okay, if you have to lie and then claim it's their mental disease, you're projecting.
It's just, he's got the symptoms right there. You're projecting. That's like one of the symptoms. Right down on this chart.
So, like, one of us has to be right and wrong, right? So it's either a globe or it's not.
No, that's
that's
a
electric
true
and
dichotomy.
motion. So it's not a true dichotomy. So it's both.
No, I said that one is. I thought you were going to say it's either a globe or it's flat. But yeah, it's either a globe or it's not. That's the true dichotomy. Yeah.
You know what's hilarious to me? These guys' only reference for evidence of Earth being a globe is fucking Jesse Gordon.
I know, dude. So it is. Whatever, man. That is a good. Yeah,
he's just a prolific source.
Well, and more importantly, only the most recent.
Y'all couldn't establish that the Earth is a globe before Jesse.
I'm sure that you might have heard me speaking before you started talking, but let's try that again. But that's only the most recent example because I gave you a measurement of Earth curvature that didn't involve Jesse Gordon. It was in this very chat.
Yeah, did they bring it up,
So
Jesse?
Jesse's
the real Jesse, I guess. The one who's here. When you asked them to establish 3 points of equal elevation, they're like, Jesse did it, and then he didn't do it. Is that what happened?
Nobody said that.
I'm not asking the doofus.
Nobody said that.
So
So
the globe.
just looking at it, dude, like, it's just two tubes. Like, what do you want me to look at? I'm looking at tubes, therefore the Earth is curved? Like, come on, guys.
Listen to Jesse's dulcet tones in the video and you'll understand.
No, like, see, you don't understand the difference between looking at a tube and physically measuring Earth's surface to be curving.
Okay, let's say you're right, and I don't. Can you show me how you physically measured the Earth's surface as not curved?
There's never an instance where you've measured it to be curved.
That
I measured to be curved all the time.
From ignorance.
Come on, Alexa.
So
yeah, dude, come on.
Yeah, what's that?
He's calling you out.
What's that?
A little, man.
Helios,
come
what I heard you
on,
saying.
Glober. Helios, come on, man. See, I could do the same thing.
I want to be easy on McDonald's because
Yeah, Helios, your
I know
mic is. You got to fix your mic, dude. It's actually really hard.
Now, when he's singing your praises, you understood him fine.
Yeah, Rich, you're over there all giddy and clown-like.
Yeah, dude, I'm having a great time tonight. Thank you guys for being here.
I know you have it in you, Electric, to be a Glober. You were once a very good Glober, but I don't know
Dude,
what happened.
he was a Glober on Monday.
Was he?
I could argue for whatever.
Nobody puts Electric in a box. Nobody.
Yeah, they're trying to. That's the only thing they could do is act like, some kind of disenfranchising, ad hom thing to say. But honestly, dude, I could argue for both positions because the globe has faults and the flat Earth has faults. So it's not an issue.
Which one has more explainable virtue?
Bro.
Oh, hold on, dude. That would be called a genetic fallacy. I can argue whatever position I feel like if it's valid. Sometimes the globe says things that are silly. Sometimes flat Earth says things that are silly. I can defend either or position.
Has more explainable virtue, the globe
blinded by
or the flat Earth? What side has more explainable virtue, the globe or the flat Earth?
Yeah, Rich Evans is completely blinded. He cannot see that there are faults in his model.
Electric doesn't have positions he argues for. He has people he argues against.
Yeah, and you have, your emo cycle.
Like the last thing I heard Rich say was something like, "What's proof of flat?" What's proof of flat Earth? I've never seen proof of flat Earth. It's like similar. I think he's copying from like NASA Shill's playbook. Like that's all NASA Shill says. What's proof of flat Earth? And that's the issue, Helios. Like I heard you kind of give the dichotomy, or like just a moment ago. Like it's either a globe or it's not. That's a true dichotomy. But when you say the Earth, what are you referencing? Exactly. Is it an idea in your mind, or is it something in reality? That's the problem. That's how you become, not you, but that's how someone might become a glober, or a flat earther.
No, I refuse to be a glober because I don't think I'm in the same camp as people like Rich. Like this guy's completely wrong about a lot of things.
Yeah, but the rich guy, he's not a glober. He's an like that's what they got.
It's like it's like an auto pop tart. You guys need you created a whole new term. There's globers and then there's like autos.
Yeah, no, it's an existing term. They call them anti-flat earthers. It's like almost the way they don't talk about they don't care about the Earth. They care about the anti-flat Earth.
Say overall, I'm anti-science denial.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a term.
So be that science like anti-flat Earth.
He might agree with.
Oh, do you have me muted still? No tanks.
Yeah, your model has a lot of pseudoscience, so you should
hold on, Electric. Let no tanks answer that. Do you have me muted still? No answer is a response.
Was that Electric? I don't answer questions. Okay. Was that Electric?
Yeah, I don't know why he's interrupting. He's freaking out.
I told him if he still had me muted, he was getting timed out again, and he chose his fate.
Yeah, Rich Evans, you're getting kind of irate, tyrannical over here.
It was I warned him.
You can't mute a mod. You can't do that.
Well, he's really.
So hold on, you guys got upset because I timed out Doofus because he was swearing at me, interrupting, and now you timed him out for what?
He has me muted, and I timed him out for 5 minutes first. And I told him if he does it again, I will time him out for longer time. And I just timed him out for 10 minutes
because it wasn't relevant, and there was already a discussion.
No, all it would take him to say is, "No, I don't have you muted." And then I wouldn't have timed him out.
Nazi mod has been freaking out for like an hour, dude.
In addition, the reason why I was timed out was because I kept mentioning that I was interrupted, and you told me to stop interrupting people. That was a problem.
Doofus, you were screaming, leaning
you were
into your
warned
mic.
many times, but you just kept on swearing, and yeah, I mean, you were out of control.
Yeah, it's like Glovers don't own mirrors. Like you guys just never reflect on your own behavior.
Like we shouldn't need modding, right? We should know when it's your turn to talk and not that. Like we shouldn't be doing this, yelling at each other, swearing at each other. Why?
We shouldn't need police either, but unfortunately, people are going to act in particular ways. And when people act in particular ways, you have to de-escalate the situation in a better way, and not just time someone out for a day for being the one who got overtalked and then was talking louder because they got overtalked.
Yeah, but you're
I timed him out. I'll tell you why. I'll explain that. I timed him out because he was over talking and swearing at moderation. It has nothing to do with me, right? When a mod comes in and somebody keeps talking over him and yelling and swearing, one day it's going to be me, tomorrow it's going to be you, and then there's going to be chaos. You understand?
Yeah,
it's not about
day?
modding and ego.
Don't you think the punishment was too harsh? Like
perhaps it was a little bit too much. Okay, I'll admit that. But you get my point, though.
Yes, because you started your statement with, "We should know when to let each other start talking." So why don't you apply that same criticism to the 3 people that interrupted me before I was muted by you? Why didn't you do that?
When I came in, Doofus, it was all hell, right? And I was actually trying to clear the floor for you, but you wouldn't let me talk. I don't know if you have a delay or... I was actually trying to clear the floor.
So when the 3 people that are repeatedly interrupting me interrupt me, how am I going to hear you over the other 3 people that are being the bad behaving people? How's that going to work, SE?
Dude, I timed it, Doofus. You literally have a 3-second delay. Nobody was trying to interrupt you.
Oh, is that why you heard me at least 7 times start my sentence and then continued to interrupt it at least 7 times? It's because I have a delay. That's your excuse, right?
Why do we have to do this like meta coddling?
Yeah, we definitely get
Let's
the
just
point
move
now.
on. What was the subject?
That speaks volumes.
I don't know. The Globies are really upset because I just keep destroying their globe delusions.
Yeah, what
now,
was the
once
last
you start proving
destruction?
flat
What was the
Earth,
last topic?
that's when our jaws will be on the line.
Well, I really like the single point geometry thing. Like these guys think that horizontal is a point. It's kind of silly. They think 3D
No,
is
something
2D
is
now.
horizontal at a point, right?
Yeah, hold on. I was almost done, Rich. Try to wait until people are done speaking to unmute. So what I was saying was, another thing that these silly Globers said was that a sphere, a 3-dimensional sphere, is 2-dimensional. You know, a circle is 2-dimensional.
The surface is.
D-Mock's coming. D-Mock's coming in. Hot.
The surface
Hey,
is.
what's up?
The surface is 2-dimensional. The surface.
I love how. Sorry, one sec. I love how Electric made a point, and I jumped in to talk about it. How something is horizontal at a point, and then his immediate thing was, "Well, let me finish speaking." On a completely separate note, let's now talk about this completely other thing.
When I started my
you're
sentence,
just
my
so
plan was
full
to
of
say
it.
both
You're
things.
so full of it. Everyone can see
Rich,
this.
There's one
when
rule.
I started my sentence, my plan was to say 2 things. So calm down.
And then not address the thing I said about the first thing, right?
What you're saying really doesn't matter much, dude.
There's one rule.
Right, because at least you got to flap your gums. I got you.
All right, Rich,
exactly.
are you good?
There's one rule. There's one rule. Flat Earthers think they're winning. As long as they're talking, they think they're winning. They just have to talk. As far as they're concerned, they are winning. Even when they're talking gibberish, they think they're winning.
Oh, that's going to help the convo, Robert. Way to go.
There's really nothing going on right now.
Wait, do you disagree?
It helps the convo because it's a psychological thing.
It's just a bunch of Globers and shambles, you know.
No, there's no such thing as Globers.
Equally not going to help the conversation. So, Essie, you see how you have to jump in and call both those out?
Yeah, both guys. How about the single point geometry? This is like so 2023.
I already addressed that.
Been even the one who coined that term. I have a meme that goes way back there. Single point geometry.
First of all, there's no such thing as Globers. That is a trolling statement. You know what I'm saying? We're just science people, If the Earth was flat scientifically, we would still be just science people. The Earth is not
You're not
flat.
doing science.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are doing science.
You're not doing
Okay, the
science.
fact you're just
we
going to the
are
claim
doing
that we
science.
don't even do science now, Electric. Come on.
You flat earthers just believe the Earth is flat. Where's the dome?
You don't
You're
even
not
do
doing
the basic
science.
scientific method.
Where's the dome, dude?
You're
You can't
not
even
using.
follow.
Where's dome?
The
Domes
You're
don't
responding to
create.
Rob saying silly thing. You're
Domes
not
don't
using.
create pressure gradients.
Okay.
Containers do not create pressure gradients. Spot the garbage.
I never said
Well,
that.
it needs at least not to the degree that we witnessed in the atmosphere. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
definitely never said that, Rob. So weird thing to bring up. That's probably what swirls around in your head.
No,
all day,
you said
for
you're
some
doing
reason.
science. You said you're doing
Rich,
science.
Rich, before we get too far away from it, I did want to add to that point earlier.
For sure.
If the conversation is happening and the person who's arguing against a position doesn't care what the person who they're arguing against is saying, then they're not arguing against that person's position, just like Jesse just did just now.
Mm-hmm.
What position?
That's for certain.
Right. When you say, I don't actually care what you're saying, that means you don't care to argue against that person's actual position. That's dishonest.
You mean the thing about the pressure gradient?
No.
Prior to that.
When you said,
Because you're
when
in
you
the middle
said,
of scattergunning, right? So let's figure out what you're talking about.
I'm not scattergunning anything.
The globe is scattergunning right now. Yeah, you're all the same globe.
They're flat earthers. They're flat earthers. They're not globers. Flat earthers exist because it's
no. This is aside the point though. We're the main point being had here is that the person. I was just trying to get my fucking words in order. Don't be a dick. Arguing against the person's position is to engage in the conversation and then say something hoping to have a rebuttal. It's not to just identify a part of a position that someone has, make a critique, and then sit down and not listen to the response. That's the dishonest arguing that's being spoken to.
So I didn't make an argument. I asked a question. The original question was, how are you establishing 3 points of equal elevation relative to a horizontal? You guys spurred and spiraled forever. It might continue happening after this. That's not an argument.
What I remember happening after that was Doofus pointing out that you can take it off of 1 point, and that's how we do it. We establish horizontal based on that. What is horizontal? What is perpendicular to plumb at that 1 point?
Yeah, so you think that it's horizontal at a point, therefore your horizontal is bending everywhere else, so you're done.
Nothing about horizontal bending. That was not part of my explanation. Anyway.
Oh, then why wouldn't he just say that it's? Why wouldn't he just say that it's not at a point?
Conversation. The part of the conversation I was calling out as dishonest was when someone tells you that their position is not that horizontal is a point, that a line is a horizontal reference for a point, and you say, I don't care what you're saying, then you don't care to honestly engage in what the argument actually is.
A line is a horizontal reference? Yeah. What do we use that for?
You didn't hear what I fucking said. My God.
What are we referencing? Why are we referencing a horizontal line?
So let's try this again, because you weren't listening. When you say that our position is that horizontal is a point, and when we clarify with you that's not our position, what our position actually is that a horizontal reference is a line, which is a reference for just that point it was established at. When we make that clarification, and you say, I don't care what you're saying, you are not an honest participant in the conversation. Did you hear me this time?
Right, so you keep bringing up the point where it is intersecting a vertical, which would mean that, what's goddamn it, dude? See, I think you're
I'm
just
sure he doesn't understand you.
I don't think you know what I'm trying to say, and that's really weird because there's a lot of people.
That could be a you problem. John, go ahead, try to explain it.
Well, he's just saying that it's horizontal isn't a
Doofus, real
point.
quick, dude.
It's a
Doofus.
horizontal.
Wait, bro.
To obtain a horizontal, you first have to pick a point. Then, at that point, there is horizontal. At different points, there are different horizontals. That's, I think, what Doofus is saying.
So John thinks horizontal is bending. Thank you so much, John.
That's
Well,
not
of course
what
horizontal. It's
you
not that
guys could use, like,
horizontal
a
bends.
visual
It's that
device.
horizontal is a
You
reference.
guys just
what
talk
he's
over
saying.
everybody, huh?
So,
hold on, John.
again,
Let Helios go. Let Helios go.
I'm trying to figure out why John is not getting it either. John.
Helios was going.
Did I not? I thought I tried. I'm sorry, just I was trying to paraphrase you.
Not even close, John. I'm joking.
Well, I'm sorry.
You got the backing information correct, but not the overarching point. The overarching point is the dishonest behavior that Electric is participating in, which he's avoiding.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying.
He's not taking responsibility for the things that he's doing dishonestly.
Yeah, well, that's
Can I
you're never going to
respond
make
to the
progress on that
add-on
one.
now? You want to
can we skip
That is
the
not an
meta,
ad-hom.
please?
It's not an ad-hom.
Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely not an
Cool,
ad-hom.
thanks. Yeah, and Essie's moderating, so stop talking. So you're a dishonest participant. When I ask you how to establish 3 points of equal elevation relative to horizontal, you immediately say, I didn't say that. I'm referencing a datum point. My horizontal is only perpendicular to a vertical at that point. Okay, so therefore, it's not horizontal once you're away from that point. Single point geometry, you're already done, dude. I already explained this.
Yeah, horizontal is perfectly aligned.
Conversation that you tried to say happened. That's not the conversation that occurred.
All right,
Yeah,
so
narrative building's not nearly as good as actually rebutting the point.
For 10 seconds, please.
Absolutely, go ahead.
So, thanks. So I'm asking the whole chat as a whole. Do you think it'd be wise for us to use like a visual aid, say like a chalkboard, say like some sort of point, like we can point at things like a picture? Because here's why. Because when teachers teach in school, it'd be kind of hard for them to force all the students to be able to visualize in their heads what, say for instance, how Doofus is trying to explain his explanation of a horizontal line of 3 points of equal elevation, and force Electric to understand. But imagine if there was 30 kids in a classroom and Doofus is there screaming at them that they must understand.
Yeah, he would be screaming.
Yeah, I know. So, could we use some sort of visual aid? Is that possible?
Just do it.
I
Just do what
think
you said. Just
skills.
get a picture
They have a
frame. You got a good
chalkboard.
idea. Get a picture frame, and then the top of the picture frame, right? It's a straight line, a piece of wood. Put a level on it, and then that they're all level within a line, within a plane at equal elevation. And if I were to establish and put another picture frame above it, it would be parallel to the line established below it. Everybody can picture this. Doofus might have a different thing in mind where he's got a picture frame sitting on top of a ball, but then he'd have to, you can picture that, sure. You just have to demonstrate how you establish those points of equal elevation, those points that are in the horizontal orientation. You just have to show how you can establish those.
The method you described doesn't have the precision necessary to determine whether or not the curvature that we're talking about even exists in the first place. It is not a good method. But additionally, I just wanted to point out that the visual aids not being there is not the problem, because the visual aids were already provided earlier. That was in the chat, and still Jesse didn't get it. So if you would like some of those visual aids, I can provide them for you if you need them.
As a whole still need to be able to reference something, because or else we're just going to keep using our imagination, and you're not going to get through to anybody, dude. So saying I already posted it, you can talk to what you're posting as well, and use it throughout your entire argument. Just don't say, well, I already posted it, so it's the burden's on you to not follow through. When you talk and explain things, you could be explaining it.
I destroy people so say Doofus has his side, right? or somebody like Doofus, they want to show that the Earth is a sphere. I can go out in reality and just destroy that in regular people, like just normal people. That idea, I could just remove it from them with a picture frame. They're just like, oh shit, yeah, no, we're good. And they never come on Discord and scream at you about it. They're like, no, this is good.
Okay, I've already explained why that methodology can't be used to settle this conversation. Do you remember what I said? No thanks.
No, I didn't hear you. What?
Of course you didn't fucking do.
I turned you down a while back ago, and I can't get you back up because that's something you did.
But nobody listens.
What do you say?
You have to unblock no thanks so you can adjust your volume.
So anyway,
unfortunately, that is a thing. To be honest with you, because it is really weird. If you guys could be cordial about it, so that like unblock him, then he can turn you up, then you can reblock him. That would be great.
Right, you guys
I doubt no tanks even has me turned up at this point.
Hold on, dude. I was talking. So you guys can't comprehend this 3 points of equal elevation. It is not relative to the surface of a sphere. We want 3 points of equal elevation relative to a horizontal. How would you establish this?
It depends on what are you building. Are you building a house?
What doesn't matter what he's building, right, Star? We would
Really
just need to take three. We could just take
Rob
three
was
things
talking. Can you please calm
in
down?
equal elevation
Let Rob
above sea
respond.
level, right?
Dude, you're
and then you
interrupting
can.
people when you're a moderator.
No, actually, you just interrupted me. I was trying to get to the point.
You interrupted Rob. I was listening to Rob.
But Rob, it doesn't really matter what was being built, but.
Okay, well, it does.
Man, I'll tell you why there's flat earthers, dude.
No, you don't. That doesn't give you that. You don't get to interrupt it now. Go ahead, Stark.
Hold on,
Lovers
dude.
cannot tell that these are not green
I
lights.
wasn't interrupting anybody. There was silence.
Well, you must have Star turned down because there was someone just talking when you started talking.
Going.
Why are you just spouting nonsense, Electric?
Yeah,
I want to hear what Rob was saying.
So the reason why there's okay, you want to hear Rob? Okay, go Rob.
Wait, do you both have each other turned down? What the fuck's going on?
The server's been poorly moderated. Now people don't know how to act.
There's nothing moderation can do about people who turn other people down. I've been trying to deal with no tank doing it to me.
Isn't that not supposed to be?
Yeah, it is not.
Isn't that not allowed?
Yes.
Am I able to go or?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Yes.
So a globe is horizontal at the point picking up in the middle.
Demok, no! You can't do that,
Sorry,
Demok.
Demok, there's no such thing as globers, but there's such a thing as flat earthers because you're a group that is formed out of belief. Anyway, so here's the deal. Electric, you cannot use your little ground-based instruments that you use to build houses to test for curvature. That is stupid, right? Because the Earth is a very large surface. So you need more sensitive instruments, like we told you before. Spectrometers and spherometers and all these other instruments are in orbit. I know it's hilarious because you've never studied them. So that's okay. You've studied water levels and plumb bobs. Those are things that construction workers use. Those are not science things. Okay? So check this out. We have polar orbiting satellites. Look up the EROS projects, all of these things. They measure every centimeter of the surface. The surface is a two-dimensional area. That's what surfaces are.
Well, you're
right?
done. That's it.
What are you talking? Did you laid your little micrometer on the ground with your eye? Show me how you measure the ground using a spherometer.
Guys, he wasn't done talking about the satellite. Go ahead.
No, he just said our surface is two-dimensional. That's a flat Earth.
All surfaces are two-dimensional.
All surfaces are two-dimensional. All of them. All surfaces are two-dimensional.
Let's ask them. Do you disagree? Do you disagree with that, Electric?
You guys should not be like saying crazy stuff like this.
Yes, he does.
You obviously.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Because
why would you say a surface isn't two-dimensional?
It's three-dimensional. It has length, height, and width.
A surface?
Well, then what's a climb bottom?
Does it not have a mountain?
Is a climb bottle 2D then?
If you guys
Is a
want to
climb
prove
bottle
it, then,
3D?
then just show us. Like, I understand that, like in geometry, like in idealized geometry, you're talking about two-dimensional planes, and you're calling that a surface. So then just go to reality and show us in reality a two-dimensional surface that exists, so that you can have
Exactly.
your proof.
Well, just relax. That's why you have things called altimeters, right? You see, altimeters are what you use to keep a constant elevation from orbit, right?
All right,
And,
Inspector
and once
Gadget,
you,
just get
and
to your
once
fucking
you,
point.
well, that elevation, my friend, is what is elevation measured in? It's measured in 1 unit, right?
How do we
Meters,
measure
feet,
how many soccer points you have?
miles, and so on
Sheep
and so
units.
forth, right? 1 unit, right? Two-dimensional. So check this out. So once you couple that with microwave spectrometry, you can now map the entire surface. And when you're mapping it, you realize that the surface is when you're mapping it, you realize that the object you're mapping is a sphere because
Listen, I'm gonna
you
get.
go
Let me
because
know when you're
you
done.
go around it. This is the last thing I'm going to say. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Check this out. This is I'm going to educate you, flat earthers now. You can get equal elevation even on a sphere. Check it out.
Now I'm gonna go. Now that was your last thing, so I'm just gonna say.
I don't believe it.
I can get a snake that that cleans out the plumbing, and then you know what I mean. And I can get a level. I can get a plumb bob, a protractor. I can get a tape measure. All right, I can run around. I can go in airplanes. I can go in hot air balloons. I can jump. I can swim in the water. And what you globe earthers, last thing I'm going to say, last thing I'm going to say, I'm going to educate you guys here. After I just named a bunch of fucking tools, I'm going to educate what you can know. I'm going to educate you is that you can measure elevation from a reference established by the water level.
Hey, so Robert just wasted like 2 minutes of our life talking about.
What do you call that?
satellite.
What do you call naming a bunch of tools and then saying you can measure
Hold on,
a
bro. I
height
was
from a
told,
point?
man. You just literally clipped me. Come on, man. Be a better mod. Anyway, so
Hammer,
Robert
ratchet,
spent,
screwdriver. Sorry, good.
Robert spent 20 minutes wasting our life with satellite talk.
Also,
you haven't hold on, Robert.
what's wrong with satellite talk? Yeah, go ahead. What's wrong with satellite talk? Go ahead.
So, do you have any data that backs up what you're saying about it maps a sphere?
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. We have tons of data. Tons.
Well, brother, share it, brother.
Yes, the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference. It's
Don't tell me anything else. Just give me the data.
Data. Define data. What's data?
Data,
Define
bro.
data. Go ahead.
Data. Give me the data.
Okay, so an image is data, right?
Right. Data.
So we can take data taken by Himawari 8, right, and show that it's coming from a giant circle and it's a three-dimensional sphere.
And it maps the surface.
Brother. But if
And
you get
you
a
just
6
told us
millimeter
that-
wrench and
that all surfaces are
socket
2D.
set.
What I'm just telling you about data to show that Earth is a sphere. I don't
You
have
just
the.
said that all surfaces
I
are
didn't
2D.
say. I did say that, but I thought we were talking about geometry, right?
A sphere is in three-dimensional space. It is a three-dimensional object. The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. Those things are both true at the same time.
Well, in Robert's or Star, whoever you guys call him, in Robert's assertion that you can use satellites to measure the surface, which is two-dimensional, just like our buddy just pointed out, which wouldn't give you, three-dimensional objects. What's your claim? What is your claim?
Okay.
Remember the definition.
What I said just now.
You just all
surfaces.
you did was restate that the globe is a three-dimensional object in space, but that's not the claim. The claim is that the satellite is measuring the surface, which is two-dimensional, which was what you guys held to go against Jesse and such.
I said a sphere is a three-dimensional space, and the surface of it is two-dimensional. Both of those things are true at the same time. That's what I actually
And
said.
surfaces can be flat or curved, right? I mean, the surfaces are always two-dimensional, even when they're curved. When they're curved, They can only be embedded in 3 dimensions, but the surface themselves are 2-dimensional.
All right, so you think you could only use 2 dimensions to describe a sphere? Let's see you try.
What?
That's the surface of a sphere only needs 2 dimensions because it's a
Right, I'm talking
two-dimensional thing.
about this an actual sphere.
Yes, an actual sphere. You need latitude and longitude, 2 dimensions. That's all.
You're talking about being conformed to the surface so it appears 2D, and there are no indications that it's
I'm not
stuck in 2
saying it
dimensions, man. They
appears
can't even get off the
2D.
surface.
I'm
They're stuck.
saying
yeah, they're
that a
literally confined
surface
to a
is
ball that looks
2-dimensional.
flat.
All surfaces are 2-dimensional. They require
It's a
2
poison. How do you get them
coordinates.
out of the second dimension into reality? I don't have the answer yet.
Yeah, 3 dimensions is just so hard for these guys.
It's not.
Just stand up. Just stand
The
up,
answer.
guys.
I don't like it. So let's try this one more time. A surface is 2-dimensional. The surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional. You can use 2 dimensions to address any point on the surface of that sphere, which was correctly mentioned. Latitude and longitude does that exact thing. However, when you want to get altitude above that surface, you just add a third coordinate. An angle, and a distance is called a spherical coordinate system.
All right, well, just show, I mean, maybe like just to bolster your own point, show us, since you guys are holding to it, not that I'm even arguing against it, just show us all a 2-dimensional surface in reality. And then we can just be like, yeah, I see what he's talking about.
All surfaces are 2-dimensional. Pick any surface you want.
That's not
I'm
true.
gonna pick up this ball, I guess, that I have in the room, and you're telling me you're gonna convince me that that's 2-dimensional. Right, go ahead.
The ball?
Okay,
The ball is not 2-dimensional. The ball
question
is not a surface.
The question is, how thick is a surface? You're either above it or below it or on it, but a surface is infinitely thin. It has no third dimension of the surface. Now, the surface can cover a 3-dimensional object, of course, but as was pointed out, the Earth is an ellipsoid. Any point on the ellipsoid is defined by 2 positions, latitude and longitude. Now, you have topography. You measure the height of the topography above that surface. Now, we have the surface of topography. Yes, that is an infinitely faceted polynomial. But the surface, the ellipsoid, that is what we're calling the surface. Just like if you had a steel ball bearing and you would have had some super sophisticated paint and painted it, the thickness of the paint would be infinitely thin. Let's call it the surface. And that is just a surface. It doesn't define.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't define the sphere of a ball bearing or the Earth. It defines a surface.
Yeah, so right now I'm listening to people say that 2 dimensions is 3 dimensions. Do you guys know how to count?
Nope.
Well, no, that's because that's the comprehension problem that we have with you.
Yeah, that's not our problem. That's your problem.
Do you realize that the surface of the sphere would have to be... Hold on, dude. Okay, go ahead, actually, whatever.
No, I clipped you. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter, dude. These guys are saying 2D is 3D. Like, they're just lost in the gutter.
Like, if we can just agree that it's a concept, it's not something that actually exists, right? That's just a concept of 2 dimensions, so that we can
that's kind of
apply
fair
our
to say,
relationships to like get square footage, which is another concept, instead of reifying that concept into an actual physical thing that we can touch and measure.
I think that's fair to say. It's fair to say that there are no 2-dimensional objects. No physical thing. Surfaces are not physical things. They're mathematical things.
Wow. Surfaces aren't real anymore.
No,
well, I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't use that concept in a perfectly understandable way to talk about, the surface of the Earth. When we talk about the surface of the Earth, everybody knows what we're talking about. Technically, it's not a physical thing. It's a 2-dimensional mathematical thing that can't have mass because it has no volume. But we know what we're talking. We know what we mean when we say that, and that's only people who refuse to know what you mean.
A surface is a boundary. It's a boundary.
Strictly speaking, a surface is a boundary in some three-dimensional context, usually. In the same way as a line is a boundary in some two-dimensional domain.
So it sounds like the Globers are disagreeing about what 2D and 3D means. You guys want to hash it out amongst yourselves?
No, not at all. We don't. No one disagrees.
Weird that you have to have a narrative to push instead of a rebuttal.
I mean, do you guys understand the difference between 2D and 3D?
I personally think it would be weirder knowing his track record that he actually had a rebuttal than pushing the narrative. But
Rich, did you not hear that there's actually a topic? You all right, bro?
Yeah, we all know the difference between 2D and 3D. There's one dimension less. Yeah.
Yeah,
Richard's
well, there
talking
you
right
go.
now. I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't use 2 dimensions to make a sphere. I need one more.
No, well, the surface of the sphere is a two-dimensional domain because you can.
Wait a minute. To make a sphere, you need a radius. What else do you need?
A surface?
You need 3 dimensions.
Well, you have a radius, and that defines a sphere. What more do you need?
Apparently, you only need 2 dimensions, Chico.
No, you don't. The sphere is that radius subtended out in every possible permutation in 3 dimensions, in the same way as a circle is that permeated out in 2 dimensions. But the surface of that sphere is 2-dimensional.
Every time I hear it, it sounds sillier.
Yeah, the surface is a boundary. Like a horizontal, a planar surface is 2-dimensional because it's infinitely thin. You're either above it or below it.
Yeah, I only need 2 dimensions to know my coordinate on Earth. What do you know?
Yeah, that's 2-dimensional surface, then, isn't it? It's a surface you can adequately. You can describe any aspect of that surface using 2 dimensions.
Well, and the surface is the ellipsoid, not the topography. When defining the geometry of Earth, the ellipsoid is a surface, and topography is measured above or below that surface.
Yeah, this topic is brain rot. I mean, I don't know why you guys think 2-dimensional is 3-dimensional. It's 2 different values.
Nobody thinks that.
You keep saying that. None of us are saying that.
You're asserting brain rot.
Stop finding words in the English dictionary and putting them together. You see, what flat earthers, you think you're winning when you're speaking. All you have to do is speak.
Stop
and in
doing
your
meta,
mind,
bro. Stop doing the meta stuff. How many times do we have to tell you, man?
Nobody said that. That is a
Stay
lie.
on subject,
What we're telling you is that a surface is a 2-dimensional manifold. It is 2-dimensional. That's what a surface is. That is the reason why you can get equal elevation from a flat plane or a sphere, right? Listen, like a six.
That means that your coordinates are not at equal elevation.
Check this out, dog. I'm going to educate you. If you get a 6-inch ruler and you can run it around a ball, you see that? And you can run it along a table. It is still 6 inches. It is still 6 inches.
You think you're laying a ruler flat on a ball?
Yes, but don't get hung up on the word ruler, because I know that's how you flat earthers are. Just a 6-inch ruler, you can run it around the surface of a ball. It is
you're your own worst enemy, Star. You really are.
It is still 6 inches.
This is steel manning. Why I do
the elevation doesn't change. It is still 6 inches. That's what we're trying to tell you. That is why the surface is irrelevant. Irrelevant. Okay. Now, what you do?
It helps you sleep at night.
I keep asking him not to yell and scream and shout, but I don't think he gets it. I mean, you guys want me to unmute him? What do you guys think?
He wasn't screaming or shouting.
Yeah, I didn't hear him screaming.
Since Flat Earth doesn't want to talk about Flat Earth, we should let him talk about the globe.
All right, you guys have spoken.
I mean, it's only fair. I don't want him to be free, but it's like fair.
I want Rob to be concise and have brevity
and make a point and allow people to respond and not ramble and try to educate and lecture and preach.
All right, well, if that's the rule and the criteria and the standard, then mute him again. Put him back on mute. That's
Yeah,
never
don't
gonna
mute,
happen.
don't mute me. I'm just, guys. If you're gonna mute people because you don't understand, then you're in the wrong conversation. You need to go back to school. Okay?
Oh, Lord alive. How's that
No,
going
we
to
don't
work
want
for you,
that
Star? You keep
condescending.
doing
What
that.
you just did right now, that condescending kind of stuff, we don't need it. Just stay on subject. Don't monologue and don't say, I'm going to educate you. I'm going to this. Just stay on subject, man. Like, how many times and how many places have you been told this, Robert? How many times?
He's
It is not my
he's
problem.
not doing anything wrong. I mean, it's not
Exactly.
The community is kind of fucked. I mean, you can't. It's
not our problem, guys.
Look, you guys don't want to talk about flat Earth. Come up with a map and a model. You want to sit there and ask the Globers questions and have them teach you things for the 110th time.
Exactly.
Don't
the
complain
status of
how
the
they teach
model?
you. That's how
What
they're
is-
going to teach you.
What is the
Dude,
status of
if
the
you don't like
model
what the
these
conversation
days?
gets brought to, then why not just fuck off?
It's real simple. We on the science side, we can sit through a lecture. We are very happy to do that. You guys think that you're above lectures. You think you're above lectures. You're not, because you're talking foolishness. Electric just said a two-dimensional is a three-dimensional. He just said that. That's garbage.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're
said
doing
that.
the long-winded bullshit again. I mean,
Again,
I could
again,
teach
again,
I could teach a lesson on.
brother,
It doesn't need to be a whole lecture. It could just be real quick, right?
No,
Up and down is in relation to a horizontal plane of reference, and then the lecture's over, and then we move on. Instead, the Globers, like yourself, you just threw like a spherometer at me, an interferometer, a spiritometer,
Look at you.
an
You see what
altitude
you're doing?
measurementometer.
You see what you're doing?
Spectrophometer. Retarded. It's just up and down.
And another point, Rob. Another point. You had said that flat earthers only bring up like practical instruments that construction workers use and people that do things actually use, and they don't use any scientific instruments. The scientific instruments just reify a model on a mathematical base that is.
What are you saying, brother?
Completely
That's a good point.
Theoretical.
No, interferometers are not theories. Spectrometers are not theories.
When you say you use these special scientific
gravitometers
instrumentation,
are not theories.
when you say you use special instrumentation to prove the globe model, it is not substantiated, my man.
Of course it is. Are you saying I will put $1 million that satellites exist right now on the table. You get what I'm saying? We are that. We are that.
Do they operate the way that you?
We are that.
I will bet you cannot prove that satellites orbit the way that we are told. No, you cannot. You cannot prove it from a base scientific method that is not fallacious. That is full. That follows the scientific method, my man.
I'm going to prove it to you. Check this out. All you have to do, brother, is go into aerospace engineering. That's all you have to do.
Well, I think there's one sec, Star. One sec. Let me get. Oh, that wasn't me. I think this comes at more of a basal level of a difference of opinion on what science and the scientific method truly are. So what I would love to hear is what Amphibious J thinks is a valid experiment following the scientific method.
What's with the combo?
Listen to the lecture now. Hold up. Am I interrupting the combo about the horizontal plane?
No. No, go for it.
Okay. I thought someone just said that. Okay. So yeah, any experiment that is not built on a house of cards that bypasses steps in the scientific method.
No, but can you give an example of what would be the steps for and the experiment itself?
That was really broad. Like, what would be some steps that are like in that method?
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I am being quite
can I ask
genuine.
you-
Like, it doesn't have to be regarding any particular object or phenomena. I'm just looking for you to provide a valid science experiment with the method.
Yeah, the way the combustion engine works, right? We're like, we need
Okay, so
this
what would be
axle
your
to turn.
dependent and independent variables in that?
Basically, what fuel will cause a combustion to move the piston that will turn the drive shaft, that will turn the axle.
Sorry, the hypothesis, it doesn't really work as a hypothesis, right?
So we have this real world problem, right? We want
You don't have to go that far. I'm not actually doing the full flat Earth thing to you, where you need to observe something in nature. But realize that if my question were to observe something in nature, you would have already failed, right? Because you're talking about a combustion engine that humans make, rather. But regardless, let's just go ahead with what you think the hypothesis for the experiment is.
How come nobody's talking? Like, with the combustion engine.
No,
like
you
they
missed
observe,
it. You missed
like,
it. No tanks.
Let's
You can
go
go ahead.
back. Let's start over. All right. Optically, we see in a dome vision. We have a limitation of vision, and everything merges at the vanishing point when it gets far enough away. So our hypothesis is that, things don't go beyond a curve. They just appear to disappear when they go far enough away. Much like a plane seems to go down, much like the sun seems to go down, but it is
The
not getting
hypothesis
lower.
has to be an assertion of like this thing will do this under this parameters.
Well, his hypothesis doesn't match observation from the start.
So it wasn't even in like the form of a hypothesis. Like,
When
so
my
far
point
removed.
was from a baseline scientific method, can you prove the distance to a celestial object using
in trying to answer that, trying to answer that for you, I need to know what you think the scientific method is and how we achieve a valid science experiment. This is why I'm asking you to provide one.
Yeah, you make an observation, you come up with your theory and hypothesis, you test it with dependent and independent variables, and see if it makes sense without being fallacious, reifying, and all the other fallacies that scientism is based on.
Yeah, you don't
That's
need
just
that.
throwing a bunch of words together to say you do it right. Doing the scientific method is nothing but using everything at your disposal to get data to figure stuff out. That's the scientific method. When you start talking about independent and dependent variables, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They don't know what they're talking about. It's something
Why
they
is Ted
heard in
muted?
flat earth young rooms and all these things. They don't know science. Flat earthers are using
We
feelings.
don't know scientism.
Let me say what flat earthers. You want us to just accept that we don't feel the earth moving and the earth looks flat around you. That's what your bro.
We're at a much more basal point here, Star. We're at a much more basal level than that. Let's keep it there.
You guys speak.
We may actually get there.
Thank you very
We
much.
want you to accept that scientism.
Thank you very much.
That your scientific model is a religion. It is called scientism.
No, flat earth is a religion because it's based on feeling. Where's your dome? Where's the ice wall? Where's your dome? Where is your dome and where's the ice wall? That's a religion.
You don't agree with the high priest says.
Okay, let's if this is not a beneficial path for us to go down, let's take a little bit of advice from the audience here. Let's talk about some actual observations. How about you, Amphibious? Do you have any personal favorite observations that to you show the flat Earth?
You should unmute no tanks.
I can see some observations that disprove the globe model.
All right. Did you want to make a case for one?
Just one.
Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah, let's focus on one.
Explain the impossible eclipse. Stellar alien eclipse.
Refraction.
Well, that's easy.
The snap of refraction. It's the refraction.
All right.
Yep.
John, do you want to handle this one?
Are you saying
Yeah,
refraction?
I mean, every time there's an eclipse, every time there's a lunar eclipse, there's a Selenelian eclipse somewhere on the Earth at the places where the moon is rising while it's in eclipse. That's when you see a Selenelian, and it's made possible by the fact that both the moon and the sun are raised by a half a degree, even if your horizon is at eye level. Now, if you're on top of a
You
mountain,
can't even prove
you get to
what
see.
you just said, John. You can't
I don't know
empirically
what you.
prove that. You say that
I
it
don't know what you
happens.
mean. So let me just
Every
finish.
eclipse. No, you're just gonna monologue. I'm just gonna
No,
refute
no.
your
Let
first
him finish
point.
his statement, dude. Let him finish his statement, and then it's your turn to respond.
Yeah. Every time there's a lunar eclipse, there are places on Earth that have the potential to see a Selenelian eclipse. You just have to be at a place where both the sun and the moon are on the horizon during the eclipse. Now, it helps if you're on top of a mountain. What you want to do is be able to look as far as possible down below the horizontal. Refraction helps you by raising both things by about a half a degree. But if you're on top of a mountain, you can get another 2 or 3 degrees. Then it becomes really easy.
Can I add something to what John said? Because there's this claim that we can see both the moon and the sun at the same time during when the moon is being eclipsed. When the Earth is being eclipsed, and the moon's getting into the shadow. I've never seen an example. Maybe there is some out there where you can actually see both of them. Usually, you only see the moon, and it's inferred that you can see the sun because the sky is not completely dark yet. So,
right.
If you have an observation of a selenium where we would need to have some refraction to account for that, let's take a look at it because I've never seen one.
That's been posted.
Most videos that claim to be of Selenelians just show you the moon in eclipse, and they claim that the sun is up.
How would somebody disprove your claim, John? Like, how could you prove your claim? Like, so in order for me to disprove or falsify your claim, I'd have to be at every position all at once to disprove your claim. Do you have any proof of that claim, or is it just a baseless claim?
Well, I don't know what you mean by proof of the claim. It comes for free with
He's
the
responding to you.
model.
Thanks.
If you want to
He's
show that
responding
it's
to
not
you.
true, yeah, if you want to show that it's not true, be my guest. But it comes for free with the model that I hold. That all science.
Yeah, the claim. You asked me. You asked me a question, so I'm addressing it. You said I don't know what you mean by the claim. The claim that I'm talking about is your claim, the positive claim, that a Selenelian eclipse occurs always every time there's an eclipse. Do you have any proof of that claim?
I mean, I would just offer the point once again is that you understand that during an eclipse, the sun and the moon are on opposite sides of the earth. So all you have to be is at a place where those opposite sides are also on opposite horizons. And when that's the case, you have the potential to see a Selenelian. If you're high enough, if there's enough refraction, you should be on top of a mountain and there should be clear skies in both directions. If you don't understand why that's the case,
So you don't
on
have,
a
you just
globe
don't have any
model.
proof of it.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I'm just saying. Look, all I'm saying is, even if you don't believe the Earth is a globe, this is not rocket science. You should be able to understand why that is true on a globe.
That's not addressing anything I just asked. So you don't have. I mean, you can just say you don't have proof. You have a belief. You just asked me to like indulge in a belief system that would require me to just believe that this is the case always with no evidence of the claim. I don't think
Well,
that
let me ask
anybody
you
who's rational and reasonable should do such a. Mute him. Mute him.
Why do you not think? I mean, I don't understand why you don't think. If you understand, if you can steel man the globe model, I don't understand why you would even question what I just said. You don't have to believe the Earth is a globe, but I don't understand how you could possibly not understand what I just said.
Yeah, John, he doesn't know what a lunar eclipse is. He doesn't.
Yeah, you
That's all.
stated that because refraction is always occurring when they're antipodal 180 degrees from each other on the horizon, which would just be the horizon, right? Regardless, right? That would just be 180 degrees from each other. That this always occurs, right? So now you would just have to show that to be the case. Do you have any proof or proof of that
Oh, what
claim?
do you, do you mean, do you mean, do I have proof that every time there's a lunar eclipse, there are places on Earth where the
That was
sun
your
and the
claim.
moon are on the horizon during the eclipse? Is that what you're asking?
They're above the horizon.
He
There
doesn't.
are always, I mean, you can't, you'd have to not understand the globe model to think that that's not true. I mean, I don't know what you're asking for. You,
Yeah,
you
I'm just
seem
pointing.
to
I'm not
just
even asking
not
for it anymore.
understand
You've
the
shown that
globe
you don't have
model.
the evidence. That's all. You don't have it. You made the claim and asked people to indulge in your belief of the claim that always at some place on Earth, unidentified, unobserved, unknown, but it's always happening
They can
where the
predict
sun
it.
and the moon,
They can
while they're
tell
set,
you.
are actually above the horizon. Yeah, I mean that's just your
When
claim.
people
You're just
are
reasserting
in
it.
places, during an eclipse, people who are in places that have the potential to see a solenelian eclipse are usually notified of that in advance and tell you where it's going to happen for any lunar eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Is there some sort of differentiation where the other guy he said, "Listen, the proof that the sun and the moon are not below, below your feet, are above the during what is called the impossible eclipse, right? That's proof that they're not below. And then your proof that they are below it is that they're not below it, and that they're always not below it. That's ridiculous for me to want to believe that. Yeah. Or
I don't even know
I
what
believe
you.
that. That's ridiculous.
Did anybody understand what he just said?
Nobody.
I'll
He's
repeat
word
it again
salad.
real quick. So the proof that the guy brought forward was the impossible eclipse. So we're going to go to observations. Observation is the sun and the moon are not below the horizon when they're said to be causing the eclipse in the sky of the Earth's shadow on the moon, right? Now that they're not below it, your proof that they are below it is that every single time that the Earth
Synchronicities.
hold on, brother. It's okay.
You're blowing my ear out, brother.
It creates it creates a magnetic field. That dynamic relationship between the inner and the outer core is what creates the magnetic field, because electrons begin to leap between the solid and the liquid because of the motion, just like a dynamo in
Calm
real
down.
life. And
Okay.
by the way, if you look at Maxwell's equations, you will start to see how this is a possibility. I studied this in college. Guys, go to school.
So you memorized all the doctrine, and now you can spew it out yourself.
I'm awesome. I'm awesome at this. And we did
So that proves everything. You proved it. You proved it, brother.
And it worked.
Now go back and then objectively look.
Go back to school.
Now look at you. Your whole image is circular, just like your religion. Just like your religion. Your name.
Can I get in, Rob?
Why?
Can I get in for a second?
No. Can I say this? Look at Ice Star's photo. It's the globe is a sphere.
So
it's such
look at
circular
what
logic, just like the heliocentric model.
Look at what I put in the chat. Look at what I put in the chat.
Yeah, he's laughing at nothing. It's
being
Oh my God! Look at your image.
So
circular.
Rob, come on. Can I? I'm about to get out of here, so just let me finish, say my piece, and then I'll go off and do something else. So then you can have it all to yourself. So what they did, Amphibious, was they did experiments, and they used 11 tons of metallic liquid sodium to model the Earth's core, managing to create a magnetic field with molten moving metal. So it turns out that the thing that you believed without evidence, meaning that heat can destroy a magnet, turns out not to be relevant if you have a rotating liquid metal. It turns out that an experiment can be done that the results of that can, we can read about them, we can examine their methodology and all this other stuff. So that's kind of the opposite of what's going on.
Have you done that? Have you done that yourself?
I haven't. I don't have to.
Oh,
that's the thing about science.
It's faith-based? Is it
no,
faith-based?
It's not faith-based.
Oh, it's not. The high priest said it.
Oh, no.
It is not faith-based.
It's not. Are you religious?
Oh, I don't believe in a religion, no, but I do believe in a creator. I have a great relationship.
Have you tested the creator?
No, I'm not saying that I'm not faith-based. I am pointing out that you are.
I am also a Christian.
Okay, but
I have also.
So is your scientism.
But it's not. You see,
you just proved it, brother.
What you're not understanding is that I can have a standard of evidence that allows for other people to perform experiments, and I can look at the data and look at the outcome and look at the results. And one second. And when they do enough of these experiments, I can look at the technological innovations that are created from these things. So I can look at the lab where they're doing the Earth core experiment. I can look at the videos of it. I can look at interviews. I could even call them and talk to them myself. Now, I can't call up my pastor and have a conversation with God. I also don't have a test or a white paper with data gathered from testing God, and neither do you. It turns out that there are definitely very, very different, Amphibious.
No, they are not, man.
They are.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
There are religions that speak in tongue and act like they are talking the divine word, right? And then there are scientific experiments. What you cannot grasp is that you have a veil over your eyes where you ignore all the glaring, circular, and almost the hypocrisy in these experiments. And these high priests put out the information to you, and then you go, see, they've done it. They've done it. I can talk to them. They can tell me the doctrine. Therefore, it must be true. And you cannot tie this to technological advancements. You cannot tie the heliocentric model to.
Oh, sure I can. Absolutely.
Oh, sure you can.
Absolutely, I can. Yes.
Yeah.
But,
You think you can circular.
What do you think? What do you think Skylink is? Starlink.
You mean Starlink?
Yeah.
Internet provider.
How?
Wireless internet service provider.
How do you get internet at the North Pole, at the South Pole? How do they do it? How do they do
Via
it?
satellites, maybe satelloons.
Oh, so wouldn't that
maybe
be
electrostatic? No, you can have satellites.
The answer is you have no
can I
idea.
talk?
You just know
Can I
what they
talk?
say. Well,
You're going to censor me now?
I'd like to hear you answer. Yeah.
Well, if you like, then you would let me.
Okay. How do they do it?
Electrostatics.
How does that work? How do you come by
How does
that?
that work? Do you believe in shadow government at all, or just do you believe that the military has technology that we're not privy to?
What is not that? In the way you do.
Is that maybe a possibility? Is that maybe a possibility?
Like what? I mean, so it depends on what you believe. Some things are possible, some things are not. I don't believe that.
Okay, how about the Pentagon putting out that they are in possession of crafts that are not of this world?
Right.
They didn't say this planet. They didn't say. They didn't say other planets.
Yeah, of this
they
world.
said not of this world.
Yeah.
So they haven't said that. Yes, they didn't say that.
What?
So they didn't say that.
They didn't say that. They did not say that.
They did say that.
No, they
The
didn't.
Pentagon said that.
Nope.
Oh, you believed it when they said it? Did you believe that when they said it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they believe God, man.
So they didn't say it, but you obviously believe it to be true. That's taking it on faith, I guess. However, it turns out
the
that
official Pentagon.
So amphibious.
Oh man, you Globers aren't going to keep it honest right now. Come on.
Amphibious.
Going to lie about how you can demonstrate orbit.
Electric. Hold on.
You've never demonstrated orbit without electrostatics.
You gave me your best. You gave me your best, and your very best, your very, very best. The top of your pyramid, the top of your head, was the Earth's core, and it turns out you were 100% wrong about that.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you
I
are.
didn't even bring this to you. Now listen. Keep your mind open here, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. What about the? I think it was 2014, 2013-ish, but they discovered that there are 3 times the amount of water inside the Earth, supposedly, than they could ever account for. That threw the entire model off as well.
No.
What's unusual? What's unusual about that?
It does not.
3 times the amount of the.
Also discovered. Wait. They also discovered that America has more oil than Saudi Arabia. Did you know that?
We're talking about the composition of the Earth, homeboy.
Yes. Yeah. And oil is part of the composition of the Earth. Turns out that they get it from underneath the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not free flowing water, brother.
So,
it literally it's bounded up. It's bounded with water because of the Earth's pressure. It's bounded with water because of the Earth's pressure. This is not unusual. We've always.
You know what's not?
Hold on, give me a second. They have always known that there's water deep in the Earth's crust. They've always known that. So what they have done is they have created more sensitive instruments to model just how much. But you, flat earther, hold on. Let me say this, Omni. Let me say this. Flat earthers are just getting introduced to science, and they are shocked. We are not.
God. This guy's unsufferable, dude. He's not here. He's insufferable. You're not here to have an honest conversation, dude.
No, brother, you are insufferable, brother. Because you are telling us things we already know, and we already been studying. Go into geophysics.
Yes, you have gone to the church.
Rob,
You have gone to the school of scientism.
Rob, calm down, man. Calm down.
You know what I mean? We already knew.
Wait, Rob, man, I'm trying
Rob,
to
calm down.
God. So, Amphibious, you said it could be electrostatics. Now, you and I both know, we're both aware that you're using that as just a magic
let's
word.
Just double back. Let's double back real quick because you said my top proof was 100% wrong, and it wasn't. It was not.
It was.
But
you don't even know. You don't even know.
Before that happened, you said it could be electrostatics. Now, like I said, you and I both know you don't know what that means. Like you're not really you maybe have
the magnetic property that all matter has. That's electrostatics, brother.
So, well, we could say that. But
yeah, he heard that. You just heard that.
Also, okay. Matter also has a lot of properties that aren't electrostatic, so I don't think that that's really meaningful. I don't think you know what you're talking about. You're just saying, how do they get internet in Antarctica? Yeah, and you said electrostatics, which
said,
like I said,
it's a possibility.
We both know that was nonsense. You don't know what that means.
You know what's nonsense? Orbiting.
Yeah,
orbital motion
orbiting
is nonsense.
Orbiting happens. That's the definition of satellite. Look it up.
So the fact that
he's never heard.
So you can't admit that it's a possibility for electrostatics. The technology that they hide from us, that they have.
I admit that it is not a possibility that the way they got internet in Antarctica was through electrostatics. No, that's not possible. I don't see
maybe
any way,
cable internet.
I don't see any way that you think that they could have been getting internet via electrostatics. Like, what would that even mean? What do you think electrostatics?
Talking about the satellites that are in the air, brother.
Yeah. What about them? Hold on. Let me say this real quick, Omni. You can prove this yourself, brother. Go to your local like Home Depot. You can buy a meter that measures electrostatics in your environment. If you walk 100 feet, the number is different. But you know what doesn't change? 9.81 meters per second squared to the ground. So it is not electrostatics while you're going to the ground, brother. You can do this.
It doesn't prove anything.
Of course, hold on. Let me say this again so that you're clear. It is not electrostatics why you are going to the ground. Because you can go to your Home Depot and buy a meter that measures this in your environment. If you walk 100 meters, if you walk 100 meters,
did you go silent?
The number is all over the place. But you know what doesn't change? If you're 9.81 meters per
does
second
anyone hear him?
That is
Does
your
anyone hear me?
Everyone hears him. I hear him.
That is your gravitational pull towards the ground, brother. So you have been indoctrinated by flat Earth, and you need to leave it today. Thank you.
Dude, I love the energy. It's awesome. But
I lost.
Amphibious. He was saying about the electromagnetic reader you can get from Home Depot or somewhere.
Okay, yeah, I heard that. He just reiterated it.
Well, I guess he wants a retort from you that I guess is that reader wrong, or like how does the electrostatics work? I guess
he doesn't know. He's been indoctrinated.
So my premise is that we are not privy to a lot of the technology that these government and military agencies have. Correct?
Brother, that's a belief. That's religion. We don't do belief here. We do evidence. Here is something.
You cannot have
something. We do evidence. Here is something that they didn't tell you about the borehole. Here is something they didn't tell. Here is something. Here is something they didn't tell you. Hold on. Here is something they didn't tell you about the borehole. The biggest problem the borehole had was gravity. The hole was
gravity is not even proven, brother.
Okay, let me say it again. Don't get triggered. The biggest problem the borehole had, your handlers didn't tell you this. The biggest problem the borehole had was because they are drilling, the sides of the hole began to implode because they are weakening the sides and the gravitational impact caused the hole to implode. That is the fundamental #1 problem why they
False
had to
cause
stop this thing.
fallacy. False
That's
cause
the #1
fallacy.
problem.
You're
It
fallacious,
wasn't.
brother.
It
You're
wasn't heat.
fallacious.
It
Your
wasn't
whole
heat.
house of cards is
It
built
wasn't
on
heat.
fallacies.
It wasn't heat. It wasn't heat. It was the gravitational problem.
False cause
Go and read it.
fallacy.
Your handlers didn't tell you that. Your
My
handlers, your
handlers.
indoctrinators didn't tell you it was a gravity. So you know what they're doing?
You
China.
can't even
Check this
prove
out.
that it's gravity.
Check this out.
Chill out, brother. Chill.
I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it. Check
Oh,
this
you're
out.
gonna prove it.
I'm
VHS
going to
tape.
prove it. I'm going to prove it. Check this out. China is planning to dig the hole again. And this time, you know what they said they're going to do? They're going to reinforce the walls of the hole as they dig deeper. Let me say it one more time, and I'm done, and I'm going to leave the mic. China says the problem was the gravitational weakness of the wall. So they are planning to do the dig again, and they're going to reinforce the sides. That is what China said. Go look it up.
Holy shit.
The Earth is a globe. Thank you.
Hold on.
You're
Phineas,
fucking.
You doubt gravity. So why do you doubt gravity?
Well, just look at the history of relativity. Look at what they had to do to explain Newtonian gravity in this day and age when all the holes were exposed in the heliocentric globe model. They needed a fix-all.
What holes?
So then Einstein came around and came up with that bullshit.
Can you
Gravity is the
on the
warping
holes?
of space-time. It's not mass attracting mass. It is the warping of space-time. But then we can use mass attracting mass on certain situations. But don't question. Gravity is gravity.
Okay,
And
who
that is why.
doesn't
Look,
question these things?
The experience is the same. Mass goes to mass in relativity and in Newtonian mechanics. Mass goes to mass. That's the experience.
Well, I want you to understand, Amphibious. The reason we take general relativity over the Newtonian stuff is because it explains a lot of observations. First of all, there's the Eddington.
yeah, it patched a lot of
plates.
holes that couldn't be explained. The
What
globe
are
model
those
wouldn't
holes
work
then?
without it.
I'm sorry, Amphibious. What are the holes?
He's indoctrinated, brother.
I'm genuinely curious what your perspective is on why let's call it general relativity has holes in it. What are those holes? What are the issues?
Yeah, he didn't know that it was a gravitational impact that was a problem with the borehole. He didn't know.
I mean, that explains the holes. There seems to be a lot of them.
Yeah, he didn't know. He thought it was just heat. He thought that his handlers told him heat. Because the reason why they told him heat is very easy. Because remember, they have to say to them that the heat is higher or more, it's not where it is. They have to tell them that so that they're trying to disprove the core. So his handlers deliberately left out the gravitational problem. They are in a church of flat earth and they need to leave it now.
So while I can agree with that, I think his earlier point about the military-industrial complex and in particular DARPA, funding things and having secret projects, that's true. However, having said that, they can't break the fundamental laws of physics that we all understand. And he says he's having connection issues. There is no way electrostatics just makes internet go places. I have no clue how that would work. I don't know anyone who would know how that would work, so it just doesn't make sense.
And this fiber
so real quick with a quick search, it says that there's a problem with instantaneous action at a distance, and that's why they needed this general relativity nonsense. So there you go.
No, that's an issue. So Einstein had an issue with that also. We're still working on that. So general relativity answers a lot of questions that we had. For example, Mercury's orbit around the sun, right? Mercury does not in Newtonian physics. It doesn't make sense why Mercury is off just a little bit. The whole Einstein relativity thing explains that much more clearly and much more simply. So, can you repeat again what you said about spooky action at a distance? Maybe is that what you said?
Instant action.
Nope. It's
No, the issue
instantaneous
with
action
Newton's
at a distance.
the
Nothing about
issue with
spooky. Not sure what you're talking about.
Newtonian gravity, like if you look at Newton's equation for gravity, right, there's no time variable. So it's saying that two masses attract each other instantaneously.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The force of gravity acts instantaneously, but we know that things can't act faster than the variable c, the speed of light in a vacuum, or just the speed of causality, basically. So that was the big issue with Newton's gravity, and even Newton knew that. That's why he said that quote about no thinking man can believe in his gravity or whatever. That's what he was referring to. But we know in general relativity that like gravitational waves and these effects all propagate at c, so it gets rid of that problem.
So I think your question though, Stormfire, was about general relativity and doesn't play nice with quantum mechanics. Because repeat what you said. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time.
Yeah, it's all good. I didn't have a question. I was just helping out the other guy. You know, good thing we got the internet to
Stating an
search
issue with
these
general
things.
relativity.
I highly doubt he would have any idea what the actual issue is, right? He probably just heard people say that it doesn't, quantum mechanics and general relativity don't work together. Really, they do. Like special relativity definitely works with QM. That's what quantum field theory is, and you can extend that into non-flat, so curved spacetimes, which is just a general relativistic quantum field theory. And there's plenty of those that work. It's trying to quantize gravity like into a particle. That kind of route doesn't work out too well at the moment. But there's other ways of doing things.
Right. Yes. I mean, when I was studying, they talked about the theoretical graviton particle. Right, it was all theory. Right, because again they were trying to quantize it. But no, the problem with the standard model unifies all the other three forces, but the equations just don't do what GR did so elegantly. So we having a unified theory at this point is very, very difficult if they don't try to somehow quantize gravity. That is what they're trying to do. And that's
It's
what
not that difficult, bro. There's already unified theories, right? It's just I don't think you really know much about this stuff from the things that you're saying, right? All you have to do is unify the symmetry groups, right? And those unify the theories of like electricity and magnetism are unified. Then electromagnetism has already been verified, experimentally unified with the weak force. It's called the electroweak interaction. Right, so the next unification, you'd have to unify the SU2L cross U1Y with the SU2C symmetry of the strong force. And that's what's called the grand unified theory or the electro-strong interaction, right? And then the theory of everything is what's given when you unify that SU3C cross SU2L cross U1Y. With gravity, that would be like a theory of everything. But these are just symmetry groups. And the problem is, though, these symmetries get unified at higher and higher energies. And right now, the highest energy scale we can reach is at CERN, and that can, with the Large Hadron Collider, and that can only reach the energy scale of the electroweak interaction. So the strong interaction has been unified with that. We just can't probe to verify it experimentally because we can't reach the energy scale that they actually unify at.
Yeah, we need a like a hadron collider, like the size in like probably space, probably, right?
Yeah, you need a pretty big particle collider or just a clever way to reach those energy scales. Like if you could smash heavier atoms at faster speeds, right? Because the two things that contribute to the energy are the mass of the object and the velocity that it's traveling at, the kinetic energy, right? So if you can make the particles large enough and have them moving fast enough that the resultant input energy is high enough to probe the electrostrong scale, then you can verify the unification of the electroweak with the strong interaction.
But again, you're talking about electromagnetism and weak and strong. You're not talking about the macro level, which is where the GR comes in.
Well, because that's, you first have to unify the electroweak with the strong interaction, right? That's the grand unified. That's SU3 cross SU2 cross U1Y unified. Gravity would be like an SO10 cross SU3 cross SU2 cross U1Y. So that would be the last force. So you'd first have to unify the electroweak with the strong interaction. Then you unify that electro-strong interaction with gravity, and that unifies all four forces. But that's 2 energy scales larger than we can currently get to. We can only probe the electroweak scale currently.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we don't know what would happen if we scale up. They have no idea. I mean, they do not have an equation that can unify that electromagnetic
I just gave it to you.
No, they don't.
I just gave you the equation, right? You just decompose the Lie groups of SO10 cross SU3C cross SU2L cross U1Y. You can derive a Lagrangian from that decomposition that will give you a theory of everything, how every single thing in the universe interacts with each other, at least at the particle level. It's just probing the scale at which, like, the bosons, right? It's like trying to verify that the graviton would exist, right? We can't probe that energy scale yet, so we can't verify that it exists. And if any of the other particles, if there'd be any other new particles or like changes to how current particles act at that energy scale, right? So we can't say that we've experimentally verified, but the procedure for forming the equations is quite easy. I just gave it to you.
Yeah, but my friend, you're seeing what I'm saying. They have not found a graviton, a quantized gravitational particle. They'll have to find that in order for it to work, right? So
yes, and to be honest, I don't think unification is ever gonna. I don't think there is a graviton, right? I think gravity is just a different thing than a fundamental interaction.
Right, that's where I started. But carry on. I think we're saying the same thing, but it's complex, so sometimes we kind of talk around each other.
Well, I just think it's super exciting though. I said this earlier, but in the 1800s, basically when Maxwell figured out electromagnetism, we went from candlelight, right, to putting things in space in 200 years. So figuring out the gravity one's going to be a lot more harder, but I feel like it's going to, if it is a graviton, who knows, right? Who knows?
Yeah, to me, it seems like gravity is like a geometry thing. It's like the background that the other 3 fundamental interactions are playing out on. So I don't think like there is a graviton to be discovered. I don't think it works in that manner.
Yeah. Gravity might be the fundamental physical thing. It might be. That's so everybody's kind of bouncing around in it, and the more math you have, the more it works, kind of.
I have a question, Jace. the quote unquote worst prediction in the history of physics of the mismatch between quantum field theory's prediction of vacuum energy.
Yeah. So a lot of
Um,
people. Good.
No, please. I want to know more about it. I'll shut up.
Okay, so from my understanding, Michio Kaku was like the first person to do the calculation and or at least to popularize it. But from what I have looked into with it, right, he's taking the approach that like these quantum fields have like a vacuum state and a zero particle state, and there's different energies in these states, and like the vacuum state has energy in it still, even though it's not the zero particle state. And so he's taking, like, you have like the electron field, the photon field, the quark fields, the gluon fields. Like, you have all these different quantum fields. They all have these, let's say, vacuum states that have energy. And he's just adding up those energies of each field, adding them together, like the vacuum state energies of each field. So he's adding them together. And then he's making an assumption that the energy of like the quantum field background is what dark energy is. And so when you do that, and when cosmologists actually measure the cosmological constant value, it's way off from like this quantum field theory prediction, right? But my problem is, number one, there's nothing to make us think that the energy in quantum fields is what dark energy is. Like, there's no evidence linking those two things together. They could be completely, like, there's nothing that says the energy in the vacuum states of the quantum fields is what dark energy is. That's just an assumption. Dark energy can be something completely different. We don't know. And number two, you can't just add, he's doing the math wrong as well, or he's doing it in like a very screwy way that you can do, but like, so when you're working with QCD, quantum chromodynamics, which is like the interactions of the strong nuclear force, you can't, there's a certain way of doing the calculations that you can do in quantum electrodynamics, like between electrons and photons and stuff. You can't do the QCD calculations that same way. QED is a renormalizable theory, whereas QCD is a non-renormalizable quantum field theory. So that changes how you have to do the calculations. And he does them for every field the same way. And that's just not proper. Like, when nuclear physicists and chemists are doing their calculations, they don't do the calculations the way that they're done in this prediction, right? Because they don't give you the right answer when you're working with the actual nucleus and chemistry and stuff. So that's why they don't do them that way. But if you do the calculations in this way that I would say is wrong, then they give you a value for the vacuum state energy of the fields involved with that, and then you can add them to the rest of the fields. So that would be my thing. There's two issues. He's doing the calculations wrong, and he's making an assumption that the energy of the vacuum state quantum fields is what dark energy is, and there's nothing to make that actually the case.
Yeah, no, in quantum field theory, it's definitely mind-boggling to think about all the energy that's just latent in empty space, that's possible there, even though it's not, and who knows what it is, right?
Yeah, there's definitely energy in the quantum fields and their vacuum state and whatnot, because of the uncertainty principle, basically, where like the energy can't go to zero ever. It has to just kind of fluctuate around zero. So there's always a little bit of energy in these fields.
I saw a talk. I think it was the Royal Institute that did this. That they upload lectures to YouTube of these people doing these great talks about this. It was this lady talking about the gravity and the gravitons specifically, and I can't remember her name right now. I'll have to pull it up, but she said she thinks that it works similar to the, and I'm gonna mess this up. It's the W and Z, the W and Z thing that makes the weak force work, right?
Yep, the
The names of
W
those
and
two
Z
scientists.
bosons.
Yeah, I forgot the names of those two scientists, but the W and Z bosons basically they stop working after a certain distance. It's the weak force. It just doesn't do it anymore. And her theory was about gravitons being that they would work at much farther distances, but they end up stop working eventually, interacting with things. But it was a whole theoretical thing anyway. And she's very open to other stuff too. I'll find that here.
Yeah. I mean, she's definitely right. The weak force is, you can think of it in the energy scale that our universe is currently at. And the temperature of the CMB, the 2.7 Kelvin or whatever it is. That's like the rest state of our universe. It's energy, right? So the scale that it's at currently, the weak force is turned off. Basically, it only happens at these extremely small scales, much smaller than the other forces occur at, because they aren't turned off per se, and it's turned off by the Higgs field, by how the Higgs field interacts with all these other fields and stuff. But if you get above a certain energy, and the funny thing about it is when the weak force does happen, when you get to these very small scales, the strength of it is equivalent to the strength of the electromagnetic field, or the electromagnetic interactions. And so that's what kind of, that, and along with some other things, kind of pushed physicists to start thinking that maybe electromagnetism and the weak interaction are unified at some point. And so they found out that they are unified. When you go to this unification energy, the weak force turns on, but everything becomes massless, all the bosons and all the fermions, the regular electrons and all that, become massless. So it's it's like the hyper reality.
Yeah, Claudia de Rom was her name. I posted that in there. I don't know enough to ask better questions, but it's definitely I guess what Amphibious J was getting at earlier is that I think a lot of flat earthers or other conspiracy theorists have this understanding that the people in power know so much more than us, and they're know so much better than us, and we don't know anything. And it feels like they don't know I guess in higher education, secondary education, at least the evidence I've found in secondary education is you either know your shit or you get chewed out, for not knowing shit in a professional way, but you do get chewed out for being wrong in secondary education all the time.
Oh yeah, and yeah. I mean, I've noticed that too. For some reason, they think that scientists are authority or something. Look at the actual people in power, especially in America. I would say that the president is dumber than fucking a brick is smarter than him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you're in secondary education, if you're in academia, it's pretty cutthroat. You better, if you're going to make it's not like flat earth servers. If you're going to make a claim in academia, you better have the evidence to back it up, or else your reputation is going to take a hit.
Yeah, mine is more so my field is more archaeology and history, so it's a little different, but I completely understand from the physicist standpoint and all that, where you guys have definitions to words that get outlined in I guess it just makes me just makes me kind of disinterested to have these debates or arguments with flat earthers when they don't take, say astronomy 101 class. Like I would love to debate a flat earther who took astronomy 101 and like knows some basics, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. Yeah, it's like that. I've asked him, like, you guys don't know like the basics of the basics, and yet you're sitting here thinking that you've debunked and science better than physics and chemistry better than physicists and chemists, and like you don't even know the fucking basics. It's just
The hubris
astonishing.
is what gets me. The hubris, I guess, is the word, because like there's always a certain year period. If you've spoken to flat earthers, I'm sure you've recognized this. There's some point in time scientists were doing science, and then let's say in 1787 or whatever arbitrary year, the globalists or whoever take over and the scientists can no longer do science. And it's different for every flat earther, and they all have different theories about it, but it's just interesting to me that like like Kepler and all that gets discounted because someone's paying. I don't know. Every flat earther has a different reason why the scientists are wrong in the past 200 years, but it's kind of fucking upsetting to talk to.
Yeah. And I was talking, or I had a chance to talk to Arwen on a Geo server the other day. And I'm like, Arwen, how can I'm pointing out how he doesn't know this, he doesn't know that. I'm like, how can you sit here and think that you've debunked the globe and you've debunked evolution and you've debunked all these scientific theories, like physics better than physicists and chemistry better than chemists? And he's like, well, the way we do science is different than the way academics do science. He goes, we do science colloquially. I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? It's like we do science by going on the internet and talking to each other, basically, is what he said. And I'm just like, oh my God.
See, that's one thing that I have an issue with, because I actually have a flat earth friend in real life. And having a conversation with them, they go to this semantics thing of like, well, the word science isn't what you think it means, and they go into like, what I'm talking about when I talk to them about astronomy, other things like that, is philosophy. Science is the only things you can prove or disprove, really, falsifiability. But what I'm getting at is that they spent so much time learning this paradigm of the semantics of the word science and what can be proven versus what can't be proven, and they didn't apply that to any other thing. It's so interesting how dense they just can't. Kepler is a good example. Like learning how Kepler figured out the rotation of Mars in the sky, and why it does the backward spin that it does, the east to west, west to east thing. Like that could show you so much more about how the solar system works than debating on what the word science means. I don't understand.
I know they focus so much on it, and the problem is, like, even when I first got here, when I first started coming to these forums, I didn't really speak, but if I did, they probably would have stumped me a few times too. Because like when you get into higher, you're after your undergrad or late undergrad, you're no longer like thinking about like, okay, what's my independent variable? What's my dependent variable? Like you're learning like the standards of the field and how to perform experiments or how to form hypotheses in your field, but like you're not every time like going through like, what's my independent variable, what's my dependent variable, like this middle school level scientific method. So like I see it a lot, like when academics and stuff start talking to these people and they get stumped because like you're not really going about it, and like that way is just like second nature. Like you're doing it, but you're not thinking about it. But just by the way that you've been taught, you're automatically incorporating this basic kind of formula for doing science, but you no longer have to like think about it. It's just second nature in what you're doing. And so I've seen a lot of people get like stumped by that and look
No,
kind of
I
silly.
initially, yeah, I initially got stumped multiple times of like, because I just don't know off the top of my head know the radius of the Earth. That's just not something the average person just has, you know, on hand knowing. Now I do know, but um it's part of rhetoric, so it's definitely a jump from normal science into both rhetoric and psychology to do this. I find the best way that I've communicated with them is through the Socratic method of just keep asking them questions about what they're talking about. And eventually you'll get to their nugget or their core, like what made them a flat earther, right? And for a lot of people that are conspiracy minded, you know, they will tell you that, oh, you know, there's a secret government lying to us about everything, and they're lying about this. And you know, you go, okay. And then, you know, you get to that core, right? Every flat earther is probably different in what they have, you know, deep down they think.
Yeah, I definitely hear you on that. It is certainly more of a psychological thing. Yeah, you're totally right. Like, right. That's why the person presenting the truth in a debate is at a severe disadvantage because, right, they could just ask you all these questions that like you would have learned and grazed over in like high school, like the radius of the earth. And if you're not like a geodetic surveyor or doing stuff with satellites or something as a professional, like you're never really gonna need to have that memorized and all that stuff. And so they can just ask you these questions and you can be like, well, I don't know off the top of my head. But the thing about like science education is that they teach you how, like, not what to think, but how to think and how to do research. Like they teach you, like if you don't know something or you need to refresh on something, you get taught like where do I go to find that information? How do I assess a credible source and what's not credible? How do I verify?
Yeah, that's such a good
It's
point
that kind of
talking
thing.
about how versus what and why, because how is so important. As a so history is a good example here of like when history is pretty simple compared to other stuff too. So like, for example, something happened 1,000 years ago. The reason we know something happened 1,000 years ago is because of primary sources of that time. Whether someone was there and wrote down about it, or someone's cousin wrote down about it, you know, in passing, or you know, physical evidence that we can see from 1,000 years ago. But what I'm getting at, that's primary sources. Then you have secondary sources, which is people after the person's died. The New Testament's a good example of this. It's secondary sources of, you know, Jesus and all that. It's not like primary their sources. And what I'm getting at with this is that what you're trying to do is to go into, you know, how what biases do these people have that wrote these things down, and like how can you filter that out to find out what really happened. And that's just part of like, you know, the way you're trained to think. And like you were saying, when it comes to scientists, obviously physicists or surveyors, engineers, all those people, they have to, you know, think of how to do things and make it work. And then you get in a conversation with someone who has been arguing, you know, on the internet for the past, you know, year and a half, who knows something about rhetoric. You know, they can make you sound like you don't know what you're talking about when when you have an engineering degree or a physics degree.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The FE make claims of on the sort that like education is just teaching you what to think. Like they're just telling you a bunch of things and that those are the facts and you better comport with the facts or else. But that's not how it is at all. They don't teach you what to think. They're not just throwing a bunch of facts at you. They're teaching you how to figure out what the facts are in a credible way. That's what they're really teaching. They're teaching you the process for figuring out for yourself what the facts are.
Yeah, falsifiable way too, right? Because like I said, in academia, they will chew you the fuck out.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's definitely criteria for hypotheses and stuff, and yeah, if it's not falsifiable, then it really has no use in physics, chemistry, things like that. I mean, sometimes they do, like certain things, like quantum gravity kind of things, like they do have a use, because it's not necessarily that they're not falsifiable. It's that we can't yet falsify them. There's ways to falsify some of the hypotheses. It's just we don't have the tech yet to be able to do it. So, but yeah, they do need to be falsifiable hypotheses for sure.
No, I appreciate you sharing your knowledge. I'm assuming your background is it physics? What is it?
No, it's actually in biochemistry, but I work at particle accelerators, mostly doing like crystallography type of stuff. Because I do like a lot of structural biochemistry, so I'm like figuring out the atomic structure of certain biomolecules, and for doing that, you can either use like cryo-EM, which is a type of electron microscope, or you could do crystallography, which requires a type of particle accelerator called a synchrotron that accelerates electrons around really fast. Electrons are positrons, and they emit X-rays, and you turn the X-rays into a beam, and you send the beam through the biological crystal, and based off the diffraction pattern, how the X-ray diffracts off the crystal, you can figure out what the atomic structure of the molecules in the crystal were. But that requires a lot of physics background to be able to do. So I do have a good background in physics.
Oh, I can imagine for that. A synchrotron is what you called it?
Yeah, synchrotron.
Yeah, I've never electron microscopes I've seen in passing or anything like that. I've only ever made jokes about them. I've never used one in real life. Can you tell me a little bit more how an electron microscope gets an image of something so small?
Yeah. So basically, the concept is right. Like in order to be able to see something, you have to be like, if you want to look at an atom, a hydrogen atom has a size of like an angstrom, a little bit over an angstrom. So if you want to like look at it directly, you have to use a part of the electromagnetic spectrum that is equivalent in size, or another object that's like equivalent in size, right? And so visible light is way too big to be able to see atoms. The wavelength is way too big. But it just so happens that electrons are even smaller than atoms, and they have a wavelength that's even smaller than atoms are. So you can use electrons, and basically the process in an electron microscope is like you have a source of electrons that sends a beam of electrons through your sample, and basically they scatter off in different ways, and then you have either a film plate or a detector and a mechanism that magnifies. Sometimes it's computer software, sometimes it's a film plate that can magnify the little tiny image that the electron wavelength is taking and magnifying it into a size on the visible scale so that you can actually see the image. Right? You can either do that electronically, or sometimes a film plate can be able to do that for you. But basically, you pass the electrons through the sample, and because their wavelength is on the size of an atom or smaller, it can basically visualize the atom for you, as long as you have something that can then magnify the image into a size that you can actually see with your eyes. And the thing about cryo-EM, so a lot of electron microscopy doesn't really take pictures, but it uses forces. Like it makes kind of an image, but more like a force surface area kind of thing. Where like a regular electron microscope will make like this kind of force image thing where it's like having the electrons interact with the sample up to the point where they start getting pushed back, like because of the electrons in the sample, well, they repel each other. And so it'll make like an image kind of out of that, like with the imperfections in the sample and the different sizes of atoms in the sample and what you attach to the sample. Sometimes they'll attach like gold or some kind of metal foil to the sample to make this effect better so that they can get a better kind of layout of this kind of repulsion image. And so it'll basically give you like an intensity where the electron from the microscope got closest to the electrons in the sample, and it'll basically make an image out of that. But with cryo-EM, the big thing with the main electron microscopes is that they're at room temperature, or they can be a little bit colder or hotter, but they're usually not at like cryogenic temperatures. So the samples have like this thermal vibration because they have a good temperature. So the atoms and the electrons in the sample are all vibrating. And so that causes a bunch of noise to like take a direct image. But with cryo-EM, what we do is we cool the crystal down to like as close to 0 Kelvin that we can get it. So we basically remove most of this thermal noise. And so we really can take like pictures of samples now with cryo-EM because we can do that. And there's some other devices that remove like aberrations and stuff that have been developed that help too. But that's the gist. Like SEMs and TEMs, they work off kind of like this force principle where like the electrons in the tip of the microscope will like just measure like how strong they're being repelled and make like a map of the sample that way. But with cryo-EM, you cool the sample down to remove all this thermal noise that you can actually scatter the electrons off the sample and make an image from it, which is pretty cool. Not sure if he's still here, but I actually have to take off myself. So it was good talking with you if you're still listening.
to Doofus. And according to MXD, there's no
let's
such thing as
let's
cornrows.
actually say what my actual statement was instead of your lie that you just said. What I said is a great circle is the straightest path you can take on a spherical surface. On a spherical surface, when you follow a line of longitude,
Oh God, please
it will
just
be a
think
perfectly
before you
vertical
say more
line
stupid shit.
because the Mercator projection, all lines of longitude are perfectly vertical.
All lines of longitude are perfectly vertical. That's
On a
stupid.
Mercator
On a Mercator
projection, you filthy
projection, that is
liar.
correct, because you're looking at a Mercator projection when you're looking at flightaware.com. In that view, that's a Mercator projection.
Yep,
Literally does not help you at all.
it does.
It does. It
You know
does
what would
explain why
help
the
you?
path would be
Stop being
perfectly
a
straight
liar.
because the aircraft would be following a
So
ground
you're
track which
getting
follows a
destroyed in every
straight
department
vertical
today.
line
I
on that
destroyed you on the
projection.
3 points of equal elevation. I destroyed you on gas pressure. Now you're getting
You just
destroyed
wanted to
on
talk through
fire.
me again. I know that you wanted to talk through me again, and I know this
your
isn't a
own
real
horn,
conversation
you
because
look
I know
like
the
more
moderators
of
aren't
an
actually here. This is not
Yeah,
a real
you
conversation.
guys are just
when you toot
There's
your
no
own
need
horn like
actually
that.
for me to stop talking because there's no moderators.
When you toot your own horn like that, you just look
There's
more
actually 3
idiotic than you
moderators
regularly
here.
are.
But they're not going to do anything about it, are they?
Need a
Oh,
moderator.
there might be more than 3. I don't
Who
know if
needs
these
to be
other guys.
moderated?
He's
Oh
4v1
yeah,
in
no,
Globers, though.
Right, because it would be
Right.
great if there were moderators that were making sure the conversation was happening like conversations
Yeah, but
would
it's 4 of
happen.
you
Who
against
needs
10 and 1.
moderated?
Some derpling said he's 4v1, like he's flailing so hard.
He's not
Yeah, I'm
failing.
talking to
He's
like 2
destroying you guys. What do
delusional
you mean?
Globers that
He's
think
not
that flights
destroying
fly in
anything.
perfectly
He's just
straight
Yeah,
lines.
like
Globers are getting
inventing
wrecked right
shit
now.
out of his ass.
This isn't
See
a
what I
good
mean?
look on the globe right now. This is pretty
Sure,
sad.
buddy. Sure, buddy.
As a
This guy
neutral
just said that
observer,
planes fly in
right?
perfectly straight
I
lines.
am a
And he
neutral
said,
observer. You
and
need
he
to
just said
show
all
Sure,
the
show
yeah.
all
with
lines
somebody
are
better.
vertical.
I mean, I already showed how you're not a neutral observer.
I'm neutral. I'm in
And
the
I
middle. I
gave
think it
Okay,
him
so
shows.
the
then when
evidence.
somebody asks a question and then that same person talks
Who's
all over
not
the
being
answer for
triggered?
the question they asked for. So when somebody, I'll start
Like
over.
you're doing
If
right now?
somebody asks a question, okay, I'll start over. If somebody
Oh my
asks a
God, the broken
question
record thing.
and somebody, okay, then I'll just start over again.
You don't
If
have to.
somebody
Rick.
asks a question, okay, I'll start over. If somebody asks a question and that
So he's
same
gonna start
person
over.
talks all over the, okay, I'll start over again.
He's gonna
If
start
somebody
over again,
asks
bro.
a question, is there a moderator? Do we have moderation?
You
Does
need
that
to be
fucking
moderated.
exist?
What you're doing is stupid.
I need to be moderated. Am I the one interrupting right now? Because it seems like you just did 6 fucking times.
Do you need
Well, let's
another
try this
timeout?
again.
Doofus, do you need another
Gakushi, real
timeout?
quick. Do I need another timeout? Am I
Yeah.
the one being interrupted, or is someone? What's going on? What's the actual thing that's
It sounds
happening
like
right
your
now?
The
blood
actual thing that's
pressure.
happening is you're
Tell
getting
me what's
destroyed
actually
because
going
planes
on
fly
right
in
now.
straight
What's
lines.
happening?
It sounds like your blood pressure's rising and you're getting a little frustrated.
Okay, that's what's happening. You're sure it's not electric talking over me every time I'm trying to get this piece of information out, right?
I'm not sure about that. Go ahead and try it again.
Moderator, you don't fucking know what's going on, moderator? You don't hear what's happening in the VC? You piece of shit.
Everybody's a piece of shit to you today. Listen, there's about 15 of you guys trying to talk over each other, not just electric.
Okay, so when I tried to ask the same question 6 times and electric was the person that talked over me every single time, you didn't hear any of that, right?
Who cares, dude?
Jesus Christ. Great. So let's try this again. Gakushi, if a person asks a question and that same person talks all over the answer to that question that they asked, is that a reasonable way to have a conversation? Yes or no?
It's not, but that's not what he was doing.
Hey, I got a question.
That's precisely what he was doing. He
Hey,
did that about,
Gakushi,
what was it,
do you
30
think
minutes
a
ago?
plane can fly in a perfectly straight line on a globe?
Not on a globe, no.
Exactly.
Do you
What do you
want
have
to
to
hear
say
my
about that,
actual
Doofus?
answer, or do you want to misrepresent my answer? Because, I mean,
Well,
I know it's the latter. Every
no,
fucking
the
time it's
truth
going to be
is
the latter.
that this flight tracker misrepresented what path the plane actually took.
Where can it fly like a curve?
So anyway,
where does it fly
that's not
flat,
true
Doofus?
either. Now I'll explain why. On a globe, lines
Hold
of
on, Doofus was
longitude
talking.
would show up on a Mercator projection as
Demok was
completely
talking,
vertical
Doofus.
lines. So when you
No,
follow a ground track that's
no.
following a line of longitude, then on a Mercator projection, they would be a perfectly straight vertical line on that projection. So when you say on a globe, it shouldn't look like a straight line, you're incorrect. You're just wrong.
No, he's not.
No, telemetry that would never look like a straight line. You're on drugs. What's up, Denmark?
You can't make a straight
You're
line.
on drugs is not a valid counter argument.
A curve can't make a straight line. That's not a counter argument, doofus. If you think curves make horizontals, dude, you're in the wrong fucking profession. You're in the wrong profession, David Copperfield. You're magic.
These guys can't help themselves.
On a Mercator projection of a spherical Earth,
you want to know what's funny?
line
Is
of
that
longitude is a straight vertical line. Yes or no?
Doofus.
He didn't believe the data that he didn't believe the data that I gave. I gave him the actual data, and he like scrambled so hard. He said, "No, that's not fake. It's a straight line." Like I love how moronic you people are.
So
yeah, if you look up regular telemetry data, it's squiggly, not a straight line. So go figure that out on your own.
We need to figure out how.
But again, I told you it's not telemetry data.
For how does it
It's
work?
not
telemetry data.
It's
a flight log.
Demonstrate it with a real fucking flying thing in your hand. Use your hand to fly.
Yeah, you already said this, moron. We ignored it because it's an insane request.
What you're making up non-existent ball flights.
It's a stupid request, Demok. Like because everything you do is stupid.
Upside down planes. Stop telling people airplanes fly around balls when you can't demonstrate it, dummy.
Shut up! You can't demonstrate flat Earth, moron.
Stop telling people stuff flies around a ball when you can't demonstrate it.
I don't listen to what morons tell me to do. Sorry.
Or you tell yourself
you can demonstrate flat Earth. Don't be sorry, flat Earther. Don't be sorry, flat Earther doesn't know how globe flight works.
I know how globe flight works. You just don't let me speak.
Well, it doesn't work like the data you just showed. We know that.
Show it. You demonstrate. Talking is not demonstrating, weirdo. Fuck your
imagine showing a flight. Imagine showing a flight being tracked, and you show a straight line, and you think you're on a globe.
Dude, stop talking.
Imagine just passing out like demonstrate a flight on a lab. Like, oh my god, you're an idiot.
You guys okay? One ball is all you need.
I'm doing awesome.
Little hot air balloon. Prove your point. How does the ball work?
How does the ball work? What a profound question.
You don't know, do you, weirdo? We're waiting for you to demonstrate.
You're calling me weirdo? Have you looked at yourself? Have you looked at yourself?
Globe religion, boy.
What do you mean? How does it work in which way?
How does ball flight work with a hot air balloon around ball? Show us to match reality. What we see in reality.
You turn on the flamethrower and the balloon goes up. You know that you can.
Goes up vertical.
Shut up, retard. You know that you cannot steer a hot air balloon, right? It just goes up and hovers.
How does a hot air balloon land and fly and go around and traverse and have the attribute of a
You don't steer a hot air balloon, you doofus.
Stop making shit up. Are you gonna demonstrate your fucking imagination or not?
You don't steer a hot air balloon.
We don't know what you're talking about. Can you show us?
Listen to me and stop spurging out and listen to my answer.
What you're spurging, making up.
You're not even listening.
Nobody
you're such
knows
a retard.
What you're imagining. Can you show us?
Have you been on a balloon?
Have you shown globe flight? Has anyone ever told you how flight works on a ball?
Yes, but you won't let me answer because you're a moron.
Please, I'll take a demonstration. You can talk afterwards.
What do you mean? Have you never been on a plane?
Nobody has.
Are you disputing the planes fly?
Stop stuttering. That's why you don't have the.
Just to be clear,
like your whole vocabulary is 50 words, and you say that I'm stuttering.
Weirdo.
You're the weirdo here.
All you need is a ball. Press the live button and a hot air balloon in your hand. Show us ball flight dynamics.
How would I have a hot air balloon in my hand?
Yeah,
just to be clear, Demok is asking for you to not.
You're just a fucking retard making impossible requests because you're an idiot.
I don't think you're retarded. I think you can do this. I believe in you. You know.
No, I never said I'm a retard. You are a retard.
Prove you're not a retard and you know how balls work. Let's go.
I do. I'm trying, but you won't let me speak because you're a retard.
Speaking is not demonstrating. You dumb loser. Stop saying you don't know.
So just to be clear, Demok is from a VC asking you to not use the VC to talk to him.
Yeah,
no.
Demonstrate to us. Talk your imagination to yourself.
That's going to help you show everybody what you're talking about, isn't it, weird fuck?
It's
How
funny
do we
that you
know
call
what
people
you're
weirdos,
saying?
and you're the biggest weirdo I've
How
ever
can we
seen.
see how globe flight works, weirdo, without your imagination?
Dude, do you
Every
understand that?
single long haul navigation
Do
uses a
you
great
ever
circle
stop
route on a globe.
imaginating, doofus? You can help him, dumb fuck. You know what a ball is and a little hot air balloon? You can use any
How would
object.
you
I'll
have a
let you use
little
any
hot air
object.
balloon? How do you have a hot air balloon in your hand?
Hey, listen, don't worry about flat Earth. What we need to know is how stuff can
Answer the
fly
question,
around a
you
ball.
stupid fuck. How would you have a hot air balloon
I
in your
don't
hand?
know how balls work. Neither do you.
How do you
Prove
have a
it
hot
right
air
now.
balloon in your hand, you stupid
You
shit?
don't know, hot air
You
balloon
piece
guy.
of shit trailer trash.
You don't know what a toy is. You don't know what an imagination is, and you can't
There are
demonstrate your
no
imaginary
hot
balloon.
air balloon toys.
Ooh,
You can't demonstrate
actually,
one
this is a
going
fun
around a
point,
ball.
Max. Real
You
quick,
couldn't even draw it. Draw it out.
he couldn't have a hot air balloon flying in
Draw
the
it
air
out,
on a
doofus.
flat
Stop
Earth
making
if
shit
the
up.
air
What are
is
you
subject
imagining?
only to entropy, because all the pressure in the air
Demonstrate.
would be the same.
That
There
is
would be no
true.
pressure
Stupid
gradient
shit.
for a hot air balloon to
Incorrect.
fly from Earth.
Hey, ambiguous flat earthers.
Yeah, what you just
What
said
does
is
a
wrong,
globe look
doofus.
like?
Hey, Demok,
Okay, why is it wrong?
can you take a hot air balloon and put it in a
What
lab in your
does a
hand?
hot air
See what
balloon
happens?
look like flying around a
Because
ball?
Look,
We need
Demo,
cameras on
the
the
fact that you
balloon and
have
the
a hot
ball.
air balloon up your
We'll need
ass
it to
doesn't mean
match
that everyone
reality.
has a
We
miniature
need
hot
the
air
balls
balloon.
to match what we see outside on flat Earth.
These
Let's
guys are
go.
just throwing whatever
Yeah.
globe delusion they have at the wall
Yeah.
and see if it
Nobody
messes
knows
with
what
The
a globe
second
position
law, the
is.
So go
second
ahead
law
and
of
No one
explain
knows.
thermodynamics.
why I said
I
was
love
No
that
wrong.
one
you
can
say
Why
that
know.
we're
is
the
it that
delusional ones
what I
in a
said was
conversation
wrong?
that includes Demok. That
You
is
just
just
keep
Nobody can
troll.
shouting
teach these
delusional
guys how
shit at me,
globe
dude.
flight works. They don't believe in models or
Yes, Demok
references.
does that.
They don't
Demok,
believe that a teacher's
that's what
smart
this
enough
dude
to
is
get a
doing.
little
Like
hot
he's
air
been
balloon.
repeating himself for like
You
5
guys
minutes
don't believe in
and
toy
won't
hot
answer
air
a
balloons
simple
and
questions
balls.
like where
They
do I
don't
get
believe
a
in beach
miniature hot
balls
air
and
balloon?
gloves.
Dummy.
What are
Where
you
do I get
using
a
that
miniature
globe
hot air
for?
balloon?
The worthless globe.
Dude,
What are
you
you
could just
using
get
it
any
for?
old balloon.
You have a globe in the classroom. What are you using that worthless piece of shit for if not to show flight?
Get a balloon, go in a vacuum.
What
Dude,
are
this
you
guy
using
Demonstrate
that
that
that the
makes
force.
big
no
globe
sense.
for
It's
if you're
Demonstrate that
not
the
literally a
even
map.
force
showing
causing
flight?
it to rise is due to whatever you think it is. Go
What
ahead.
is the point of a globe in a classroom if you can't show flight around it?
It's
Can't
to
show
toss
flight
it
on a
over
flat
your
Earth
head.
because you wouldn't have a pressure gradient on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I
Stop making
debunked your
shit up,
TFE. I debunked
weirdos.
your GPS data. I
Said the
debunked
guy who
everything.
can
You
only
guys are
prove
dumb.
flat Earth. You can only prove flat Earth flight, right? Dumb
Nuh-uh,
fuck?
wasn't a valid argument.
Yeah, you don't have an argument. No globe means no globe argument. Do you have your globe reference handy?
Of course they don't. They don't have a. They don't have balls. They just imagine them.
No such thing as a
Oh,
globe reference in physics.
contrary to
Damn.
you, that you have 4 pairs of
Welcome to
balls.
flat Earth. No such thing as globe physics. Don't be mad,
Oh,
Karen.
aren't you cute? Just repeating
No,
yourself
your
over and over like
invisible
a
globe.
moron.
Did you find it? Did you find your invisible globe flight of the
Yeah. How do
navigator?
you demonstrate the globe? How are you going to do this?
Can use simulations.
How do you demonstrate a flat Earth? How can you do that?
Get a flat table.
You know what a simulation is, Jesse? Come on, use your fucking head, man.
I'll out physics any of you bitches with a flat table, but you got to give me 1,001
We're
odds.
not talking. We're not talking about
being
smart, Jesse. Come on.
You're not
Come
getting
on
no
now.
free work out of me.
Demo,
bitch.
in order
Max
to
says
make a
actually some
bet,
pretty smart
You
things
don't need
today.
to simulate a globe.
You're gonna lose
in
the
order
bet.
to
I can
make a
show you
bet,
how
you would have to
helicopters
have
and
money,
hot
and
air
you're
balloons.
broke as fuck.
I can
I've
show you how hot air balloons and helicopters work on a flat table. You
we
can't
can
do it
do
with a
that
globe.
on a globe too.
Your globes, show me.
Go outside and go to the airport and watch a plane
Where's
take
your
off. That's a
ball at?
plane taking
No,
off
the
in the globe.
airport's not a
There you
ball.
go.
The airport's
Demonstrated.
not a ball. The airport's not a ball. Outside's not a ball.
Yes,
We
it
need
is.
to know that you know what a ball does.
Yes.
Get your ball reference that they gave you for a ball. What does that look like? Let's use that. How are we going to do that?
You're not making any sense, dummy.
So balls are not allowed for ball reference. Is that what you're saying
So
right now?
Billy, check that one out. That one's a good
Holy
one.
shit,
Actually.
you are
So you can't
honestly
use a
one of the
ball
most
for
retarded
anything
people
for a ball.
I've ever
Wait,
heard.
where
So
are
a
you posting
ball
that.
physics doesn't exist for balls and can't be a ball. Ball can't be a ball, right?
I would say that. I would say
Holy
that.
shit! How does this guy even made it to adulthood?
So a ball isn't 360. All 360s aren't spheres. No 360 circle ball. Cool.
Holy shit! You don't even know how words work. This
You
is
don't know how
amazing.
360 works. All 360s are 360, loser. Get your fucking 360 out.
What do you 360?
Flies
What?
around the
What the fuck
360.
are you talking? Makes sense. Use the
Free
words
here.
properly.
Xbox
Well,
360.
flat Earth, no globes. Don't ask me what I'm talking about when I say a word globe. You flat earther.
I didn't say that.
Xbox,
I
power
said,
on.
what do you mean by 360? Do you mean 360 degrees? That's a circle. You retard.
You can never know what a globe is. No one will ever know globe physics. Don't exist.
Xbox power on.
Hey,
can we just put a timeout on them?
Look at
Because
a
this is just
globe
exhausting.
and see how light works on it, please.
I said we should ban him already, but
No,
nobody
no, no.
wants.
Yeah,
You
well,
should vote to
he's
ban him.
Entertainment. He's the
You ban
entertainment.
your inability to prove anything.
No, you
wrong.
can't. You can't talk to him, so it's not
it's
even
entertaining until
You
the
might
fifth
as well
time
read
he
Dr.
just
Seuss
repeats
books
the
to each
same
other.
stupid shit
Yeah,
and keeps
Dr.
on rambling
Seuss, yeah.
incoherent
If anyone else
words
did
in
this, they
his
would be
native
banned.
language.
If
You
anyone else did
believe
this
in
kind of thing, they
balls.
would
You
be
believe a
banned.
ball imagination.
He's a fucking special, like he's a god here.
Hey,
You want me to
Demok.
start acting like D-Mock and I'll get banned, I bet you. If I start fucking running over people
You'll
saying,
say
show me your
demonstrate
fucking
it?
ball. Show me your fucking ball, man. Show me your fucking ball.
I
Show
didn't
me your
say
fucking
fucking.
flat earth.
You retard.
I didn't say
I'll
fucking.
probably get banned or
Come on.
muted if I fucking do the same thing he
Show me
does.
a
How would
single,
you?
a
I didn't
single
How would
say
you
picture
do
of
that.
flat earth,
aircraft
Demo.
flight on a ball?
I said, how does flight work on a sphere?
And then you won't
How
let
does sphere
anybody
work on a
answer because
sphere?
you're a moron.
Your answering is not showing me. I can't imagine your imagination. You're a fucking moron, imaginer.
So
Stop hoping
you
Who's a
want
moron,
out of the blue,
imagination.
just out of your whims, you want me
Bring it
to
out of your
just create
imagination.
a
How does
scientific
globe flight work?
demonstration in my house
NXT, you
at
need to stop
12
imagining
p.m.
that there's planes upside down. You stop imagining planes upside down next to a ball, please.
I don't imagine. I live in the
All
south.
on-ball navigation
Can't
uses great
demonstrate
circle
it.
routes on a globe.
I
They
don't
have
need
no
to
clue what a
imagine.
globe
I
is.
live in the south, and we're not
No
upside
such
down.
thing.
We're right side up.
No shit,
Relative
dude.
to
Welcome
you,
to
I
flat
would
Earth.
be upside down, but
Yeah, you're
the
not
floor
upside
is
down.
down,
Good job,
and down
dude. Now you're
is
making
towards the center of the earth, moron. If you knew anything about the globe, you
Prove that. Get some horizontal lines and put some vertical. Get a bullseye underneath.
reciprocal
each lead
zenith angles, dummy.
You'll have five. No, you get 5 bullseyes along the
Reciprocal
horizontal.
zenith angles.
You go directly up vertical.
That's the proper
and you
way
drop
to do
your
what
weight
you're
down.
asking for.
If the weights converge and they all go to the center bullseye,
Yes,
you're
reciprocal
on a globe.
zenith angles.
But
Reciprocal
all
zenith
the
angles.
weights, if all the weights,
Reciprocal zenith angles. Reciprocal zenith angles. Reciprocal zenith
It does
angles.
show that vertical
Reciprocal zenith angles. Reciprocal zenith angles.
You debunked your globe.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
There's no
Reciprocal zenith
angles on a
angles.
ball.
Reciprocal zenith angles. Reciprocal
There's no
zenith
angles.
angles.
Oh.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Show me the angle on a curved lens. Oh wait, we do that shit every day.
No such thing. I'm waiting for the cue ball angle.
There's no such thing as angles to a curved lens. Democ 2020.
Oh, now you're going to quote Oakley.
Jeez.
Now you're going to quote Oakley. How?
Suicide epistemology again.
Shut up! Shut your fucking holes. How does the game? If you can't measure an angle to a curved surface, how does the game of curling work?
How do you know the surface is curving, you dummy?
Answer my question, stupid. If you cannot measure an angle to a curved surface, how does the game of curling
don't
get
exist
judged?
in nature unless you make them. There are no curved surfaces
optics is
in
a better
nature.
example.
Yeah, what's your zero on your
What did you just say? You just said there are
you
no
have a
curved
zero on your
surfaces
protractor?
in nature. What the fuck is an
No, my
apple then?
horizon is
You
horizontal,
absolute retard. What the
bitch.
fuck are your
A
testicles?
horizontal is horizon.
What the
It's
fuck are your
horizontal.
eyeballs?
Horizontal.
This guy's
What's
losing
that?
his
Who the
dumb
curve?
globe mind.
What does horizontal mean for a globe? Doesn't exist. Thank you.
Yeah, of course it exists.
What,
you
a
know you can
horizontal
make
or a
a
globe? Which one?
all
Horizontal
exists.
references exist on a
A
globe.
horizontal or a globe? Which one do you see when you look at the horizon?
I see both
Horizontal
because the
references
horizon
exist
is
on
a
a globe.
product
See
of
a
the curve.
horizontal and a globe horizon?
Yeah.
Horizontal references
What
exist
the
on a
fuck
globe.
kind of alien are you? Are you an alien?
The
Horizontal
horizon
references
happens
exist on a globe.
because the
So
Earth
one
is a
of your eyes
globe.
sees a ball and one of your eyes sees a flat horizon. You're a cool motherfucker.
I know, I
Where's
am.
that
On a
at?
globe, we have horizontal references because
Can you
No,
horizontal
the
stand for the
horizon
earth
happens
vertical.
because of perspective.
Can you go put your park your boat on the
Horizontal
curved
references
water?
exist on a globe.
Park your boat on the
Yeah, this
curved
guy
water.
thinks that the elevation
Horizontal
change on a
references exist
globe
on a
is going
globe.
to
Are
make
you
the
guys
ground
gonna
rise
park
to
your
eye
boat?
level.
That's absolutely dumb.
All you need is a vertical reference, and
All
then
you
you can
need
do
is to
90
park
degrees
your
to
boat
that.
You can
on
make
the
it vertical,
lake.
you can make horizontal. Yeah.
Park your boat on the highest point of the lake, you retarded fuck.
Vertical
You know that the Great Lakes have tides, right?
Park your boat on the
If you got a plumb
hillside of
bob
the
and a
lake,
protractor, you can make a
527
horizontal
foot
reference.
fucking high. The 527
The
high.
shape of the surface
foot
has
fucking
absolutely
hill
nothing
of
to do with
water,
whether or
you're
not you
11
can make a
miles away.
Just go
horizontal
to bed,
reference.
bro. You sound tired.
I do. Got any
I mean-
side views of these earth curves?
You got comments for me, but you don't have any comments
Demo,
for Demok.
what's your
It's
drug
obvious
of
that you have
choice?
a
Is it
bias,
crack
which
or
is
is it
hilarious.
meth?
Actually, it's
Side
just
views.
expected.
Side
Flat
views.
earthers
What do
need
you do,
feedback
Demo?
for
Do
their
you do
own.
crack or
They
do
don't
you
really
do
care
meth?
what the
Sun's
conversation
dropping with
is.
a side view.
They'll just
Nobody's
does
going
one
do
down a
battle for each
curve with a
other.
side view.
Even if the
All
flat earther is being a
horizontal.
complete piece of shit, the flat earther will. The
All
other flat earther
horizontal,
will
you
help defend
crackhead
him.
motherfuckers.
That's how that works.
Oh, you're
Side
calling
view,
me a
baby.
crackhead?
Horizontal
What do you
references
do? You
are
smoke
Yeah,
expected.
meth
you're
or
all
do you smoke
crackheads
crack?
without a globe flight.
This dude
No
doesn't have any
globe
teeth
flight.
left because he's a
Crackhead.
fucking meth head crackhead. He doesn't have any
Yeah,
fucking
if you
teeth.
can't demonstrate globes, you're a
I'm not sure about
crackhead
that.
without
Yeah, you don't
globe
have any
flight.
teeth. Good job,
Good job, you don't got a
Grandpa.
globe.
Grandpa.
Welcome to Flat Earth, dumb fuck.
That's kind of
Maybe you
funny.
should quit
Ankle
smoking
biter.
meth when you're that old,
Go bite some
Grandpa.
ankles, you ankle biting
Maybe you should
motherfucker.
give it up.
Sharpen your teeth on somebody's dick, weirdo.
Oh, at least we have teeth.
Now
Shut the fuck
you're
up.
calling me gay because that's all you got.
I didn't
Demo,
say that word.
Demo, I have all my teeth.
Well, okay, so then it's
Well,
not
go
gay to
stick
suck
him in
someone's
a
dick.
fucking
Okay,
hog's
this
ass.
guy must be sucking dick all the time then.
Is that what you do?
That's
Can't
what you
show
do.
globes. We know that much.
Oh, Demo, don't
You want
go
me to show
there.
you my
No globe
globe?
We
flight.
all
We know
know.
you're doing something
We
different.
all
How to
know
get
that
paid.
you get no pussy at all. Don't give
Do
me
they
that
pay you
shit.
corn
I
chips?
actually have a globe, DMOC, so it doesn't
They
work on
pay
me.
you in corn chips. We'll get a
Can you
hot
say
air
Is this
balloon.
going to be
Tell
on
me
your
how it
channel,
works.
Earth is Life? Is this going to be
Max
there on
reality
YouTube?
with a hot air balloon outside. Put the cameras on it.
I don't think
Pinhole
Earth is
cameras
like
on your
sleeping,
ball.
or else he would have muted DMOC already.
Put the pinhole cameras on the basket. And let's get
He
her
doesn't really
done.
care to moderate so much,
You
but he
don't
does
really
care to
care to know how
stream.
globes work,
It would
do
be
you guys?
hilarious to hear what his input
How
is on
come
this.
you guys never saw how
No, I
globe
think he's
flight
busy
works?
though, for sure. You would be muted, I'm for
Dude,
sure.
I love how the
How come
single
none of the
neural
presidents
morons
can't
just
show you?
harp on a point and
How
repeat
come all the
themselves.
scientists
He's
can't
been
show you
repeating
how
himself for 10
helicopters
minutes
work?
already. This is wild. And
Helicopters.
It
let's
doesn't
not
matter what the
forget
actual
that
response is either.
Demon
Can't
the
show you how
moron,
helicopters work
Demon
on a ball.
the moron just said that nature
All
doesn't
the
have curved
helicopters.
surfaces. I would
Yeah,
like
there's
to
no such
know
thing as
what
a
is an
curve. You
apple
don't know
then.
what one is. Draw the
What
earth
shape is
curve.
an apple or an
Draw it.
orange?
Draw the earth curve.
I think a straw is pretty well curved. I'm pretty
Draw
sure a
the
straw
earth
is
An
curve
definitely
out.
orange?
curved.
Print it. Print it with a printer. Print the earth curve, bitch. You ain't got the
Actually,
math
you know,
now?
hay is
Oh,
pretty
did you
well
lose the
curved.
math?
Dude, Demok is
Did you
like
lose the math?
a rambling old
Did
man.
you lose the math? You
Pea
can't print out the
pods
earth
with
curve?
peas inside of them. The
Oh, your
peas are
The
printer
one
very
day
must
there
be
was
This is
broke.
wild.
the
Your
one day
3D
there was a
printer
fucking
must
little
be
kid
broke.
that sounded just like him.
So
That's
now
his fucking
math doesn't
grandkid.
work.
He
No
teaches
globe
this to his
math.
fucking kids. This is how.
No globe
This
math.
is.
He has
Wait a
I'm
minute.
calling
someone
your mom
fucked
like
him.
that, bitch. Your
This
mom's
guy
not a
actually
bitch.
has fucking grandkids
Your
that he
mom
teaches
is
this
not a
shit to.
goat.
He's
Someone
fucking
fucked
an
him.
idiot.
That is unbelievable.
He teaches little kids
We
this
don't
shit.
really
'Cause
need to
he's
go
a
there.
fucking asshole. No, it's true though. There was some little kid that got in his
All right,
microphone
if
and
you guys
started
don't get on
saying
the
the same
All right,
shit.
topic,
so
he's
Billy,
muted. If you
so
guys
all
don't
Fuck you,
get on the
Fresh.
topic, I'm gonna get
all
him
right,
off
Billy,
mute
so all
again.
this inflammatory insults, like, do you even comprehend
Oh,
what the
you're a mod
conversation
here
is
and you
about?
let him do that for so long.
Oh,
Good job,
wait, I'm sorry.
moderator.
Did you just say that we insulted Demok?
Oh my God, you
And,
guys
and
Sure,
he
were
like
didn't,
I
he
said
did
about
not
insulting
insult any of
DMOC. He
us.
calls me retarded so many times, dude.
And
He calls me
You gonna cry
retarded.
about it?
Like,
Are you
are
gonna
you
cry about it?
serious?
I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm just saying, like, if he's gonna call me
Then
retarded, why are
stop
you
Yeah,
gonna
but
crying
you guys
about
like
were
call him
making
shit?
personal attacks on him too.
Well, I just did
Exactly.
that.
Both
Yeah.
ways.
Let me just
When
clear this
Demok
up.
is doing personal
Demok
attacks
be-
for a couple of hours straight, it doesn't matter then. But as soon as
If you
anybody
think
does it
teaching
in
kids flat Earth
response,
is good,
then it
you're
becomes a
teaching it.
problem.
like
So which is
retard
it?
and
Should we
globe man
moderate
and show me
for?
something.
If you
Should
think
we
that teaching
moderate for
kids
personal
about
attacks?
flat Earth,
Should
if you think teaching kids flat
should
Earth
we
is a good
moderate for
thing,
personal
you
attacks?
He's not
Or
doing that right
fuck
now.
that
That's
line?
why he's
Can we make a decision on whether or not that's the
You guys are spiraling.
if you think teaching flat Earth to
So
kids is
then,
a good idea, you're
what
fucking
was the
assholes.
point in
He's not
mentioning
doing that
personal
right now.
attacks
No, that's
if
besides the
Demok
point.
was doing that for the
brags about
past
it.
2 hours
So fuck
straight?
you, Awakened.
It's besides the point right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
what the
guys
fuck
are
are
real
you?
mad. Look at you. You
Who the
let
fuck is
Demok
this guy?
wind you up. You let
Doesn't
Demok
matter.
wind you up, bro. Chill out.
Doesn't
Who the
matter.
fuck are you?
I don't know. Why do you tell me?
Well, who the
I
fuck
don't
are
know.
you?
You're the one who asked.
I don't have to
doesn't
tell
matter.
you. Just
All
the
right,
same
let's
as way
continue then.
you don't have to tell me who the fuck you are. I don't care.
Okay, what do you ask?
I would just like the chance to tell my
You never
favorite
talked to people
Bearpling,
before,
taking
have
back
you?
Eden, hello.
No.
Yeah, MXD, your straight line, that's not
Are
telemetry
you a flat
data.
earther too?
That's not globe evidence,
No.
just so you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
buddy, it's not globe evidence. Sure,
It's
sure,
not globe
sure,
evidence.
sure,
That's
sure,
absolutely
sure,
correct.
sure. I give
No,
you
it's a
the
straight
exact
line.
thing that you asked of me, and now it's not evidence. Got it.
It's
Got
not.
it.
Yeah, why would it be a straight line?
Why would it not?
Oh, is that the question that you want to ask again after you got the answer at least 4 times?
Yeah, they have one neuron, and it just gets stuck.
Yeah, you're not answering my question.
Why would it be a straight line? Well, because it would be a straight line on a Mercator projection because great circle routes follow lines of longitude. Lines of longitude on a Mercator map would be a straight vertical line. So if the flight is following a great circle route, which happens to also be following a line of longitude, it would be a straight line on a globe on a Mercator projection.
Straight line.
Are you going to ask again, why would it be a straight line? Are you going to ask it again? Because that's some bullshit. Because you're going to fucking do it, aren't you?
Yeah, you sound dumb as fuck. A straight line on a globe. You're already done.
Nuh-uh.
You know that curved lines can look straight depending on how you look at them, right? You want me to fucking show you?
Okay, you want
Are
to
you
see
that
what real
stupid that you don't
More
understand
importantly,
that?
the fact that flight radar is using a
Have you ever
Mercator
actually tracked
projection
the
and
flight
lines of
before?
longitude are straight vertical
Like,
lines.
if you don't understand
they would
that a
only
curved line
have
can
to
look
look
straight
like
depending
straight
on how you
lines
look at it,
if you're
your
following
brain
a
dead,
line of
dude.
longitude.
Yeah, the plane doesn't
You don't
fly
have
in
a
a curved
fucking brain
line,
in your
dude.
head.
The plane doesn't fly in a curved line, dude.
Depending on how
Yeah,
you look at the line, it
planes
can look
actually
straight.
fly in a
You
parabolic
might have
arc.
to explain how navigation
don't
is done
understand-
because the way
hold on,
that
you
I
said
know
we-
how it's done is they use great
Alright,
circle
since
routes.
you
And
guys
great
all
circle
wanna
routes
talk
are
all
exclusively
over,
a
Yeah,
globe
they
position.
be
can't control
civil.
themselves
I'm gonna
today,
let him
man.
off the
Lots of
leash
destroying
today.
going on.
Don't let it. Don't. Okay, let's not.
You literally
unmute
just
him
talked
up.
over the moderator to say that they can't control themselves.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love
because
and
you can't.
tooting his own horn, like he's literally blowing himself.
Oh no.
So you think you can have a straight line on a globe? It's just hilarious.
Yes. That would be any
Jesus.
great circle along the surface of the sphere.
How can you have a straight line on a
Let's
circle?
repeat the same dumb thing over and over
So
again.
dumb.
You want to know
How
why
can you
it's a
have a
straight line
straight line
again?
on a circle? I don't get
It
it.
keeps saying it as if it makes sense.
You don't
It sounds
understand
crazy.
what it can look like a straight line depending on how you look at it. You don't understand that?
It's not telemetry data. If you
It's
ever
more
see real
important
telemetry
than
data,
that.
hey,
he's
Doofus, hold on,
so
dude.
stuck. It's not telemetry
Yeah.
data.
No shit, it's not telemetry data because it would be reflecting all the changes in direction on the heading of the plane. If you ever actually track the flight,
Is it
it's
following a
never
ground
a
track?
straight line. Hey,
I
Doofus,
did
if
track
you've
a
ever
flight, and it
actually
Can we
showed
get
a
some
straight
examples?
line. Would you
flight,
like to see the screenshot again?
I've already
can we
seen
get
that
some
stupid
examples?
fake not data. I've already seen it. So
It is data. It is data, and I already told you how you can validate yourself. But you people are so lazy that all you can do
have
is
you
just
ever
say,
tracked a
"No,
flight
that's
before?
not evidence."
All right, no one cares.
Can we,
reads the
can we
Hey,
get some
data,
Doofus, have you ever
examples?
tracked a flight before? Have you ever done that?
Can we get some examples?
Have you ever tracked
Right now, you're
a
bringing the
flight
claim and you're asking
before?
me to go work for your claim.
Yeah, you can get a side view every day and
I
follow it.
already told you how I personally verified that the website is correct.
Yeah, hey,
Because
look at
you
that.
know
That's a
that,
good
like,
example, too.
one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, Maersk, they rely
Yeah,
on
stop
that.
spurging
on that-
MXD.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm spurring. I'm giving
How do they
you
rely on that?
Yes,
the
you've been
explanation of
spurging.
Measure everything flat per 100
the
miles.
biggest
per 100
shipping
miles,
company,
per
one of the
100
biggest shipping companies in the world, Maersk,
Every
Yeah, I
square
knew
100
Demok was
miles.
coming back soon.
Flight Radar
I
24.
have him down to 18, so
We're
I don't
not
even hear
talking
him
about
anymore.
boats. We're talking about planes, dummy.
I said that Maersk uses Flight Radar 24. They not only container shipping through
Demonstrate how they
ship.
fly.
How irrelevant does your things have to be?
It's not. It's perfectly relevant. Just because you can't
Demonstrate the
cope
data
with
with a ball.
your worldview being destroyed, it doesn't make it relevant.
No,
I'm
it's not.
telling
You
you,
haven't got the
the
toy
big one of the
airplane and
biggest
showed them.
companies, one of the biggest shipping companies in the world,
Brother,
Maersk.
show us the
They do
data.
ground, they do air, they do maritime.
Show
And
us the
when
data
they
with a high
do when
and
they
you're
do
doing
air
nothing.
traffic,
Yeah,
when
and
they
you're
do
doing nothing.
air shipping, they
Ask them how to
use
follow
Flight
the hot
Radar
air balloon
24. That's
data.
how I found the website. My ex-girlfriend used to work
Well,
at
ask
Maersk.
them how to demonstrate the data with a toy plane, you
Shut the
fucking
fuck
idiot.
up, Demok.
Demonstrate the
I'm not
data with a
speaking to
real
you,
plane
you
and
fucking
ball.
retard. Shut your fucking hillbilly
Stop
hole.
saying no ball and
If you
plane.
turn
Don't you
it
have
down,
some
it's so much
Demonstrate
better.
your
smoke, some
ball
You
meth
don't have
to
to
data.
hear
smoke?
him. You don't have
So
to
he
hear him
can't
anymore if you turn it
demonstrate
Just
down.
ball
go smoke
data.
meth
I mean,
and
that works
leave.
to a point.
Why
Yeah,
does
we're
every
trying to
Glober
get
have to
to a
scream
ball
at the same
reference
time like
here.
an idiot?
Anytime, guys. Ball
If you're not on
reference.
your phone, you
screaming
can actually
actually at
hear
the moment.
multiple people. It's only if you're on your phone you can't hear multiple people. If you're on
I
your
love
PC,
how
you can hear
you're
multiple people at the
complaining
same
and
time.
Demok is doing like the exact same thing that you're complaining,
Yeah,
but you
brain
only
can't
complain
comprehend.
out of the
talking and
outside.
like, G, do you
Your
not hear
brain's
Billy
not
trying to say
able.
something?
Your brain
My
is
name is
not able to
Max.
comprehend two people talking at the same time.
I want to
Yeah, you
hear
guys
a
don't care
moderator
that you're
tell
over
us to
talking each
stop
other and
the
you
personal
can't be
attacks while
heard.
I can
Demok
tell
is
you what
No
speaking.
one
everybody
can hear
said.
you.
I can tell you what everybody said. It's even when they're talking at the same time because I'm not stupid.
But you can't demonstrate a ball? Damn.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
He's stuck. He's going to be
The
thinking of that
data.
until tomorrow.
How does the data work around
That's
a
not
ball without a
new.
ball,
He's
guys?
always been stuck.
How? Show
He's
us
still
how the
talking now,
data
yeah.
works in real time with an airplane and a ball. Show us, dumb
I
fuck.
already told you. I already
No,
told you. I
show us.
gave
I
you
know
the
you don't
argument,
know
you
English.
fucking fuck.
English is his fifth language. Show us. SHOW, bitch. Stop telling us your claim. Your imaginary data nowhere.
It's not imaginary.
Demonstrate
I
what the
already
data
told
do.
you that the biggest
You
shipping
can't
one
demonstrate
of
the
the biggest
data.
shipping companies in the world, Maersk,
Stop saying
uses
dumb
the
words
very
like
same way.
shipping company, you fucking weirdo.
Listen to the
Good,
argument,
there's a
you
shipping
stupid
company on Flat
retard.
Earth, guys.
Listen to the argument, you fucking
What
would convince
moron.
you? What would convince you?
Flat
What
water,
is it that you're
flat
looking
shipping
for?
company.
argument.
What are you looking for, Demok?
I'm
Like, what do
looking
you
for
He's
the
not
want?
looking for
data.
anything. All he wants to
The
do is
data
dodge
has to be
the argument.
demonstrated with
What
an
type of
Getting like
data do you
literally
want?
destroyed.
Like numbers,
bad faith.
pictures. What do you want?
I'm
If you don't
looking
even
for
answer
a
questions,
video
it's
of
bad
you
faith.
with
He
a
wants
ball
a
in
he
one
wants a
hand
ball in a
and
hand
an
and an
airplane
don't
or
even
a
answer
hot
my
air
question.
balloon
I
or a
mean, if you
helicopter
want,
would work.
Demok, if
These
you want
fucking
balls, just
retards
get the
won't
ones
shut
you have
up.
in your asshole.
You got a group of fucking zoo animals in here that won't shut up.
I
What
mean,
do you want to
get the
see,
balls
Demok?
that
That's what
are
I'm like
knocking
trying to
in your
figure
butt.
out here.
You
'Cause
can't
you're,
even ask
If
me a
if you like
question.
balls
You
so
I
got
know,
much,
man. These
you
guys are
have them.
sprigging out.
Yeah, but he's not going to answer your questions. So good luck with
No,
that.
he's not going to answer a
You
question. He's not
cheaters.
going to listen to an argument. He's
Your
just
guys'
here
name
to
is not Demok, you
flabbergast
fucking
everyone.
retard, low IQ bitches. Your name's
You
not
know what?
Demok.
Would
Shut
you
the
like to
fuck
take
up.
an IQ test? Would you like to
Someone is
take
asking me a question, you low
shut up,
IQ
moron?
fucks.
Would you like to take an IQ
Low
test head to
IQ
head with me?
imaginer. Stop
Would
imagining
you like
shit.
to take an IQ test head
Stop
to head with
telling
me
people you
right now?
imagine data.
Demok, would you like to get an IQ
Shut
test
up, imaginer of data.
with me right
This
now?
is not happening.
Yeah, he's too scared.
Data's not
Are you going to
happening.
take the IQ test or are you going to back away from
We're going
your
to
own
take the
pain?
ball physics
Like
test.
the fucking pussy ass bitch you are.
A ball
You're a
physics
blue
test.
whale
Why are
pussy.
you
You could fit
afraid
a
of ball
car
physics?
inside there.
Pussy.
Coward.
Afraid of ball physics? I'm never afraid
No, you got to
of
say it
ball
like
physics.
pussy.
That's you guys.
They muted Max. Oh no.
Yeah, who's this foreign midget spurging, dude? He sounds crazy. Sounds like fucking Stuart Little.
Let's hear about how personal attacks are bad, MK.
Doofus, you got nothing.
Anyway.
Dude. You know what flight tracking
So
data
Awaken
should look like? Did you know that there's such things as crosswinds that would not be reflecting a straight line? Did you know that?
They don't know. They don't know how
following
to
a ground
demonstrate.
track
They
would
have
correct
no
for
ball
that. Thanks.
reference or no toy airplane.
Awaken.
They have no labs,
What he's asking for is you have a ball in
no
one hand
globes are
and a toy
dedicated
airplane in
to
another
flight.
Doofus,
hand.
stop trying to talk over people, dude.
And he
You gotta
wants to
calm
There
down.
are
see
no
how that
globe
would
flight
how flight
simulators
would
on
work
the
using those
outside
two
third
items.
party view
You're
of the
just
globe.
gonna keep talking even though no one can
Toy
understand.
plane.
What an idiot.
No one can go to the
I can hear
flight
him because I have
simulator
GMOD
with a
turned
I mean,
off,
ball.
so I
there's
can
really
hear
no
him
way to have the
museum.
conversation while Demok is here.
Globe
That's
flight
kind of the
dynamics
point.
should exist in a lab or a school
If you have everyone
somewhere.
turned
At
down, you can
least in
hear
a
the
flight
person that's
school.
talking. If you have the people turned down that are you're ignoring, yeah.
Yeah, they're ignoring
I
me.
can hear the people I care about hearing.
The flight
I
school.
don't hear this
When
idiot.
we go to flight school, where's their ball in flight school? They show you all the dynamics and stuff and
Did
the
you catch it,
speeds and
Awaken?
everything.
Did you happen to hear what I
Yes.
said? All right.
Do you not get your bed in flight school?
What does the globe look like
That came
when
through a little
airplanes fly around it and helicopters? How do they fly around a ball? How's
You
that
get
even
into flight
possible?
school.
How is it possible that helicopters can go around a ball?
I don't know. You tell me. How can they go a flat disc?
That's easy. Shut up. That's easy. Everybody knows they go vertical and fly over and land vertical. Simple, done. Now, how does the globe work?
You asked for a demonstration. I just posted you a video.
Is it a video with a 3D ball and a helicopter and the dude's going up from runway to runway and landing from a with a camera on the ball?
So now we're moving the goalpost.
Retard.
Now we're
This
moving
is
the
why you have
goalpost.
problems in
I
school.
gave you
can't
the
even
evidence
let
that you asked
teacher
for. This is the
talk.
second time
The
it's happened
teacher
today.
is trying
And
to
more
talk,
request
little
evidence
kids.
from me. I gave them the evidence
teacher
and
is
they moved the
talking, little
goalpost to
kid.
something else.
Little
Got it.
kids, the teacher is talking. You'll
What
need a
teacher?
ball.
You couldn't teach a
and
dog to
you'll
sit.
need a helicopter.
You
and You'll
couldn't
need
teach a dog to
a
sit. Shut
camera
the
on
fuck
the
up.
helicopter.
Those who can't do teach. Is that the joke?
And then you'll need a camera on the globe.
A camera?
Those
What
who
does that?
can't
What
do
does that even
imagine
mean? A
stupid.
camera on the globe.
Those who
If you want a
can't do
camera on the globe,
imagine
just
like
look at
you
the
guys.
images from Himawari satellite.
Stop imagining satellites are real. How does stuff fly
I
around
mean,
a ball, you
it is
fucking
pretty
retard?
real because with the
This
images
is
from
an endless
Himawari,
question that's
they were
always
able to
never going to be
detect.
answered.
They were able
You're
to
the
detect
37th Glober
an
that
undersea
doesn't know.
volcano explosion, and before it was actually being able to be seen anywhere else.
How
So
can
yes,
we mimic
satellites
outside
absolutely
flight
work.
with a ball and a helicopter?
I
Let's go.
already did that, and you moved the goalpost. So
Stop
I'm
making
kind of
shit
done
up,
with
you
you.
fucking weirdo. You don't
I
have a
gave you
ball
the
on video
evidence, you
live.
retard. I gave you
got
the
a
evidence.
globe somewhere. I know you do, cunt. Get it and get an airplane.
I
Show us
might
how it
have to
works.
retrieve it from your butthole.
Play out the data. How do you
It's
even know what
there.
the data means when
I
you can't
posted
show
the
us?
video.
He can't even
I posted
demonstrate
the
his own
video.
data. What
Yes.
a fucking retard.
I posted the video from a pilot.
Demonstrate your
In the
data.
plane, in flight, they're using a globe
Yeah,
application.
supposedly there's something going around a ball. How would that work?
I already showed it to you. It's already been asked and answered. You're
So
spurging.
you don't know?
You're spurging.
There's been no glober yet. I haven't met a physicist, a flight person, an engineer, not one glober in the fucking world who knows how stuff flies around a ball and can demonstrate.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
No
You're the
scientist.
you're the
Where's the
smartest person.
video?
You're the smartest person in the
Where
earth.
is the class?
You're the
Where's the ball?
smartest person on the earth.
So in all flight schools in all countries, no one's got a ball and nobody's showing these kids how stuff flies around a ball from a hot air balloon to a helicopter to a jet to a missile.
Moderator, can we just he's just
Nobody can
repeated
ever
himself
know
for the
flight
10th time in a
dynamics of the
row.
ball
This is
or
not a
the
conversation.
spinning.
This is just him spurging out, and I got muted.
No, I would demonstrate. I would
Watch,
get
somebody
a camera.
try and ask him a question. I bet
I
he's
already
not
gave
answer.
you the demonstration. You didn't even watch the video.
No, there's no
Fucking
camera
loser.
on a ball
Somebody
with
ask him a
you in a
question,
little
you won't answer.
helicopter, dude. Stop fucking lying.
You are the
what-
liar.
The
I
expert.
need you to demonstrate helicopter flight on a ball live on a
I don't
video
have to
so we
answer
can put it on
questions.
YouTube
Motherfucker.
and all the Globers can
Bebop.
tell you how you're right and awesome and
I don't
smart.
answer questions, bitch.
All I can do is out demonstrate you flat physics versus globe physics every way, shape, or form. There's no
just
such
did.
thing as globe physics for anything. Nothing works on a
I
globe.
already demonstrated. I sent you a video of a pilot
flat
in the
Earth, thank
cabin
you.
using.
I got flat Earth. We got that.
Using
Now we
it's
wanna-
not a
now
flat
we
Earth.
wanna
It's
know
a
what you're
globe map.
imagining. How
It's
do
a
you
globe
imagine
map.
ball flight? How could you show us your imagination? Bring your imagination, get the ball, grab that ball off the little metal thing, put it in one hand, and show us what you're
Dude,
imagining.
If you want to shove balls, just shove them. I don't care. This is stupid.
So
It's
you
a
don't
stupid
understand
argument.
the physics of a ball. 360
I do
is hard.
understand. You're putting words in my mouth.
Do you know any scientists that can come on cam and show us how a helicopter with a little camera on the ball and on the helicopter or hot air balloon and it matches reality? We'll
Yes.
see. It'll see. We'll see it.
100%
It'll
yes.
match what we see on flat Earth. How do you match flat Earth with a ball is what I want to know.
You don't.
That is a nonsensical
Show us
question.
that you don't. Show us how you don't.
That is a
Know what?
nonsensical question.
You don't know what you're talking about because you can't demonstrate it?
You don't
Nobody
even
can?
know. You barely
Do
speak
you
English.
even
What
know
are you
what a
talking
ball
about?
is?
Bro, you're the one to tell somebody they barely speak English.
3D
like, you're the one
ball.
saying that.
Yeah,
3D ball.
who just challenged my English level? Would you like to take
Get a toy
come
helicopter.
head to head with me?
Challenge ball physics.
Shut the fuck
Nobody will
up, Demo.
show me. They want me
To the little
imagine
darkling.
ball physics.
To
They're gonna pay me to imagine ball physics.
who was
all
the little
day.
darkling that complained about my English level? Would you like to take exam head to head with me right now?
No Glober can demonstrate
Right now.
each other. They're smarter than another Glober.
Shut the fuck up, you moron. You're rambling. You're repeating
flight
yourself
of the
over and
globe.
over like the idiot that you
Brother,
are.
if you can't demonstrate
Are you
anything on
having
a
a
ball,
stroke?
your only
I'm not your
default is
brother.
flat. The default position is flat when ball can't be produced. Do you understand,
This is what
dummy?
happens when you smoke too much meth, man.
The
This is
default
what
position
happens.
is flat if the ball
No,
can't be
it's not. The
produced.
default position is I don't know.
But the default position is flat when you don't
No,
know what a ball does.
no, that is false.
Wait, you
That is
smoke
Then what's the
100%
data
false.
for if
When
you
it
can't
comes to the Earth,
demonstrate it?
the
What flight
default
data?
position is
What's the
we don't
purpose
know,
of
and
flight
then we go
data?
investigate. Don't.
What's the purpose of flight data
You
if you
do
can't
not get to
demonstrate
assert
it?
that your position is the default position. This commie tactic that you learn from Witsit, and Witsit is also a moron.
I don't even know what's it. Fuck that retard.
Yes, you. Oh my
What
God.
is the flight data for if you can't demonstrate it with a physical object?
I'm just going to ignore you. You're
How
a
did a
waste of
physical
time.
object make the data if you can't repeat the data?
That's what I've been saying.
That makes no sense.
We know non-glober, non-existent flat earther. You're a flat earther with only flat physics. We know globes don't make sense. That's what I've been pointing out.
No.
Every
You are
glober
not
I've
making
ever
sense
met
because you're an
doesn't
idiot.
have a fucking
You
idea on
barely
how a
speak your
globe
native
works.
language properly.
You don't know what a globe
You
is.
have a
Globe
vocabulary of
physics don't
100
exist.
words, and
This guy
50
is
of them are
challenging you on your
insults.
English.
Yes,
Globe physics don't exist.
whoever thinks that I have bad English, right now,
You
I
have
challenge you.
no
We take a
globe.
proficiency exam head to head.
Brother, you can
right
talk French
now.
without a globe in your hand.
An
Doesn't
official
matter.
proficiency exam, the highest level of English
You can
for
talk
a
Russian without a
non-native
globe in your
speaker.
hand. You're not
And
going to
we
be able
will
to
take the
demonstrate
test
globes by
head to head
talking.
right now. I challenge
don't
any
talk
of you
straight.
fucking losers who want to challenge
No,
my
we don't
English
know
level.
what talking straight means. Talking straight the ball to your buddies. Talking
Flat
straight.
earthers are scared to
Imagine
take
Hey, where are you
tests,
straight.
yeah.
from?
It's
Hey,
too
buddy,
hard.
where are you from?
Imagine
Max,
Use their brain.
straight.
I'm from
Max, where are you
Uruguay.
from? Uruguay?
Yes.
So you're Latino.
Yep.
Okay, are you straight or no?
Yep. Anything
Why
else?
does that-
Are you looking for a husband?
He wants
No, I'm not looking for a husband, but you
Turning into
sound
Brian.
like if you are straight, then you probably have a little testosterone, right?
I'm bald, so no.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, but why do you like? I just don't understand the part where you're making fun of D-Mock's English because
You're
he's a
bald,
native English.
therefore you have
Because
testosterone.
it's his
What?
native language, and he has a vocabulary of 100 are insults.
Yeah, but how are you making fun of someone else's English? English is not your first language.
It's not my first language, but I speak perfect English. I mean, if you don't
the
believe
problem
me,
is Democ's first language is English, and he
reiterate
doesn't
my
do very well in
challenge.
it.
Any of you morons who want to challenge my English there, we can go to
I
the
do. I
Cambridge
wanna know what
website
you
and we
know
can
about
take a
demonstration.
proficiency exam head to head
word
on stream,
demonstrate.
and we'll see who's better at English.
The English word demonstrate. What do you know about that?
That's your
Dude,
definition.
you don't even make
What
questions.
does demonstrate
You don't
mean? I
even
thought you were going to
make
teach
sense
us
when you ask
super
a
smart English.
question. Are you asking me
So
for the
you don't know
definition of the
English.
word demonstrate? I know your vocabulary is limited, but try to expand it. Are you
Yeah,
asking
cool
me for the
story, guy. It
definition of the
doesn't know
word to demonstrate?
So all you do is obfuscate off the point. Demonstrate.
Are
What's
you
that
asking?
mean?
I'm trying to get a clarification because
Yeah,
your
globe
question made
demonstration.
no sense.
I'll use it in a sentence. These kids would like to get flight demonstrations of hot air balloons and helicopters and the physical attributes of a sphere with a ball. Demonstration, please.
I already gave you the demonstration. You moved the goalpost. Anything else?
No, you moved it by not getting a ball and a hot air balloon with little cameras on it.
I never agree.
That's what
You
I
asked
asked
me.
for. I don't know who
You
you're
asked.
talking
You
to.
asked about pilots and
No,
how do
somebody
they.
else must ask for that.
You asked about
Wasn't
pilots
me,
and how do they
weirdo.
navigate. I gave you the evidence
No, I
and I
asked
made
you
you
for a
cry.
toy
You're
helicopter or hot
weeping.
air
You're
balloon.
weeping right now. You're
I
getting
asked
so
for a
destroyed.
toy helicopter and hot air balloon. All of us heard it, weirdo.
I don't
And I
care,
said you'll
dude.
need
I don't play
cameras
with toys
on it.
anymore. I'm a grown ass
We have
man.
really little cameras these days. You're going to need to put a camera on the ball everywhere, a couple little cameras, and one's going to represent you. You're going to pick that one, and we're going to watch it from the ball's perspective. Then we're going to have you, third person perspective, watching the ball, watching you do it. Then we're going to have you. Then we're going to have the plane's perspective with another little camera on it, watching the ball, right? to see the way the way it sees the ball. And then we're going to go outside or on a flat table and